always going up. You can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up. You can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.
All right. We in this thing.
All right. Salute to the people. What's good?
What's good?
Podcast. I'm your host, named Woon, and I'm all about balance from the womb to the tomb. What's popping?
Yes, sir. I'm Selfmade. You already know, another co-host. Gotta be yourself. Tap in with self, you know?
Definitely. So today, this is gonna be a good one today. We got my boy, Tip. CIP, y'all probably know him as Jamie. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Playboy. Hey, is his mic muted still?
Nah, he good.
Okay, I can't hear him on my end, so I'm probably bugging.
Nah, ain't no sound coming through for bro.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Tip. I don't know if you muted your mic.
It don't show that he muted. He was just good too.
Just good on me. Well, while we get that settled in, we have Miss Benet in the building. How you doing, lady?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, and your sound is great. Your background is great. You're looking good. You look like you smell good, Benet. How you doing?
Listen, no, if you do good, right? You dress good, you look good, you feel good, you smell good, you taste good. You know what I mean? So
Ooh, that last part you said.
Yeah, she threw that. Yeah, she had to throw that one in there, huh?
You think you got good taste?
Yeah. What's
how's your night going?
It is golden. It is golden. How about you guys?
Oh, you know,
we just going. Yeah, it's regular. Keeping it regular. I think he came back in.
Okay.
Are you ready for tonight's topic? As you know,
might get spicy.
Yeah, it's good. Hey, and I know you. You know, Benet represents that I am shit, so you know she gonna hold it down for the ladies. So,
right.
You know,
of course, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm sugar and spice and everything nice, so I can handle it.
That's right.
You got a tip? Nah, kid still can't hear you.
Hey, did you took him out and brought him back in, or did he do that on his own?
Yeah, he left it. He left and came back in. No.
Yeah, I think it's an issue probably with the phones, you know, and audio and stuff. So
yeah, the phones is always tricky.
Yeah. Well, while we get started, this episode is brought. I'm fucking with y'all. Hey, hold on.
What's that? That's that personal
right there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We got 24 karat, we got that machete, we got that blue.
Because I always try to do this. I tried to do this last week. Can y'all see that shit?
What is that?
So I got it.
I can't see what it says, but what does it say?
It's that light.
It's my man Selfmade. His lip balm that I use. My lips cool.
Hold on, because I need. Okay, yeah. You know what I'm saying? You need to slide that through.
You hear me?
I can model.
There you know what I'm saying?
I'll do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Hold on, let me.
Hey, we can do a placement for your shit too. Self at the
really run that.
Shameless plug.
This is one time for the one time.
Yeah.
So what's up, Tip? You good? I see we got your audio back.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay. You can hear me. I can barely hear you, but it's all right. We'll
Hey, as
work through
long
it.
as we can hear each other, it's grand.
Right. What happened to Laura?
That is a great question. She might tap in. I don't know if she went to go because she was off camera, so she might have did some things and she might come back on camera. You never know.
Yeah.
Right.
I am.
Yeah, this topic though, bro.
Woo.
I'm juiced about this topic. Hopefully, it doesn't we get too many
Yeah,
people crazy, and you know what I'm saying. But I know it could get there for sure.
I'm gonna just say this: it is cuddle season, right?
Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up, right?
Hey, if you got somebody, keep that shit kosher. If you don't got nobody, that shit kosher. If you ain't worried about nobody, say what the fuck you want to say. Because guess what? This is what freaking is all about. You feel me?
All right.
We just gonna keep it grown and sexy though and shit. You feel me? It's Gucci. We gonna keep it professional.
Yeah.
But so the topic being, I'm gonna let my man Tip bust his gun. Tip, you wanna kick this thing off?
What the topic is like the difference between relationships now compared to back then.
Okay, yeah, nah, that's definite. We gonna keep
And
it.
like, are we placing blame on society itself and why it's different? Or is it like man's fault? Is it woman's fault? Or is it just the growth of society as it's in itself that it seems like relationships nowadays, bruh, you know how easy it is for everybody not to want to be in a relationship or to get out of one?
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Yeah.
You know how long your grandparents stayed together
right.
Mm-hmm.
and didn't like each other?
Mm-hmm.
Like my grandparents stayed together for 55 years and stayed in different rooms, but they
Mm.
stayed together
Mm.
for
Hey,
55 years. Could you imagine living with somebody for 55 years as a roommate, basically?
Damn.
that shit reminds me
Like, nigga,
of In Living Color, and it was like, but we still together. You know how like they were trying
yeah.
to the shit.
After we've been through all this, but we still together. Granddad
Yeah.
almost lost the house gambling and shit. Nigga,
Mm-hmm.
grandma still stayed in there.
Right.
Nigga, I want a relationship like that, nigga.
Yeah.
But you know what? Speaking of that, it's a kind of funny because I watched a Tyler Perry movie one time, and some of you may have seen it. But the dad died; he was cheating, and all the children were grown. And at the end of the movie, mom's busted out with, I knew your dad was cheating on me the whole time we was together. But I stayed with him because that was the only way that I can raise you guys. I couldn't do it on my own. So I sat there and I dealt with what he was doing in order to get you guys successful and get you out of the house. But now that he's died, I'm about to go do my thing. Yeah. And I mean, it turned into a comedy at the end, you know what I mean? But it was real because there was a lot of women who were putting up with that back in those days. You know what I mean? And I don't know how far back we're going, but I mean, a lot of it was, women weren't able to be successful or hold successful positions to where they can get out into the world and make something for themselves and basically, be able to have them rights to say like, I'm gone, and push on past you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand that, but
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
it seemed like people be going too fast.
Nowadays?
Yeah.
Of course, it's because we just want everything now, like immediate. We want that that immediate gratification, right? But if we look at foundationally what was happening back then and staying together, there was a different level of commitment and understanding.
That
We
part.
don't have that level of commitment right now, right? The understanding is, listen, okay, this is your father. we got a home, we got a yard, we got everything that you need, right? And my job as a wife or as a woman to be your mother, take care of this house and to raise you, right? So there was an understanding, even from husband and wife, that listen, I don't agree with what you're doing, but you damn sure gonna take care of these kids and you're gonna keep a roof over our head so that we can get them through this. Today, that's not happening.
Right.
So it isn't that level of understanding or commitment. It is, bitch, I don't like you today. Okay. So I'm about to scroll through Instagram and find somebody that I feel is better than me, or that will suit me because look at all the chicks on my line. Same thing with females. I got several people in my DMs, right? So if don't act up because I got access, right? So that's what happens. Doesn't make it right though. And
Right.
we see the fruits of that based on how society is right now, right? So I honestly, for me, I'm headed back in that direction. I've always kind of been that person. Listen, we together, right? We got this understanding. We are partners. So for me to leave you, you had to really, really do like bad in order for me to say I gotta get out of this situation. So
Let me ask this. And I hate to cut you off, but it sounded like you was coming to a thing, and I love everything you just now said. So it sparked a question for me. Being single, I ain't been in that realm in a while, and this is a question to everybody. Is it really that hard to be in a relationship right now?
No, Jesus, let me tell you, honey. It depends on who you're with. It really
I would say
depends
no,
on
but
who you're with. You would think that it shouldn't be, but it can be. You know what I mean? You get two, and in my situation, you know what I mean? You get two very strong, independent, used to doing and being on their own people together. And that first time you walk by me the wrong way, or you chew some cereal louder than I want you to, it becomes a battle. And it's sad to say because you forget about that love that you have for that individual, or you forget about the times that you guys were together, like holding each other down, and it becomes it just depends on the partnership, I'd say. But my thing is, if you love your significant other and you cherish them as a friend first, then a lover, then you never want to hurt your friends. You know what I mean? So if you look at them in that aspect versus, this is my husband or this is my boyfriend, or, then you're going to want to cherish and protect that. So you're going to have that outside force that drives you to put up with a little bit more. And I like, Bené, how you were speaking and saying, about like the old school relationship, and I hate to bring religion into it, you guys, but do you think that, a lot of it stemmed from back in the old days, having that, that Baptist or that Christianity, the Lord says that we honor marriage, do you think that was one of the things that were kind of holding people more so together back then, where you have people who are more kind of freelance now?
Oh, that is a great question. And I'm going to just say it was a religion that it was cheaper to keep her, and that's why I'm fucking with y'all. But
why can't we reverse that? Sometimes it's cheaper to keep him than to get rid of him, man.
hey, that's a fact.
Nah, not all the time.
Like, you know what I mean? It's the same shit. But that's a good point. Because I feel like, just like you said, like back then, like it was more or less, we're trying to keep the family together. And it could be a situation to where, how does that saying go? The family that prays together stays together, some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
right.
So that might be a key point, or at least a foundation or the glue that kept them together. Like, you know what I mean? So it could be a different aspect, but I believe that's probably was one of them for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Those old school traditions, it's like, it's shunned upon in the church to, get a divorce, or it's shunned upon in the church to, step out on your husband. And I think that, I'm not saying that it wasn't happening, because I was a pastor's child and I was created out of straight wedlock. I mean, and it's a well-known fact. My daddy cheated on his wife and, you know, made me with my mama. And that's just what it was. But, you know, I kind of feel like at the same time, you know, people were so stuck on holding those religious values or didn't want to get looked down upon or, you know, be a family disgrace or anything like that, that they were kind of letting some stuff kind of, you know, because God said, so we're going to stick in this.
So that births something. That births a whole different aspect. So now, oh, is that freedom though? Is that the relationship real?
But see,
Are you guys able to read the comments? It says marriage.
Yeah.
Marriage wasn't created for Black folks, so the idea of being a controlling entity is definitely a might be. You onto something, keeping us in the positions that don't fulfill us because God said. We had this conversation about marriage specifically. Woon ain't never getting married. I'm gonna just put that out there.
On my deathbed, I told everybody that. On my deathbed, I'll be like, I do.
Hold you into that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, to just speak to her point on religion, I think religion has a point to it, but it was still, to me, about suitability. So what I mean by that, you weren't compatible, you were suitable for each other. Mm-hmm. Compatibility can change at any point in time, right? As you get older, you gain weight, lose weight, short hair, long hair, whatever, job or no job, right? But suitable means this person is going to stick it out, you know, with me throughout this process. And so if it was truly about religion, people wouldn't have been cheating, right? Because we talk about infidelity, we talk about sin, and we talk about all of those things. So all of that encompasses that. So not saying that there's not an element to it, but it was suitable for a woman to find a man that was going to take care of her and her family. It didn't matter about compatibility. So if you think about arranged marriages and things like that, right? It's suitable to marry this family because you'll be taken care of. Not that you even thought he was handsome or cute or whatever, that she was even pretty. It was about bringing these families together on a suitable side.
Oh, I agree with that 100%. I'm sorry, Selfmade. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Our you know, on my mom's side, my mom was Persian, and we still do arranged marriages. Mm-hmm. And you don't get a choice in that. Yeah, my mama raised us American, but you don't get a choice in that. It's just kind of like this is who you're going to marry because they have good family ties. Generationally, they were successful, and you don't get a choice. That's who you're marrying.
Now, do you think that has some sort of I hate to say like toxicity with that, as far as like being with somebody to just be there but not actually being there, and then especially when you have kids involved and they're seeing a certain type of relationship, as far as you just sticking it out but just not necessarily wanting to be there, but you just doing it just to do it, you know what I'm saying, for whatever that reason may be. But then now you have all these arguments and you're showing all this stuff to your children, and then those children are the ones right now growing up trying to figure out how to be in a relationship. You know what I mean?
I agree with that as well. And then, I mean, we look at the newer generation, we all look kind of close in age here, the kids who are trying to break the things that, the other generations did. So you're starting to see it in everything nowadays. Right. You know what I mean? Even when it comes to like the school shootings, these kids are going to Congress and they're like, man, we ain't standing for that. We ain't our parents, They're looking for complete change. They don't want to do what we've been doing or our people or, our grandparents or our parents have been doing, because obviously it ain't working. So they're looking for the new way out. So, I mean, there has to be a level of toxicity in that, but I also believe in love and I believe in real love. You know what I mean? So I have to play devil's advocate here, because there are some relationships that really do work and they're genuine relationships. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if you walk into something with an ulterior motive, you can't expect to have good results. You know what I'm saying? Because you're walking in with a hidden agenda. But if you walk in pure and sincere and, genuine, and then it's like, if we depart, I can go to sleep at night with, with a clear conscience, because I did everything that I can do in my power to make that work.
Yeah. And I'll say to the toxicity part, I guess I guess it depends on the angle, right? So even if you're looking at an arranged marriage, um, you don't even know them, right? So if you don't know them, you're getting to know them as you know yourself. And it's really the front that you want to show the world, right? Or that you want to show your children. Even in the worst of the relationships, you don't have to argue in front of your kids, right? You don't have to do that. So that I think you can control. Um,
Right.
so again, it's about partnership. So if the goal is we're going to stay together because of the kids, then you have to commit. Again, that's that word, commit to making sure that everything is that. Now, I'm not saying to stay in a relationship for the kids because that rarely works. But if that is your goal, you can make it happen. You know, putting two heads together, you know how to do that. And in essence, when we're talking about going back to the old school, that's what it was. You mean to tell me that grandmama appreciated granddaddy sleeping around and having three families? No, she didn't appreciate that shit at all. But she handled it in a different manner, right? Where the kids had no idea. And
Right.
I come from a family where my grandfather had 14 kids. Okay. And my mom was adopted. And so some of my aunts and uncles didn't even know that they were related. And they were like talking to each other. Like one went to Johnson, one went to Burbank. Come to find out they're sisters and brothers, right? Because my uncle was out there my grandpa was out there like that, right? But so do you think that, Big Mama really appreciated granddad out there making five families? No, right? But she kept that away from her children because, again, the goal was I'm going to get you through, get y'all, raised, and I'm going to raise my family and be in my role, play my position. So I don't, there is toxicity to doing wrong, or if you feel like, if this is a monogamous thing or non-monogamous, however you have your agreement. But there's a bit of toxicity, but the biggest thing is commitment to what are we doing.
Right. I I agree with that, but at the same time, you know what I mean? It's also kind of like I mean, nowadays we don't have to deal with that, right? You know what I mean? That's why it's so easy to just walk away from a relationship. It's easy to, you know what? This ain't working. Nobody wants to put that work in. And it's like, I love you, but I love myself more. So I'm gonna just walk away, and sometimes it's a protection of self. Like, you're interrupting my peace. You're interrupting my serenity. You know what I mean? I have to walk away from this because I'm big on soul ties. I'm really big on that, man. If you're in the streets messing around and stuff like that, I don't want to be connected to that soul that you know what I mean? You linked up with. You got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Right.
So I think it depends on the level of the person. It depends on the level of the commitment of the relationship. And I like that commitment keeps coming back 360. You know what I mean? Because commitment can be to oneself too, and I look at it, as far as, I have a teenage girl that's getting ready to be out here in this adult world. You have to figure out what you're committed to as a woman. What will you allow yourself to deal with, and what's too much for you to deal with, to the point where you're going to love yourself and walk away.
Right. And I insist, I totally agree with that. I was going to circle back to that. Self-love is crucial in this, right? Self-love and learning how to date. The problem is we date people and don't really get to know them, and we don't know ourselves, right? So the cliche thing of how could you love somebody if you don't love yourself? That's what happens in relationships as you start growing, right? You start to see with you like, nah, this is not cool or copacetic with me. So I'm going to love me better. I don't want a chick that's talking to me crazy, or as a female, I don't want a dude that's running out, having kids and outside relationships on me. So therefore, I'm going to love myself, right? So we got to start there. When we talking foundations of back then versus now, all of it should have started with the conversation of, what do I want? Do I know myself enough? Do I love myself enough to go through life with another person?
Mm-hmm. That's deep because you have to know oneself. I have a question for the whole panel though, and maybe it's just me, but I mean I think we've all kind of been here. What do you feel about loving the persona that the person has shown you rather than the real them? So when you find out the real them, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't love this person. I don't like, I don't even like that person, but I fell in love with the person you pretended to be.
There's no relationship where there's deception.
But some people, you know how you were speaking about, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think there's a lag.
It is.
Okay. But you know how you were speaking about, self-love and you coming to terms with oneself. So if that other partner, doesn't, and I've had this debate with other people, if they don't know how to love themselves, but they're coming out, with that front, and that's the person you fall in love with, you know what I mean? But then that real, because you can only run with the fake for so long before you're exposed, you know what I mean? So when that real person starts coming out, I don't like that person, you know what I mean? Ooh. So does that create breakup? Does that create tension? Because I can't be in a relationship with, you know what I'm saying, somebody that you pretended to be.
Can I take my grill out before I answer that question, or can I rock with my grill in? Is it Gucci?
Hey. I took my retainers out so that I can talk and not have a slur. So.
Hey, boom.
Go ahead. My bad.
I think the answer to that is like my mom used to say, I love you enough to leave you alone.
Ooh.
When you find out that the person is something that they were pretending to be something else, and you find out the real them, I can love the person that you pretended to be, but now that you show me the person that you are, I can leave that person alone. Mm-hmm. So I can love you enough to leave you alone.
Let me play the devil's advocate real quick. Is the person who put on the facade 100% at blame?
Absolutely not.
Nah.
Because
we all put on a facade.
Okay, I was just
especially in the beginning.
Well,
I don't put on no facade.
I disagree, Tip, on that. You don't know me, but for those who know me, listen, what you see is what you get, right? I can wash my face and I still look the same, right? I'm the same person every day, all day, right? Like literally. And that's what I'm saying. We don't know how to date. We are afraid to really be ourselves. And we got to understand to date is about gathering data. Like that's the word, right? Date.
Hey,
like
gotta get that. That's a bar button. That's a bar.
That's a bar.
That was a bar.
Right.
My bad. Go ahead.
Because we got to get past the superficial stuff of, you like blue, I like blue. You like green, I like green. You eat ice cream, I like ice cream. So yeah, we go together. That is superficial. Okay. First of all, if I got to fill out an application for a job, for a house, a mortgage, the doctor, anything where they're asking me a questionnaire, I got to ask you the same thing, right? Who are you? Right? So before I agree to go and join with you, I got to know who you are. But we're in such a rush to be with people instead of being by ourselves. We're not going through that process of identifying who this person is. So when we later discover that they were fake, if you would have held on 2 more weeks, right, you would have found out the shit that she was saying was false or vice versa. Now you could do it moving because you didn't just hop in blindly.
So with that being said,
I agree with that.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Because I'll be having like 1,000 questions, but go ahead. I'm gonna let you know.
I was just saying I like that. I like her answer.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah, I agree totally with what she's saying.
What you feel about that, Tip? You agree with that?
I just, you know what I mean? It's kind of like it's like
I'm high right now, bro. So
it's like you
But I was just gonna say, because on a whole different type of level and shit, right? You kind of mentioned it earlier. We're in the Insta age, right?
Mhm.
So everything we could just get every and anything with our fingertips, right? So how long are we supposed to wait to get to know these ugly motherfuckers? Like how long? Like what's the cutoff for everybody on the panel? What's the cutoff? What is the cutoff for real?
I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Look, I've known my husband for over 20 years, and I'm still finding out stuff about him. So I don't really think you could put a time on that.
And that's the thing right there. Is like you still, at the end of the day, you still may think like, okay, I got a good understanding of this person, and a year may go by, and then you find out some whole other shit that you like. Wait, hold on, like I ain't used to this. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's gonna always be the case, because unless you stagnant, you're always gonna be changing and finding out different things, learning different things that might change you as a person. You know what I'm saying? So it's like being able to maybe adjust with the person that you are dealing with, or you know what I'm saying? Certain different things that you may just have to, because at the end of the day, I think you're gonna have to deal with some aspect of somebody bullshit. You know what I mean? In a relationship, it ain't just all gonna be peaches and cream.
I'm not fucking with them Erica Badu ones. The one who Erica Badu. I'm not fucking with none of that. You can see women when they're struggling, they have some type of extra baggage. It's like, nah, girl, like you know what I mean. And they could be the coolest person. And sometimes we might fall in love with that cool person, but nigga, you start looking behind her back, like, hold on, god damn. You might pick one up. You might pick two up. You know, niggas like to pick. All right, let me get you back. What? She come up with a whole busload of shit. Like, yeah, get the rest of it.
Right.
I mean, but you know what? You're gonna see red flags. You know what I mean? Because we're so preconditioned to looking for them that we spot them so quick. You know what I mean? It's like we've constructed our mind to what we ain't gonna deal with. You know what I mean? That's what I ain't gonna do.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like, like I was saying, you know what I mean? You might have a significant other that passes everything, but they do that one wrong move, and it's like, oh no, you got issues, you got daddy issues, you got abandonment issues. You was raised by women. That's why you can't be a man. Oh, you a suck it. And then you're just like, I'm cool, I'm out. But that man was everything that you needed, but you chose to, look over all the good qualities because you seen one little move in him that you didn't like.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And so for me,
I just got through from talking to a female like that. Swear to God, she was just like that, to where everything is cool and it's going cool for too long, to where she's like, I got to start an argument.
That's called self-sabotage, man.
Why do you have? She was like, because it just seems like you don't care.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's
when it comes down to baggage,
that's deep though.
That is deep.
To me, though, that sounds self-sabotaging. You know what I mean? It's like, to me, I would have flipped that because I'm good at that. I would have been like, let's sit here and talk about how you were raised, number one, because it sounds like you may have commitment issues. You know what I mean? I would have dug into that, because you don't get to blame me or start an argument with me because you don't know how to love, you don't know how to receive or give. A lot of it comes with learning you have to be able to love yourself, and you have to be able to receive love in order to truly give it.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And then it comes down to, like, just like he was saying, like if it's too good, there may be a situation to where it's just like, okay, we ain't really had too many interactions to where we're both growing, right? So like if you don't feel like you're growing or receiving anything, you might have to start some shit in order to get some type of response. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the self-sabotaging thing is just for me too passive aggressive, right? That tells me a lot about you, and again, we're gathering data. We'll never really know a person ever. Like, you can spend 65 years with a person. You know why? Because every day is new to each and every one of us.
Right.
So there's no way to, we can say we know enough of them to kind of base a character, or we know their character somewhat, and we kind of know what they're going to do, but every new day is new to each and every one of us, so anything can happen on any given day. So the thing is, again, is finding somebody that is going to assist you or not. If they choose not to, everybody comes with a certain amount of baggage. Can you carry that baggage? Can you help them unpack that baggage? Is that baggage that you want to deal with, right? So somebody can have a kid. You may not want to deal with the baggage of a baby mama or baby daddy, right? But
Right.
somebody may come with some emotional baggage that ain't really that bad. And you, the benefit of you coming together is, I have what you have, I have what you need in my toolbox, and vice versa. Now we are blended, like we go together, we work together, right? So again, people just want everybody to be perfect, but let me ask you, can somebody help you with your baggage? Because don't think that you don't come with no baggage,
Right.
right?
Right.
Right.
You know,
Oh, but
everybody
yeah,
comes with
everybody
that.
got baggage.
You
Yeah.
know, it's just like, what are you willing to do? Are you equipped to handle that baggage?
Yeah.
And
Well,
Bob Marley said that. That's actually a Bob Marley quote, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. You know, everybody comes with, you know, baggage. You just got to find the one that you're willing to deal with their suitcase, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Something along those
what if,
lines.
what if, and I got to play devil's advocate again. What if you help somebody unpack their baggage, then they pack their real baggage and bang out? Like, ain't that some fucked up shit?
Yeah, but you know what? And there's something with that too. It's like, and you're gonna see memes and stuff.
He said the real baggage. He
But
said
it
the real
is.
baggage.
It
Bag.
is. That's a real thing though, because it really does happen. You know, and people are like, I taught you. I don't want to say taught because I don't want to be condescending, but it's like
Yeah. No, go ahead, you good.
I taught you how to be a man for another woman. You know
Hey,
what
yeah,
I mean?
that's
Right.
real.
Chemistry,
Right.
but
That's
you know
what I
what I'm
mean.
saying? That chemistry just might not have.
But
It
that
might have
happens.
worked and
That
it
happens
suited
on
its.
both ends too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
For
definitely.
sure. It's not.
So,
It's
yeah.
not just a one way thing.
Ain't nothing worse. Ain't nothing worse than seeing somebody that you was dating, and everything that y'all talked about doing together, they turn around and do it the next motherfucker they start messing with.
Hey,
But
you was just
sometimes,
a,
but
you was
you
just
know
a
what?
stepping stone.
You gotta
Yeah.
take that as you
Look,
know because.
look. You just be sitting there looking like you dirty bitch, you stank bastard.
But you know what?
Why you couldn't do that shit when we was together?
All
That's
you
all I
did was act
said.
right.
Nigga,
All I needed you to
Hey,
do was
you'll be
act
mad.
right.
look, women be sitting
Right.
there. Women be sitting there looking on Instagram and they see their ex doing dishes. Nigga, oh, that nigga didn't do dishes when we was together.
Right. But let me tell you, okay, that happened to me 3 times in a row.
Woo.
3. Okay. So um every last one of my exes within a year and a half or 2 years um got married. Every last one of them, right? So of course my initial thing was like, listen, I'm fly, you know what I'm saying, beautiful. Listen, none of them can tell you that I treated them bad. Like, I'm old school woman in that regard. What I discovered though was, it wasn't about me. Sometimes people are not prepared for you, right? It's just
Right.
like, okay, if you say that you want a Beyonce or Janet Jackson and they walk into your life, what you gonna do, bruh? On a real, right? Are you gonna be able to handle this woman? Are you gonna be able to believe a woman of that caliber can love you, right? That's gonna take care of you. You're gonna start acting insecure. What are you gonna do, right? Same thing with women. If the man of your dreams really walks into your life and is really trying to love you, and you're not mentally or emotionally prepared for that kind of a person, then what, right? So for me, I was like, man, I'm a build a nigga, right? I'm a build a husband, right? I'm building these husbands for these. I'm building bear shop, right? But there was things that I needed to learn about over nurturing. That was the real thing, right? Is I know that I should have been gone from these relationships, but I didn't have the courage. I wanted to stay. I'm a commitment girl. I'm a long-term relationship chick. So, all right,
Definitely.
let's work through this. But The thing is, we are over nurture people. We stay in relationships we know we should have been gone from, like literally. And then when they leave and find somebody else that is more suitable for them, we left, holding now we got luggage, right? You know what I'm saying? We helped them unpack their shit and they just now we got baggage at her like, hold on, what? You left me with the trash bags. Wait, what? So we have to look at it in that way. Like, I never looked at any of my exes and was bitter about that. I was more like, okay, B, there's some shit that you really, let's be honest. And I'm any ladies watching here, I'm sorry, y'all may not like me, but there's a lot of shit that we have been taught that is bullshit. That we
Let it out. Go ahead and bring it out the bag. I'm all ears because I need therapy.
It really is, right? We want a man to do all of these things for us, right? But are you his peace? The P word is not pussy or punani, right? It's peace. Are you his peace? And we are not being peace, being nagging, right? Trying to have a conversation right before he leaves to go to work, saying, oh, baby, we got to talk. You don't let him walk out the door with those dreaded words, we need to talk. So he got that on his mind all damn day, right? We do dumb stuff, right? You got 8 hours to sit there and contemplate what you're going to say about how he hurt your feelings or whatever. Soon as he hit the door, you want to talk about it right then, right now, and I want my answer. No. Is this the right time to talk to him about this? Is it? No. He just got home from work. Give him his space. You're most likely going to get the response that you will need if you've learned that part, right? To talk to him at the appropriate time. Give him the space to respond, right? It took you 8 hours to gather your thoughts, right? So give him 8 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours to respond, right? So we do dumb shit. That's bullshit. That's not fair. Don't try and, hit me with the bullshit before or tell him everything that you want to tell him right before he's getting ready to go to sleep to prepare for the next day. That's not being a good girlfriend, wife, significant other, friend. That's the bullshit that you on the phone talking to your homegirls like, girl, don't let him go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to get that answer and get it right now. No, sis. What I do is I create heart-to-heart moments. Like, okay, babe, can we have a heart-to-heart? And if he says it's not a good time, then I'll be like, okay. Now, I'm not going to let 3 months go and try and bring back some shit, because that's another dumb thing that we do, right? We sit on it and fester and let it go bad. Everything now goes from sugar to shit because we were rocking, and then all of a sudden you like, you know what, 2 months ago when you did this and that, had an issue.
You're like, God damn, you bringing shit up from 2 months ago? God damn.
It happens, though. She ain't lying. She is not lying because you're trying to hold that peace and you don't say, like I said, you walk by me and you chew too loud today. Now I'm sorry. She ain't lying. But you as you mature and you grow, you learn these things. You know what I mean? And I had to get to the point where it's like I had to really kind of almost like boxing. Like I had to study my husband as if he were my opponent, and get to learn him and get to know his moves. And we were so at the point, at one point where we would argue, but it wasn't even a successful argument because we couldn't even hear what the other person was saying because all we were trying to do was prove our point, and it had to come to a head where it was like, you know what, even our arguing is toxic because we're not listening to be heard. We're listening so that we can rebuttal, so I had to do the same kind of thing like you did, Benet. And, here's what I'm going to do because I'm an over communicator and he's an under communicator. We're going to write our stuff down and we're going to hand it to each other and we're going to walk away.
Right.
And then we're going to take some time and we're going to reflect on what was written down before we come back and respond. And if you're heated, you don't get to respond yet. You put your response on paper and then we'll kind of go from there. And that's literally how we had to do stuff for a while because, like I said, you put them two strong person up, you put a Cancer and a Taurus together, and it can be lightning in that room. And we had to learn how to communicate. We had to learn our love styles. We had to learn certain things about each other. So you really do have to take that time and study that person that you want to be with. You gotta figure out their likes, their dislikes, how to approach them in a conversation because everybody don't work with the same approach.
Right.
You walk up to me yelling something at me or cussing at me, I'm ready to fight. I don't want to communicate anymore. Don't call me out my name. Don't come at me yelling. Don't come at me aggressive because I'm not going to handle that well.
Right.
With that
And
being said,
Hearing that communication style of what's going to resonate with that individual.
Right. And I just want to plug this part real quick is this what you said. We have to, people tend to study their significant others. I think you said like you're going into a fight or to a battle, right?
Like a boxing opponent. Like in boxing,
right,
typically
yeah,
they'll
like
sit back and watch. Mm-hmm.
So only thing I think too, I get that understanding, but I will not to correct it, but I feel like what people have to do is not an opponent as a partner. Right.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
I didn't mean it.
I knew what you meant, but
right.
I know people would probably take that, because you're coming into it conversational, like we about to square up,
Sure.
It's already when you get married, what do, right? You squaring up face to face, right? So it's like, you getting your neck ready, relaxing your shoulders, but it is really about studying that person, right? Because when we talk about relationships, we talk about sex and all of that kind of stuff. Where do you learn that stuff, right? You're watching it from other people, right? You don't study sex, right? If your first probably experiences with sex could have been porn, right? Well, as you know, you can't just do everybody like that. That's not real life. There's certain people that don't like certain things, but that was your exposure to it, right? So everybody don't, what I'm saying? Some people like it slow, some people like the big tempo, whatever, right? So when we're getting, and that's why I say we got to slow this dating shit down, right? If you don't know yourself, first of all, saying, hey, I don't like all the smack it up, flip it up, right? I mean, saying I am a Capricorn, I'm saying, so we like it all. But there's another person that may not. They're married. I know a guy that was like, I don't like to beat it up. I'm more, romantic with my shit. And I had to learn that, like, wait, what? So what's that? All dudes don't do that.
You breathe, lady.
Right. Right. But like you said, we got to study each other. We can't just do what we did for the next person or in the way that we learned how to do something by watching porn or something. You got to study. What you should have been doing is reading the Kama Sutra, right? You should have been reading things really about sex, not just because it's porn and that's what people are watching. Like, you get my drift? So same thing in relationships. We have to study people. We got to just study how to do relationships. So
that's a perfect segue to my next question, because I know Laura was saying, like, approach it in a certain manner, and I know that you were also saying approach it in a certain manner when dealing with men and shit, right? And you had mentioned, like, the wrong thing to do would be to address certain things either when they're about to leave or when they're about to go to sleep. So my question would be, as women, I'm gonna ask this question as women, being that more than likely either men have the misunderstanding that they cannot be as open in a relationship with their women, or they just don't like to show that open side, like they don't like to be vulnerable with it. So how do women typically approach that, knowing that men aren't like that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you women approach that situation?
Approach what situation? I think I'm a little bit lost in your question.
I'm sorry, in terms of having a heart-to-heart talk with a man who doesn't really be open like that. Like, how
that's not receptive to that. I actually went through that, and just going back, I'm not going to put my husband out there, but I mean, he pretty much grew up in the penitentiary, so he had to be hard all the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I, one part of it was, I had to really sit there and tell him, like, you be hard in the streets. You don't have to come home and be hard with me. You know what I mean? So I'm not in the streets. I'm not your enemy. You know what I mean? I'm your significant other. I'm here by your side. So, what you do out there is how you do. But when you come home, you have to know that, I'm the more delicate of us too. You know what I mean? So that's you learning me as the male. You don't have to have that loud, overbearing stance with me. You know what I mean? I'm going to be receptive, but you have to know how to deal with me as well. And then another part of it is, I literally asked him, what is your definition of love? What does love look like to you? And he really couldn't answer that question. He just sat there, you know what I mean? And I was like, he said, what does love mean to you? And I was like, no, you don't get to run away from that question. You know what I mean? I'm not going to give you the answer.
Hey, he was trying to take notes. He was like, hold on, let me see what you got.
He's trying to see what you gonna say so he can try to repeat it.
He was trying to.
I want that too.
He was trying to run from it, man. And I literally, I'm not gonna lie. We sat in that house for hours and talked. You know what I mean? And he had to really open up, to the point where he was like, I thought that me showing love was showing you, that I'm protective of you and that I pay bills and I do this. That was his definition of love, right? So I'm like, you don't see any emotional aspect of love, right? And he's like, I never really associated the two because I'm the protector and the provider. You know what I mean? That's my job. That's how I show love. And, I said, well, with me, I'm equally the protector and the provider. So you have to give me something that I can't give to myself.
That's a bar.
And and as we sat there and kind of spoke about it, he actually told me, I never really looked at it like that because I'm so used to being the protector and the provider in my previous relationships that's all that they required of me. But you require different things of me, and I have to be able to, look into that as well.
We got somebody in the chat saying that she tripping.
Oh yeah, shout out to the chat. We've been overlooking the chat.
Peace to the chat.
Yeah, peace to the chat.
I mean, who's tripping? Me? Like, what am I tripping about?
I don't know, but
I don't know, but I felt that. I felt what you just now said because at that point in time, it's at an equal.
Let's go back to the chat. Like, man, just say.
Yeah, they that's why I said that. I had to put it on the blast so that hopefully they say something. And they say she's more of a masculine type of woman.
Okay, well, before we get into masculinity, let me spill my
Who is
spill.
that? Hey, send Shock the link. Whoever, send that.
That's Shock. Okay, I let me see. I got you, Shock.
All right, so how I handle that is.
I'm trying to go back because that just now threw me like a motherfucker. Because I
know it did.
Hey, Shock, send me your email.
And I knew that it's gonna be. I knew y'all was gonna invite him. You know what I'm saying? But so here's the thing.
Yeah, they can't just bust like that without coming in.
Yeah, they can't.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
go ahead. I'm sorry.
He does bring up a good point about feminine energy, right? Is men do understand strength, which is very masculine, right? But if you're talking about a man and his vulnerability, you cannot approach it in a masculine way. I'm not saying sis, if that's how it works for you, that's that. But for me, I approach it in feminine energy. And it's not one of my exes used to say, okay, he could tell something's going on because my voice is different or, whatever, right? I may be extra feminine, but I create that peaceful energy, that peaceful space. I smell good. I look good. The food is done. Okay, come lay your head in my lap and let's talk, right? So now that you are comfortable,
let me kill you. That sounds like a setup. I'm gonna just let you know right now. That sounds like a setup.
Right. Right.
That sounds like. I was thinking the same thing. It's too good. I don't know if I want to eat this steak. Like, no, I'm playing. Go ahead.
Right, but see, if this is who you, but listen, you know me, Woon, right? That's just my energy. Like, so if I think a lot of times women, we miss how to use our femininity in such a way, right? And why some chicks can get a different response from men than others, right? That rah-rah shit is not gonna get that response. But that I look good, smell good, the house is clean, it's comfortable. Okay, let's, I want to talk to you. You know what I mean? Like, or tell me about your day. Let me ask you this. Or
Devil's advocate, real quick. What if that doesn't work? What do you do?
so you still have to stay in your feminine energy. It's a seed, right? Now it depends. Is that messing with your relationship, right? Some people are not just emotional people. You got to be able to get to know them and understand where they are emotional, right? What equals emotion to them. I had an ex, what I'm saying. A matter of fact, shout out to D Wood. He's actually in the building. It's one of my exes. But
Oh, that's why he said he liked the Nubinate. I saw that thing. I'm like,
right. But yeah, right. So if I didn't understand stuff, like if he bought me something that was for my business, right? I'm thinking that this is a gift because this is for my business. I didn't know that that meant, oh, this is a love gift. This is something I'm trying to say that I love you. And as women, when we talk about paying bills, we think that that shit is regular, right? That's a part of the house. No, that nigga love you if he's paying the mortgage, the card note, the insurance, he paying all of that. That is your gift, right? You like most men, that's how they do it. They're the providers. They're not going to provide for somebody that they don't love, right? They're not going to do all of those things. They're not going to part with their money, first and foremost, if they don't love you. So a lot of times we miss that. We miss the signs of what it means to them. So that goes back into when you said, well, what if that doesn't work? You're going to have to study them. There's emotion somewhere, just like, okay, Selfmade, if I said I like you, and I may not say I like you, but every time I see you, what I'm saying, I'm pushing you or I'm hitting you. What does that mean, right? We know that from school age is, oh, she hitting you because she like you. There's always something there. You just have to take the time and
figure that out.
Figure it out what it is, right? So that's just it. But femininity, if women learn how to use it, not to get the Birkin bag, but to provide peace and to get to access to this man's mind and heart, that's something totally different.
I agree with that. I agree 100%, and it kind of goes back to, as we've been speaking, studying your significant other, because like I said, given the scenario with my husband and I, it was like, what's your definition of love? Well, I provide, I take care of, that was his reality. You know what I mean? Where I'm more emotion based and I'm like, I require a little bit more than that. You can't just do those kind of things and it floats by, because now to me it feels like a roommate situation. You know what I mean? I want to be in a partnership, not a roommate situation. And if that's your definition of love, so a lot of it had to do with my understanding as well. He thinks that he's doing what he needs to do for my gratification, but now he's equally able to listen to me and hear that these are the things that gratify me. You know what I mean? So we were able to come to, and okay, well, I could be doing things better, such as this. And equally, now I understand why you feel the way you feel. So having that open dialogue and that communication and being able to actually talk and throw stuff out there and relate to one another, it takes but I mean, you have to be able to get to that communication part, but you have to know that it's not going to resonate with me if you walk in yelling at me. You know what I mean? Because my husband's one of them people, don't yell at me. You're not, and I'm the same way, but being able to have conversation in a way that's going to penetrate, that both of you guys are going to be receptive to, is the first key. But I think you also have to have that foundational, genuine love there too.
And trust, you know what I mean? Because a lot of men too, like, they may feel like when they do open up to a woman, especially like emotionally, that they're gonna utilize that against them. You know what I mean? So then they put that wall up to where it's like, I'm not finna show nothing. I gotta be hard, you know what I mean, the whole way through. And like you saying, like that communication and that trust to be able to feel like, okay, if I open up to her, she's not finna flip this on me in no kind of way down the road, or
Right.
you know what I mean, utilize that shit against me.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
I know for a fact I'm like that. Like it take somebody that I'm talking to a while before I start telling them about me. And that's just because like I don't know how long I'm gonna be talking to you. Like
That's
I mean,
real.
that's facts. So.
so
Yeah, that's
I'm
real.
not just gonna be offering up my whole life to somebody that I'm only gonna talk to for 2-3 weeks.
Right, but see, here's the thing though with that, right? There's a delicate balance with that because I agree. Just because you don't know them, right? You're not going to tell them where the bones are buried, right? Or you're not going to tell them things that require a certain level of trust. However, where people when people kind of operate in that way too long, what ends up happening is you're making an impression on a person. You've been talking to this person for 3 weeks. Now it's 2 months. Now it's 4 months. Now it's 5 months. And I find out, or you now feel comfortable to tell me something that I'm not ready to, I can't rock with it. Right. So now the other person is pissed, like, oh man, you could have told me that 5 months ago. Right. I wasted my time. And so there is, and then same for you, right? Is that you built this time with this person, kind of built a relationship, and now you felt comfortable enough to share it. Then she drop you, or then he drop you. How are you going to feel, right? So there's a delicate balance on too much too soon. It's more about, okay, who is this person? I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't do months and months and months of dating like that. Like there's levels to it, right? So page 1 of the application, do you pass this? Meaning, do I even think that I can trust you? So I may do certain little things, right? Are you a trustworthy person? Who are you? What's your character? Like all of those things I'm figuring out. I can plug in a little bit of things, but I don't want to waste your time either, right? Or my time. So we can't just withhold things just because it's a time frame of 5 months, 6 months. Because again, if you do that, you run the risk of finding out some stuff about somebody that is a deal breaker, right? Let's kind of get it closer to, up front so that you can move on, so.
Well, with that, because it's just like you said, it would have to be both sides that agree with that. And it's just like I remember telling somebody who I'm close to, like, when you're giving your heart to somebody, you definitely have to make sure that they're equally giving their heart to you. Like, you know what I mean? Because you can't operate without your heart. So if you give it to somebody, it better be an exchange to where they give you their shit. And the key thing to that is, because I'm petty, like, so if they end up breaking your heart, it's really breaking their heart because y'all made that exchange.
But too, can they handle your heart? Just because they're giving it to you, can you handle the weight of that person's heart? That's a whole nother bar.
Yeah,
right.
For sure. I think that, it comes down to being genuine with yourself though. You know what I mean? Because you have to learn how to embrace and love everything about you, flaws and all. Because if you don't, and you're masking that, you know what I mean? When that stuff starts to reveal itself, just like Benet said, that other person might see it and might not be down with it. So, once you embrace that and you're able to love that about yourself and put that out there, you know what I mean? And just be transparent, then that's kind of what it is. And it's up to that other person, do I want to deal with this or do I not?
Right. Because I was in a situation where I didn't find out the dude had ever had a sexual experience with a man. I had no idea until 5 months in. If I would have known that 6 weeks in, I would have said, you know what? Thank you so much for letting me know that. You cool, but I don't want. I can't rock with it. And I was. Listen, I was head over heels. It's that one thing. he said he's not, into it no more and all of that, but just for me, right? I'm not judging him in the sense of, if we're gonna go religious, right? If, in a religious sense, do what you do, love who you love. But me personally, that is something that I know I'm not strong enough to bear the weight of the possibility that you could be playing basketball with your boy and then playing with the balls later. Okay. I know I'm not that strong to hold that. So the time that we shared together was beautiful. Some of the most amazing memories of my life. Now I understand why, but I had to let him go, right? Because and I was upset, like, dude, why didn't you? But at the same time, too, on devil's advocate, could you imagine, not being in that position anymore? You straight or whatever, or even if you went to jail, whatever your thing was, right? But you're falling for somebody and then have to divulge this big ass bag, right? I understood that. So I never made him feel like, ew. I just said, for me, that is a bag that I don't have the tools to unpack and deal with, right? But I can only imagine what that is like on another person. Like, yo, I'm really feeling her. So I need to tell her, so I can really be free. But every time I do this, chicks be leaving, right? So people try to not say that, thinking that I could, do my thug thizzle and she's all enthralled with me, and then that's gonna be like an afterthought. Like, well, I don't do that no more.
Imagine telling that to like a like a new age chick, like the new rapper chick right now. She finna make a whole song about you, like, nigga.
Right.
What? Oh, nigga, tonight I'm recording the song tonight.
But I mean, that's society for you though, too. Right. You know what I mean? People who try to turn, and quote unquote, like a weakness that you may have, and they rapid fire it at you like an enemy. So I think that's why people get reluctant to even say anything that's personal, because you never want, number one, nobody wants to feel played. Number two, nobody wants to have to, get something thrown at them that it just Dewa said it wasn't me. It was not. It was but nobody wants to, let me clear the air. But nobody wants to have to give anybody fire to the fuel or anything that you can use against me later. So that's why people do get hesitant to say anything. You know what I mean? True. So it's like it's that fine line.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm, y'all know me, I'm the love energy, right? So no matter what I'm doing, I'm always gonna do it in love. And so I'm not that person. I got many saying people's bones in my arsenal, but I believe in karma, right? So if I am going to tell anybody, or exploit it in that way or throw it back in their face, oh shit, I may be fine, I'm pretty and all of that, but shit, I got some bones in these closets that I don't want to get out, right? So it's the respect of both, right? I respect you, you respect me. We can go our separate ways, but that's a karma thing. If you're gonna take something that somebody gave you out of trust and then go throw it at them, like, you are toxic as fuck. Like, it's not, even if a person waited forever to tell you, if you just threw that back in their face, the same toxicity that you're accusing that person of, bro, sis, ma'am, sir, you were just as toxic, if not worse. So treat people like you want to be treated. Everybody comes with a certain level of baggage. His may have been a steamy little past with men, but my past could have been, I'm addicted to work, and some people can't fuck with that. Like, so who am I to say my baggage is less than his?
Right. Absolutely.
Oh no, because that's a big ass bag. Like,
I mean,
with like a Mack truck and shit. Like, hold on, nigga, you said what?
But the saying though, there's somebody for everybody. You know what I mean?
That whole that Mack truck experience. I'm sitting there talking to this talking to this female for like 3-4 months. We laying in bed one night having a conversation, and she just busts out and tells me that she has a child by her first cousin.
Intentionally?
I couldn't do it. Like she said, I don't have the tools to unpack that baggage.
Oh man.
I don't want to be
Selfmade
around when
said,
your
"Oh
family
man."
finds out. I don't want to look. I don't even know how to console you when they find this out.
Yeah.
And you talking about, I just can't believe. I'll be like, see, I told you, you're nasty. Like
Okay, so I'm not now. I need
like
answers.
there's
Okay,
no
so
nice
Right, was
way.
it
I
intentional?
like, oh, okay.
Yeah, was it on purpose or did they just find out that they were related?
That's what I was trying to ask before I said she was nasty.
Oh,
You told her she was nasty?
Right.
yes. Don't be trying
Ma'am, you got to
yeah.
go.
Look,
You nasty.
No, but the cold part is, I think she felt like if we had sex before she told me that I would take it better.
You would be more
And
accepting
I
of
felt
it.
more violated.
Yeah, because now you felt played with.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
sitting in the damn bed half naked with I don't know what they call them people that be having sex with they family.
Incest.
Incestual.
Is it incest? Yeah.
But
I mean, I guess for me, because I'm a medic and I've
okay,
been
because I asked her, I said, okay, what's this like? One of your cousins, like your uncle had a kid somewhere, and come to find out, one of the dudes you slept with was your cousin. She was like, no. I said,
Oh yeah.
So like, I'm coming up with every scenario to
Like
make it seem like it's
molestation,
not
rape,
as bad as it
like-
really is. And she
Right,
was like,
right.
no. He stayed in another state. He came down for the summer. I went with my uncle to go pick him up. And okay, so you got introduced that this is your cousin and you did it.
it was consensual.
Now, this is some baggage that I
And
just don't have the
then
tools
to
to
go
unpack.
back and have a baby, not just to have sex,
That.
but to have a
Yeah.
baby.
Mhm.
The
It was
baby.
consensual.
I don't have the tools to unpack this. I
No.
don't even want. Matter of fact, I want to forget that I even heard this.
Right.
I would have hit it with that Dave Chappelle. You got to get the fuck out of here.
You got to go.
Hey,
It's
no.
that time.
I was in her house. I put my clothes on. It was like, well, so yeah. What you doing
Like
tomorrow?
the SpongeBob,
Right.
the SpongeBob meme. All right, I'm gonna head out.
I'm gonna head
Right.
out.
Right.
I mean, I mean, it goes back to the beginning of our conversation. You know what I mean? It's learning oneself in what you're willing to deal with and what you're not, And I think the older that we get, and the more that we mature, our expectations or our desires, change with our level of growth. So, what we may have accepted, 20 years ago, we might say, no, I'm not dealing with that, this day and age. So it's just really learning oneself, and having that self-love and that self-respect. But equally, not wanting to hurt somebody else because you're not ready.
Yeah.
You're not willing to deal with it. You know what I mean? So, just being transparent and, like, look, just like Benet said, you're, the time that we shared was beautiful, but I can't do this. I cannot commit to this because now it's going to be a facade if I even try, and I'm playing with you, which is going to make you hurt, and I'm lying to myself, and I can't maneuver like that.
Yeah.
Question: do y'all think social media has has something to do with people not being able to settle?
We was talking about that.
Yeah.
That's a great question. With the Insta, and Benet kind of like hit on it earlier with the Insta. Everything like is at you. So if you have, just like Laura said, if you chew loud, nigga, there's 30 niggas in my inbox right now, nigga.
Yeah.
That's silently. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
when it comes down
Easy
to-
access.
yeah, you got that access to everybody, and everybody got access to you. So if you're not happy, I have to say that part. If you're not happy
Yep.
in your relationship and you don't, for whatever reason, don't want to leave, nigga, you got access to everything pushing. But now the question would be, does it give you what you're really looking for? Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
If
Mm-hmm.
it's instant like that, for sure.
Right. Because I was about to say, but are you gonna still be happy? You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
Like
Right.
you could be in a situation happy and still be looking for something, just looking at something else, and now that's caught your attention. It's like
It's
it's like when you
lust.
trying. It's like when you was younger, you trying to date multiple women. At the end of the day, somebody's not getting your full attention. So
Mhm.
Right.
That's a fact.
they're not real. None of them are getting the real you
Right.
Right.
until
Right.
you decide on which one that you want to deal with. And now she's getting all of you because she's getting all your attention, all of everything. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Definitely.
And that's usually like the problem, right, with Insta, right? Is that for males, for women and men, right? But primarily for men, you can't scroll two stories without ass shaking, tits out, this and whatever, right? Like, you'll get a cute little thing about a kid, somebody fighting, and then ass, right? All the way
Puppy.
down, right? I
Mhm.
call that like Instagram is like the titty bar, right? So you could just, what I'm saying, just go through, you can save
That's
videos, that's, all of that. And
Throw
for
your
free.
money at your phone, pick it back up,
Right.
and put it
And
in your
pick it
pocket.
back up and put it in your pocket, right? Um, but what I can say, I'm starting to see the trend is that men are finally speaking up to say, okay, bitch, you got ass and titties and everything, but can you cook though?
Right.
But you got ass and titties and everything,
right.
but are you
Right.
peace? Are you got ass and titties and everything, but are you working? Like,
Yeah.
what now? The conversation is, what do you bring to the table? Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
beforehand, before social media was such a thing, to see all these ass and titties, it was like, nigga, I've never seen this kind of ass before because I live in California, so I don't know what a Georgia ass look like, right? You know what I'm saying? What happened in Africa looks like, or Australia or whatever, right? So you get to see it after y'all done seen all the asses that 10 niggas can see, right? At the end of the day, that's not peace. That's not really what you're looking for. So now it's like, what is unique about you now?
Mhm.
What I
Mhm.
thought was unique, I can see hundreds and hundreds of chicks a day, and y'all all listen. You can look online, you will not see me turned around in one of these little poses, you know what I'm saying, with my ass up. I'm not that girl. Okay. You probably get about this much, or if I'm at an event, you may get the full body, but you're not gonna see me out there like that, right? And I'm starting to see the trend that men are finally saying, okay, I used to pay for that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? But now that's no longer unique. I can
Mhm.
scroll and there's 10 chicks in my inbox that got bigger titties and bigger ass than you and that are prettier. But
Mhm.
what do you bring to the table? So I think if men really start like hitting chicks with that, they're not gonna lead with their ass and titties. They're gonna have
Right.
to have something in between their ears, it's called a brain, right? They're gonna have to really be able to talk, really have something to give, something that they can do. And even cooking is like, okay, bitch, you know what I'm saying? I know how to cook for myself. So, and I
Cooking.
do my own
Hold on.
laundry,
Hold on.
right? And
She
I
say
got my own
cooking.
house. So really, what do you bring to the
That's
table?
Right.
distinct
But that's
nowadays.
that's that's deep because man, there's a lot of dudes that for whatever reason don't have the natural knack to talk to females like that and shit. You feel me? So any little piece of attention that they're going to give them to get whatever that they're trying to get, they're going to give it. So
Yeah.
as a pimp or a player would say, you fucking it up for real niggas because now females is out there eating that shit
Hmm.
up, thinking that that's what they're supposed to do. When real men are like, girl, what the fuck is you doing? Like, put your clothes back. I would tell a woman straight up, like, I don't even like women with makeup on and shit. Like, if you
Mhm.
how you look when you wake up, bitch, you're beautiful. I mean, excuse me, woman, you're beautiful. You know what I mean? So that's how I rock. Like, you know what I mean? But you'll get certain dudes that's out there, and I gotta put it on some niggas sometimes that will gas a female up, and then now she feel like she has to put on that facade for them type of niggas, but you don't bring that shit over here to men. Like, you know what I mean? So it's it's kind of like a balance. It could go either way and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
people doing it for the
I always
likes,
say
you know.
it's the 3-4 o'clock in the morning niggas that fuck it up for real.
Yeah.
Thanks for accepting
All in
my
the,
request.
Right.
yeah, right. All in the inbox and shit.
Right.
Instantly and shit. God damn.
Right. And so that's what chicks like. If I could say anything to my fellas, you guys really can control that. If you stop giving your time and attention to big booty Judy, right, and find the regular chick, right, the CNA chick or the chick that's a nurse, whatever she's doing, that may just show from the chest up or whatever. Like if you start giving those type of women your time and attention, you'll see the change in the market, because before it was that, right? Before, I'll say typical chicks felt that they had to be in competition with the stripper chicks, right? My man is always gone, going to the strip clubs. So he's giving his money, nigga. We don't even have rent. He didn't gave the rent money, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, okay, let me see what these women look like. Now, this is my competition. Now I got to be this. And so, if men weren't giving their time and attention to those types of women in that way, it would have changed the shift. It still would have been strippers, right? That's been burlesque since the beginning of time, right? But the shifting in what women felt like they needed to do. That's why all the chicks is getting the BBL, right? Because y'all, it's about ask this and ask that, and that person is glorified. So these women are chopping themselves up, dying on the damn operating table for a BBL. Listen, listen. If I got flapjacks, I got flapjacks. Okay, you gonna love me or you're not. Somebody's gonna love pancakes. Okay, so I'm go ahead and put some syrup on it and have it. Do what you do. I'm not gonna die on this operating table trying to look like something that I'm not. And like I said, I got pictures out there with no makeup. I could take all this off. You know what I'm saying? I got good skin. It's not really makeup. There's a couple of little things underneath my eyes and some lashes and powder. Boom, y'all seen me with no makeup. You know what I'm saying? I look the same. I'm not gonna scare you tomorrow or tonight, right? Because there's chicks out there. But I think if you guys would really start glorifying the beauty and the brains of the natural beauty of a woman versus the natural beauty of her being naked, like tell sis, like, yo, sis, cover up. Like that's cute and all, but nigga, I can't even have that to really enjoy because nigga, my niggas, if they end up being your friend, they know your social media, they see your whole ass. They see your whole everything. You know what I'm saying? What dude really wants that? No nigga really wants they niggas all in their girl shit. So I think if you guys start glorifying the regular chicks, it'll change the market.
But what's
Or
a
what
regular chick? If you don't mind me asking, what's a regular chick?
Okay, we got Shock in the building.
What's going on with
What's popping with Shock, man?
peace, man?
Oh,
Peace
that
unto
Shock
you.
answered that question. I'm like, where's that?
Yeah, we got Shock in the building.
Yeah, I got my thing
Like,
right.
what happened?
Nah, but I was asking like, what's a regular woman?
So a
That's a
woman,
good question.
and then I'm not saying that a woman, I'm not here to judge women in the sense you could do what you want to do with your bodies, this, that, and the third. So sisters, don't come after me. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is a regular chick is going to have a certain amount of respect for herself. She's not going to put her assets on the thing, and that's debatable, right?
Now,
So
anyway, I'm with you with all the fake. I agree with you with all the fake body parts, and I don't think women should be doing that either. But I just want to know what a regular woman can like give women with these CPNs and these nurses, but at the same time, them regular women are choosing their job and spending more of their time away from home instead of in the house. So when a lot of men see that, and it's like, but she ain't paying her time into me or what I'm doing, so if she just into herself, what is the point of having a relationship just to have a steady household, or just to have an image of what we're trying to build? So a lot of men just be like, if I ain't gonna get that, if that's not what it is, I would just go have a little fun over here with this. Because if that's what it is, it's like,
So when you talking
I
about
like how
are
you
you
brought
talking
that
about her
up.
being more married to her job than being at home?
Right.
yeah, because that's a choice. Because now the other woman, like earlier, she was like, she could protect it. Like, what type of dude want a woman, but I'm gonna protect you and do all this? Like, you just demasculize and change positions of a man. So it's like,
That's
you
what
could do that.
Let
What do I
me
need?
justify that though.
Yeah,
Okay, but you know what?
let
Let me justify that though. So and I like that you brought that up about being kind of like so quote unquote married to your job, because I did have that. That was a issue in my relationship. Woon, I think you're the only one on here who really knows me. I'm a nurse by trade, and I've been doing it for over 18 years now. And I went into teaching. I still, I was doing nursing on the weekends, and I was doing teaching Monday through Friday, and it became a problem. My husband was like, look, it's too much. You're always gone. So, I can see where that would be a reality, and in that same aspect of how it wasn't like a demasculating thing when and it may have came across that way, but that's not how it was meant.
It's not even how it comes across. It's just the principle of a woman stating that to a masculine or a man. Now I can understand
right. But so
take that ownership, but as a woman, coming into a man, she should want that from a man and give that duty to him. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can protect them in different ways or different, what I'm saying, because that's still your duty, within the relationship.
For sure.
But like the one-on-one conversation to tell a man, I could do that. No, I just feel like that's switch.
For sure. But I mean, I hear you, and I don't want you to think that I don't hear you.
Oh, yeah,
but the dialogue that was specifically in between my husband and I, now literally in that same conversation, it was, well, why are we married? Why do we have a 20-year history? It wasn't, because you're a nurse, and because you're this and you're this, and equally between he and I, it wasn't like, oh, well, you're the protector, you're this. We have our reasons for marriage. Like, number one, our loyalty is huge. You know what I mean? We have one another's back. You're my wife because I know that if anything happens, you're going to be able to hold down this foundation that I built. You're going to be the one that's solid enough that's going to stay and not run off with all my stuff. You know what I mean? So we have that foundation between one another. You got to remember, we have a 20-year history.
And you got to remember too, that 20-year history, you've been working 18 building a relationship at work as well. So therefore, you putting just as much time into that and that. So even though there's a balance, you know what I'm saying? Men, at the end of the day, all men, if we could take care of everything, a woman still, I can't say all, but a lot of women, like, would you give up everything if a man could take care of everything and you just chilling? Would you give up your job? Even probably now because you've been working 18 years, but even back then, like, would you do that? Would you sacrifice that?
I did. I actually did. When he brought it to my attention and said that it was a problem, I immediately terminated the job that he wanted me to terminate. He said, "You're off from the home." I respected that. You know what I mean? I respected that. When he told me, I feel like I don't have enough time with my wife, that killed that right there, because you're still the man. There's a saying that says, happy wife, happy life. I don't believe in that. I believe in happy spouse, happy house, because it goes both ways. You know what I mean? So I can't just feed into my likes and what matters to me, and I listen to my husband, you know what I mean? We don't always agree, but I look at the umbrella factor. You're the protector of this house. You're the rider of this house. I come under you. You know what I mean? I'm not going to try to overstep my boundaries or anything like that. So it wasn't like in a demasculating way. You know what I mean? And so the open dialogue, because going back to what we were saying, is I can protect, I can provide, and equally I can protect and I can provide. But we're not talking about like stuff that's tangible.
You're not going to be
hold on, let me finish, bro. We're not talking about the tangible stuff. You know what I mean? It's not the, oh, well, my house is bigger than yours, or my Range Rover's cleaner than yours. It's the, we have to be able to give each other things that is going to keep our love sacred with us. You know what I mean? So if I'm emotion based, you know what I mean? I'm not looking for your protection, and I'm not looking for you to be a provider, because you're already doing that. And I know you're already doing that, but I need your love. I don't need you for your money. I don't need you to take care of me. I appreciate that you're doing that, but I'm not a user either. You know what I mean? I'm with you because I genuinely with you because I love you. You know what I mean? So I need you to equally be able to reciprocate love.
That's important.
Now, Shock. Now, what were you?
Quick question. I had a rebut. I just had a quick question. What is love? What is your projection of love? Because you saying all that for love. So what is a love perspective from a woman? Because love for man and woman is two different things. So if you want a man to change his life for a way of a woman wants to love, then therefore it's like at the same time it go both ways. But it's like, what is a man? How can a man? That's a problem with a lot of women. We don't y'all don't accept our way of love for y'all because y'all want our love to be formed in the way that y'all feel. So when a lot of men don't feel safe expressing our feelings and emotions to our woman, rather wife or not, because that's why we have boys, because boys give us great advice and the woman gives us bad advice. Because
Right.
certain aspects.
Oh, that's
Okay, so
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's
so,
real.
but
That's
even with
real.
that,
I
but
just want to
even
make sure
so,
that I
even,
understand.
you know, going into that, I literally had to have that same conversation because you're absolutely right. You know what I mean? And when we spoke and had that dialogue, that's why I literally asked my husband, what is your perception of love? Because I'm not a man. I don't move like a man. I wasn't raised as a man. What is your definition of love? And he told me, you know, to protect and provide. And, you know, equally, I told you guys, he was trying to run from the question, but
Right.
he asked me, what is your definition of love? You know what I mean? And I gave him my definition of love. It's like knowing, you know, that you're my significant other, knowing that when times get hard, you know what I mean? You're not just going to bounce, knowing that I have that one person in this world that's always going to be here for me. You know what I mean?
Let me say this real quick, because I have to say this. Protecting and providing does not have to always be in a physical sense, right?
Exactly.
You can provide that emotional
Exactly.
thing
And
that
so
you
that, and let me stop you for a second right there, Wound, because
Go ahead.
that's exactly where we were going. You know, my husband in that same context, he's like, well, I thought that I was showing love, you know what I mean, by doing this.
Right.
And yes, you are. And I love it and I appreciate it. But he equally understood that, just like Wound said, showing love or protecting is not just monetary or tangible things. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's an emotional thing as well. So he and I were able to come to, you know, our conclusion of, hey, you know, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And that's what works for us. But, you know, having that dialogue of, you know, love don't always look like what you see in the movies, or love don't look like you popping up to my job and giving me flowers. You know what I mean? Sometimes love is, you know, hey, I know you had a hard day. You know what I mean? I made the bath water. Come, you just go get in the bath. That's something. It's love. It's just knowing that other individual and protecting their heart. That's my definition of love, is, you know, protecting that person's heart.
right.
Right. And as a woman, if we're on king and queen type things, your queen should be able, should something happen to you, step in to your throne and rule accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a certain amount of strength that she should have. Um, for me, right, I watch the people that are looking at my dude, right? So if we're in the store or if we're out somewhere, he may be looking at the threat, right? Or we could be in Target looking at something. I'm looking at what he's looking at, but I'm also watching what's going on around me,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because this is how guys get caught up. Anybody, right? You could be out with your family doing something and you're not on guard because you don't feel like there's a threat. But I happen to see, okay, there's a dude, okay, cool. He walked by twice. But he looking in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's not looking at me, he's looking at you. So that's my protect, right?
Yep.
Yo, this dude is then walked past here 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
You know this nigga? You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
there's your queen should always be in some sort of protection mode with you at a certain point, right? She's not going to
Absolutely.
be protecting you as in the sense of, you know, she's not going to pull out the gat and go shoot
Right.
you, right? But
Right.
hey, babe, you know what I'm saying? I'm watching, right? So when
Right.
you're thinking about animal kingdom, right? A lion is powerful, but it's really the lioness that you got
Yep.
to worry about.
Facts.
Those are the ones that gather the food, that bring things. They will kill. A lion will kill when it's needed to protect his pack, but at the same time, too, it's the lioness that you got to worry about. So there's a balance there. So
Can, can
and
I go a little?
that's a very feminine thing. That's within her power to do.
Can I go a little deep on that? Can I go a little further in that explanation? Because actually, in nature, that's what I do too, and study in nature. And
Okay.
I brought up the lioness is based on because God compares himself to two animals in this kingdom, which is the eagle and the lion. Also, the female perspective, lioness, and the eagle from that perspective. So, with that being said, I'm just going to elaborate on what you said with the lioness. I agree with you. It's not that the females run shit. It's that they know the order and they know how to work together and the chain of command. Now, when I say that is that the male is usually lying, sleeping, laying off, only if you hyena or some protection or a big ass, something big, he'll come through and finish it off. But at the end of the day, who eats first? The man. You know what I'm saying? Who comes through? Who the woman do all that for? The man, their children. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, women like to compare themselves to lionesses, but when they need help or they want to complain about what a man ain't doing, well, they don't want that man or that king lion to go out and add another lioness to pick up that woman's slack. So also when you go into that, it's going to go deeper into that. So if a woman want to compare themselves to a lioness usually ain't never by themselves, but they are the foundation to the root. And also if they also have another male, the power of a woman having that mindset of a lioness, that male comes in and kill off the seed. So therefore, those women with extra baggage from men that had no success within the relationship, which would be a no good type of man, a lot of women will say. Therefore, their seed is not good enough to exist in the world. Therefore, a lion will come and take off that bloodline in a way of relationship. But today in society, it's been so weak in that to a man, that's like expectation. We have to accept this lioness and her kid. We gotta be like, that's not. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, the kingdom is basically being swapped around and misconstrued within the lioness and king. The pie line.
Well, then I would say then it is on a king to make a lion to make a proper choice in selecting his lioness.
Right.
That is true.
That's a fact.
I agree with that 100%. You have to, what works for you.
But listen here. Within the order, you guys are all women. So even within the order of nature, you guys resist what a lioness is supposed to be, and that's where frequencies come in with alpha, theta, beta, and all that bullshit. Because that type of frequency what brings to you. And if you are that type of woman or are that type of man, that's what type of outcome you will be able to get, just based on the frequency of the mindset by being upfront, saying all the back. You got the lighter in everything. Right here, the bat, being upfront with everything, you know what I'm saying? And with that being said, I'm gonna show you that now the other end of the eagle, now this goes up to the man, just like how you said the king has to pick his foundation to build she could uphold him on the roof, right? Because the foundation upholds the man, which is the 23, but it also could break the man as well. So when you go to the eagle, the eagle, now it's the woman's job to pick the type of man. The same, it's vice versa, just as above, right. Just below. Now, if you look at the eagle, the male has to come perform his dance and like try to shoot his shot. So if I was to come shoot my shot at you, you observing everything. You like, okay, he got, this what type of woman you have your principle morals. Now, if you see any type of slack or something in me that you was like, this is in danger to my future, because your priority is about kids and children, you're building a family. So it's like if you accept that, and later on in years there's a problem, it's conflicted within what we got going on, and now what I'm doing is a problem. That's on the woman's decision for accepting me and allowing this for this far in life. So whatever we built within the kingdom, now the woman is going to walk away and destroy it because she's the foundation. She's the 22. She holds everything, and that's why you see a lot of women walk away with men's things or children or seeds or what forth. So it's vice versa. But that shows you. Women come from below and men come from above. It's just nature.
Right. And so if you caught earlier what I was saying, in today's society, or really in period, on both sides, we got to slow this dating thing down, right? We got to gather data. Do I want him, and does he want me, right? And we just get together because you like how I look, I like how you look, the sky is blue, the sky is green. Okay, we go together now, right? And then we try and go.
Say one thing real quick. That goes out to say the woman got to leave the lashes off, which originated, you got to see the history where them came from, leave the makeup, leave all that. Because if y'all just deceiving, it's like after the thing, it's like, damn, bro, I've been with this for a minute. It ain't nothing like how it was. You know what I'm saying? I got eyelashes on the pillow, rather extension, anything. I got all this extra baggage shit. It's like, damn, maybe if that's the case, why not just go out here with all the little females dressed up, stripping with the fake booties, get the whole whoop wop, get the whole disguise. Because at the end of the day, y'all women is walking around here with cum blockers. Like eyelashes was originated to block cum in your eyeballs from prostitutes back in London.
Right.
Fashion.
Right. Well, you know what I'm saying? I knew that, right? So that's not news to me, right? So if
but you continue to do it. So if you know that if you're gonna practice that, you got to put that change for men can start looking things different. You know what I'm saying? As well as women can look at you different and feel confident of these women that's older and being role models of these women, give them advice and actually reflect that advice that they giving. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
So Shock, you don't know me, but you know,
I
you
don't.
can ask
But I
anybody on the
don't.
panel, and actually
No.
my ex is actually in the chat. I'm one of those girls, I don't wear a ton of makeup. This is not even this. If you can go on my Instagram, I got plenty of pictures with no makeup. I look exactly the same. And what the makeup I do wear, it's mineral, meaning it's dust. It's so this is really my good skin. This is
Hey,
not
I agree
tons
with
of
you. That's
makeup,
cool.
right? You know what I'm
The thing of the
saying?
matter is, if you still do it, you still do it because even a bacteria, all it needs is one little speck to grow. So all I'm saying, you could do that, but you could get caught up in that. Not saying you're not that type of woman, but other people that don't know you can see that, rather if it's a dust or not. Because my wife wears a little hair and does that. I don't like it, but she do it because that's what a woman does, and that's what they say. So it's
Right.
like I'm gonna say, I'm just saying, because I'll tell my woman, I don't need none of that. I don't need that. But you like that woman over there with that,
But see,
you look at
I don't do this for anybody else other than for myself. I'm not
myself.
even
Yeah, yourself. That's what they
right,
say. But
right. But
that's
what
what
I'm
all women
saying is
say.
right. But what I'm saying is too is if my man doesn't like that, when I'm in his presence, I could clear my face, and I know that I'm even more attractive. One, he told me that, right? That you're beautiful without this, right? So I like the song says, you're most beautiful with no makeup on and sweats on. And I
Right.
got a ton of sweats and slides, okay? But I also got plenty of heels and
Right.
dresses, you know what I'm saying? So there is a aesthetic thing, a time and a place for it all, right? So, and all I'm saying is if when people get to know me, they will know, oh, okay, Bené can rock both ways. She's not that. She's beautiful with or without, right? So I feel you exactly what you're saying. There was a point in time, and my ex, he can ask, I used to cake it up. Like, oh my God. Like when I say cake it up, I couldn't give him a hug without half my face being
Yeah.
on his shirt, right? They were
Yeah.
all on the blankets, all in the all in the car, fingerprints and everything, right? Because, and let me tell you, honestly, and why I switched to being more like natural, right? I don't even do color, like, as far as all the powders and colors and found shades. When I was going through during that time was I didn't believe that I was as pretty as people said I was, right? So I felt like I had to put this on, right? I had to put all of this on to be pretty by society's standpoint, right? But it wasn't until my last relationship, I rarely wore makeup. I really started working on myself, like drinking more water, eating better. My skin is clearer. So now I can see the beauty that's within myself. So
That's good. I'm happy.
now,
Congratulations on that too for coming
thank
back
you,
to
thank
yourself.
you, thank you. So, but now when I see my girls that, okay, to get this look, they got all this shit that they're doing, and it just now I can see it for myself. Like, damn, you just put on a whole like face. You literally can just peel this off. That
That
even isn't pretty to me, right? And I have makeup artist friends, right? But I think you're right. We got to get back to a place of there's more loving of ourselves and accepting of ourselves, that we're not just caking on the makeup, because most men, like y'all, can't do it. Or now, I mean, some of y'all are, right? Some celebrities now are wearing makeup, some men now are, you went bald, so now you got the man weave, you got
yeah,
the
yeah.
360 waves, and
And weave.
hey man, you got the 360
Horrible.
caps. You know what I'm saying? You can get locked. You know what I'm saying? you you could do all of that, right? And so it's now going both ways. We're losing a sense of masculinity with the men that, yo, man, if your hairline left you years ago, you know what I'm saying, let it go, bro. You know what I'm saying? Same shit. If a woman,
That's because there ain't no Michael Jordan in the NBA no more, so they ain't trying to rock the ball head.
right. But so I think it's that, but still we got to slow this shit down that we call getting to know each other. Really, relationships are not about if I like this color or not. It is about, like, who the fuck are you? Who are you as a character? Who are you as a person? Where are you going in life? Am I willing to do life with this person based on the stuff that I know? Right? Are we going to build this foundation? Are we going to do life together? So until you know that answer, back to your question, Tip, I don't think it is a timeline. For me personally, it is a knowing. Until we start clicking and I start becoming comfortable and I can really look at you and say, you know what, you suit me in my future. I know with or without makeup, weight or no weight or whatever. First of all, you wouldn't even let me get fat because you love me, right? You're gonna tell me, listen, babe, you know, you putting on an extra little 20 pounds, right? I'm sorry, sisters, like that's not love. Even for my dudes, I cannot let you sit there and gain 60 pounds and tell you that I love you, then you're on medication. No, we're gonna work this out, right? We just gotta really start getting back to a certain type of a foundation. And real foundation is love.
That word makeup to me is just a word, just sound funny. Like, you know, when you in school and shit, and like you probably missed a test or failed the test, and you got to do like a makeup test and shit, and it's just like you're making up for something that you failed. So did your face?
They fail you?
I hate you.
Hey, look, I play on words all day, and that one just don't. If you change up what that word is, can we stop that?
And what word you say?
Makeup is actually enhancement. That's what it's supposed to be. But as enhancement, and makeup really, when we think of theatrics, was to be able to change your face into something else. And that's where contouring and shadowing, that's where we're getting these transformations where chicks that look like a dude, you know what I'm saying? And you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder or whatever, but you don't look like this, right? When you take this makeup off, you know, there's chicks that you like, you got to do a side by side and compare the nostrils. Like, wait, this, and that don't even work because they learned how to contort and do shadowing. So I got a thick nose. I can make it small and come to a point with all this makeup. But
and you wipe that makeup off, a whole ass dick grow, like just instantly grow.
Right, right underneath the chin, nigga, right
But
there.
To be honest, that's us men fault though, because men will, you know, men fall for that, and we'll be able to fuck that, so they think that's cool. So it's like, if we gonna fuck anything, you know what I'm saying, then that gives them the courage to keep doing it. Like, but I got, you know, I gotta wear makeup, you know what I'm saying. It's like if you talk to a female, even conversation of like, oh, I wasn't even dressed up, I didn't have my makeup on, I really look like this. Like, bitch, no, you don't. You really look like how I seen you. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like they feel comfortable with their pin on their enhancement, like they fall as if that's them, and they pin on that image, and it's like men gotta start telling women like, no, it's not. Like, you cool how you, to be honest, like you look better without the caked up face, to be honest, but you get so many comments or so many likes and so many stuff off these photos that you fail to, you know,
that became your reality.
That becomes your reality.
Yeah,
We
you know what,
to
you guys, it's funny because I wear makeup, you know what I mean, and
You ain't the only one.
No. But I used to wear a lot of makeup, you know what I mean? And as I'm getting older, to be honest, you know, as my skin is changing, it don't look or please me the same way that it used to, you know, when I was in my 20s and stuff. But you're absolutely correct, you know, and that I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not gonna front. The first thing I asked Wound Shock was, do I need to be on camera? And he was like, yeah, we're on camera. And I was like, hell no, I'm sitting here looking ugly right now. That's why my avatar is up. But you're right. It does tend to become that reality. You know what I mean? And it doesn't, to me, it doesn't always mean that, you know, it's an insecurity thing. It just, it's sometimes it might be a comfort thing. Sometimes it might just be a, you know, that's what you're doing.
That's an insecurity. That's a subconscious. Like, you created a habit for ego to something you, like you said, you feel comfortable with that. So it's a reality that you felt for inside. That it don't look like it's an insecurity, or it's not look like you're like, you know, like you said, you didn't want to come on the camera at first. You know what I'm saying? But that's that ego telling you like, nah, you don't be on camera because you ain't cake. You know, you ain't all looking good with the makeup how you feel like you want to look. But in reality, when other men, I'll tell y'all women this, when men see women out makeup and just let, you know, regular, that's why a lot of men say they look bad, just in this, you know, damn, just came out the house running to the store and stuff. Like you know, really see it. It's just like, that's what it is. And when I put makeup on and stuff, I'm like, damn, you know, I'm like, I ain't gonna lie, like, wait, you look better without the makeup. Oh, thank you.
Hey, Tip.
No,
Hey, real quick, my bad. Hey, Tip, you got to activate your mic again because I don't know. Can you guys hear Tip?
Yeah, I told him. I said, yeah. I tried to let him know.
No. But see, here's the thing too, though, as ironically, the better I started taking care of my skin, that I get accused of wearing makeup when I have none on. Like, these are my real eyebrows. Like I said, my ex is in here. Like, this is not painted on. This is like, my dad has arches. So women pay money to have their eyebrows look like mine.
That's what I'm saying. You was
Right.
things.
Right, but this is my natural eyebrows. I haven't plucked my eyebrows in, I don't know, like 6 years, right? There's no need to, right? I was doing these little skinny ass things. These are my natural eyebrows. So the better your skin looks, you know, people will accuse you of wearing makeup. Well, I don't know if you can see the difference. Like, there's, you know, this is the same tone, right? So what I'm saying, this is me. You're not going to, huh?
I say it's the energy that's flowing through your skin. That's all. It's just the pin, that glow, that light.
Hey, but sometimes it'd be the opposite too. Like, because they wear makeup all the time, their natural skin kind of fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So then it's like now they continue to put this makeup on their face, fucking their skin. You know what I'm saying? That you stuck in this loop that's gonna continue to go. It's like you gotta go through the ugly phase. Fuck it. You know, just like when you first start your locks and shit. You got to go through that phase until they grow out. Like, you got to just go through that phase of not wearing makeup all the time so that your skin could naturally clear up. You know what I mean? Yeah, and you feel me, wear yourself.
And I could testify to that because when I used to, you know, D Wood said pound cake. Yes, he used to call me pound cake because I used to like lather it on. Like, I was a whole nother skin color, just all this kind of just ghost face.
Oh, that was crazy, for you.
Right?
Said that
yeah, that's when he said pound cake, right? Because I used to be like that, but I like I said, taking, and a lot of women don't want to go through this process, right? They don't want to take the makeup off. They don't want to go get and see an esthetician, really start doing that. Make certain makeup, some products will definitely cause more acne, cause, you know, all kinds of stuff, right? So there's things that you can do, you know, naturally, like even like having you could take cinnamon, like ground up cinnamon, and make that into a mineral makeup, right? That's actually good for your skin. It'll have a reaction, give a little bit of a plump because it's spice, right? So it'll give you that tightness or whatever. You could use that literally as a makeup if your skin color can, you know, do that. So there's things out there that you can use that are natural that will give you an enhancement, but it's not covering your pores where your skin can't breathe. And again, the biggest organ on your body is your skin. So I'm a big advocate of what I put on my skin, you know, so I can be nice and pretty and smooth, right? So I don't want to have acne on the back of my thighs, right? Because I'm doing something crazy, right? So you got to be able to start taking care of yourself. So I agree with you, Shock. Like I told you, it was a self-esteem thing for me. I didn't believe that I was as pretty as I would be if I had on makeup until.
You probably get more comments now than you did before.
Oh, yeah.
For a whole different group of different men, just not even.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But it took like my ex to be like, yo, you don't need that shit. Like, it changes the beauty of who you are. Like, you have a face that chicks are trying to make their face look like. So why are you? It's like putting on 4 faces. Not like, you know, so but the work had to be with me, right? I had to start believing, okay, I am this, I am that. Okay, it's okay. Let me take less and less off. Oh, so really all I got to do is add a little something underneath my eyes? Oh, okay. Add a little lip gloss.
I gotta see no esthetician. Well, how you spell esthetician? I'm gonna ask you that right now on the spot. How you spell esthetician? No, fuck.
I got a quick question because I see that comment.
Esthetician.
I got a quick statement real quick. I see that comment. It says makeup is a war paint in my eyes, right? LOL. So I'm gonna go elaborate. I'm gonna elaborate on that. And then my sister was right here, and she basically said, like, before I saw that comment, she was like, makeup it's basically it's money, right? It's a money. So then you spending money to go to war to invest in the makeup in a competitive way. Rather, if you look at it competitive or not, women are investing their money makeup to enhance their enhancements on the dating market or to look some way in society to get other men. So now what the comments basically saying makeup is war paint. They're pitting on that enhancements that war paint. Like if you're going fishing and a fish just strolling, they see something shiny, it's staying with female. They're gonna put all them enhancements, everything on. We're gonna catch our dudes' attention. Oh shit, they invested their money. Now they caught a fish or caught a man, and now whatever they plan or desire to do with the man, they got what they got. So basically, they investing in a man in a different way, but also killing their own self-esteem in a different way as well. So it's like a double-edged sword of a balance throughout that battle that they obtain it. You know what I'm saying? Because therefore, like you said, like you stop wearing makeup now, like you know what I'm saying. That means less money spent on that. You know what I'm saying? And you still you can still gain you're still attractive and getting man's attention. You're still getting everything you was doing with makeup, but now you're keeping money in your pocket and you're at peace. You're not competitive with women because you don't have to take time. It's taking time. You know how long women and people do makeup for how many hours or whatever.
Listen,
you know
I'm ready. I am ready in like 3 minutes, and that's because I'm putting on my lashes. Okay.
Hey, look in the comments. They all up
That's
looking at the
setting right there.
Right. And that puts you in a whole nother category when it comes to most of these, other women out here, you know what I'm saying? Because they still on that aspect of putting on makeup, trying to be, appealing to the man and shit.
No, this is skin.
And
right? No blush, no nothing. This is skin. Like you should know good skin when you see it. Like that's skin.
And let me say this, because let me say this, and I don't mean like let me explain this a little bit. This is off topic. This is off topic of the makeup thing. But when it comes to like for the woman and stuff, like when they do that, like when they do find a man and things like that, we as men have to look at women in a way as an investment as well as women look at it as investment as well. Because Josh, you have bought some land before, right? So you guys went on some land, y'all looked at it like, okay, I could look like I could do this and do that with this land and it could be whatnot. We gotta look at a woman that way. When we go approach a woman, we looking at it as sex and just looking at it as bad. And I could look like we gotta look like, okay, this type of woman, I could start the family. She could have kids. I could plant a seed. She could, give me children. I could plant ideas, and she could multiply my idea. I could give her this, and she could. She's basically a woman. She's land. She births things. She creates something and makes it bigger. You know what I'm saying? And if you do that in a man. And a man is like the balance is planting things, and it's a balance, and they're articulating with each other as yin and yang. You know what I mean? When the woman multiplies that, everything that a woman wants in a relationship today, they will get. I promise you. A man because everything that a man usually do is for the outcome of their kingdom and relationship. If you're in a serious relationship, I ain't talking about a street dude who's going around, jumping to females and here and there. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking on like really trying to build some shit. You know what I mean? So with that case, if a woman would just literally take ideas, and even if you don't agree with the man idea, but articulate that idea to work to where you can make it work and fit better, which you know what I'm saying? You could make that man's seed or idea become yours and give it back to him to birth it. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, you should be happy with that because it's not just his seed or idea, it's you. And now you are sharing it, or we could share that together in growth. You see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to say that there. It's like that. I just to say that.
Definitely.
No,
Tip, are you still, is your audio good?
Yeah, my audio good, y'all. I was going in and out.
No, I'm talking about Tip.
I'm talking about Tip.
You hear me?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, so what do you guys because I know that one of the part of the topics was talking about, the women of today. And I know somebody mentioned earlier that, nowadays, the youth don't care about a lot of shit that we was worried about or stressed out about. So it's just like, well, now niggas don't even need to cheat no more. Now we got side niggas, and that shit is highly acceptable. Like, you know what I mean? Or we got side females. So what do you guys think about that?
Oh, can I give some? I'll give a topic on why I just see it right there. Why women different. I honestly think relationships are different today from back in the day because of the system, you know, because of the way of how we chose to choose the system instead of man. I feel like since the 60s and the civil rights movement and everything and things that transpired for women's and equal rights and for rights as people all together, I feel like that split the household, you know what I'm saying? Because that divided that basically, instead of making one head, it made two heads. You know what I'm saying? Because they always had that option of equality and rights in a sense of voting and everything, if you want to say that, because they're voting through their family or through their household. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the value of relationships and marriages was on a different level back then to today because of government. Women today in America don't need a man because there's so many opportunities like you know, assistance, you know what I'm saying? Even
Right.
if a woman has a good job and everything, they still could have worked back then. It still it doesn't matter. And the main thing is you as a woman is going to be looked at as coming to a household to become one with the man. So it shouldn't be an argument of this and that, because the household should be looked at as one, not two. So now today we're looked at it as separate, individually within the household, equality ship. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm on this level, or I make more money than you. We do okay. It don't matter about the money, because a lot of times men are bounded within a relationship to what they can do to bring in money, just based on because the values of their women wouldn't want a man to do something outside of what they want. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? If I be like, oh, I could make this type of money, but I just do this. But if I'm doing this, it's gonna disrespect or disvalue what I got going on at the house. So it's like, okay, so you don't want me to do that. So okay, damn. Okay, what about this? No, I don't want, you know, this and that. It's just like, then basically it's like the competitive, you know, it's competitive. And it comes down to one person is gonna be mad, or is y'all just gonna be a balance and it come to agreement, because nothing's wrong whatever two agree upon, so let it be, you know what I mean? But
Right. Definitely. So I feel
i
that.
think I think it's just a systematic, to be honest, because take you to a country, take you to Thailand, take you to Mexico, take you to these places, they don't have no real government assistance. Take the Venezuela women, the men now, women gonna need protection because they can't call the police. That people gonna need this because people out there robbing and killing and raping children and all that. And if women really don't need men or value men in the way that what we need in society had been mis been been placed by another system, then what do we need for a woman besides planting a seed to have children? And the women are looking at it that way as well.
Damn, that's deep. There
Because
was
we
I forgot who said it. It might have been like Brother Panic or somebody, and he was saying that, you know, that what you're relating to the system, right? So he
yeah,
was saying that the system is the woman's man. Like, you understand what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Yeah.
That's the natural provider. So they're
it is.
looking at that shit like, nigga,
By legal, by
take
law,
care of
they're
me.
yeah,
Yeah.
by law too, bro. What you just
Yeah,
said
yeah,
is legal.
yeah. They got that. Yeah, they get that shit off top. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, it's really on
But
some,
then look at
I
it.
hate to say it like this, but some
Look
fake
at
independent shit.
Hey, but look at the back in the day, in slavery days, or back in the day when they would say it was slavery, right? What did the
Right.
women mostly do? They gonna get on, you know, even though they was going through shit, they gonna go to the system or to the slave owner to try to think they protecting the man. You know what I'm saying? So either way, the woman thinking they doing it for protection, but it's really hurting themselves and the man. You know what I'm saying? And when certain areas start coming out with like welfare and all that shit, at certain times, men couldn't even be in the house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's breaking up the homes already. Then all of a sudden they start paying drugs and everything. The man's getting arrested. You know, they got, you know, doing all this shit. Now his man's out the home. It's just so much shit going on that once we accepted and took that voluntary deal, because to be honest, voting wasn't supposed to be for us Americans, bro. Voting, that's some overseas shit to come here to play illusion on the system. And a lot of colored people that looked black really wasn't American black people, you know what I'm saying, or indigenous people here. They was like people from Jamaican descent, and you know, playing roles in the government to going around of colored people trying to get people to vote, trying to get people to change these laws. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, bro, it's a big ass fugazi, bro, and we're part of the little shit, and now we reaping the benefits of of women coming from us, they deflecting where they come from. You know what I'm saying? You know, they, regardless of the fact, women, that's another thing. Religion was playing a part in our society as well, because now women go to Jesus or go to God instead of coming to the man. You know what I'm saying? That actually are they protectors, you know what I'm saying, that actually provide for them. And it's like you could pray and do all that, but it's like the only way to get to the Father is to come through the Son. Is now I was a son, but now guess what? A woman came home to me. I planted the seed. We became one and created an image. So now you made me a father, and now me as father is protecting you. Like, come on, it's an order. So it's like if we fail from that, and now we see the cause. Not all relationships, but the vast majority of, you know, females and males, because males are a lot of demasculine. You know, they're masculine as well. So it go both ways, bro. It go both ways.
Definitely.
For sure. Cause it's just us men responsibility too, bro. And and like I say, we lack the knowledge. If those want to believe that if we ate off the tree of knowledge, like, okay, we chose instead of the tree of life to live life happily and all that, we chose to bear the knowledge to succeed in this world. So now we have to, no matter what you want to do in the world, you're gonna have to study, you're gonna have to gain some knowledge, you're gonna have to do whatever it is and to obtain it. And now in relationship and life and period, we don't have no knowledge. We just go off what we raise and what we see on TV and what they tell us. We don't have no self-knowledge. Well, not everybody, but you know what I mean, like in the vast, as a vast,
Like the mass majority.
people, yeah, mass majority. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So the balance is off. You know, the balance is off. But people are waking up though. We got to give credit, because a lot of women aren't waking up. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men are waking up. You know what I'm saying? It just takes time.
It might be like a purge state right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and what I'm, you know, just in, especially with, you know, how we see with the women. And I'm gonna get to the men too, but I'm with the women right now. Like, women are going through their, just like I said with Meg Thee Stallion earlier, she's going through, and I'm not saying her personally, but she's setting the tone for the women that have that I don't need a nigga mentality. You understand what I'm saying? So they bossed up. I heard a fucking a remix to where it's just like everything that Tupac said, I'd rather be an Nigga. I was with a female. She was, I'd rather be a Bitch. And it's a whole song to where they flipped the whole energy. It's just like, hold on, nigga, that's what they doing. But at the same time, they may need to express that within themselves. And that's why I'm saying I'm gonna get to the men, because the men have now been dependent on women. You know what I mean? To either work and pay bills and shit like that. So women feel like the nigga, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I hate to say it like that, but they do. And
now,
go ahead.
I agree with you 100%. But then you also gotta look. There's two levels to it. On the vast majority of like the suburbs and the high people that's living, they're not living that way. You know what I'm saying? The other minorities and more of the lower people like living in the realm, you know what I'm saying, of 90, you know, like the average Joes in the world are living the way that you're saying, because the relation, it's more of the music, and it's more like pitched towards our communities, you know what I'm saying? And when it comes into the music and these people and artists, these are like, from my, you know, my own research, I know this ain't about it, it's just plants, you know what I'm saying? These are entertainers, the world's entertainment, and they're attacking us, period. It is what it is. Now, they've been doing it. Think about it. Like, I could bring it up. Like the government basically did a little thing, and that's why KSR, when all these conscious rappers disappeared, because now they told the labels they can't have anybody have anything to say right for the people. They gotta go, and then they start pitting in and changing the music industry, only letting hip hop and street people to influence the crime, influence drug dealers, influence women. Now they came with the WAP, coming with all this transgender shit now later. You know what I'm saying? All this shit. So these are actually industry plants that's really doing this to harm our community. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they are yes, it is harming their own communities, like in the higher suburbs, but it's like they're more community based, they more understanding, they more family oriented. You know what I'm saying? Our community down, I don't know how it is, but a lot of family don't ain't how it is no more down. You know what I'm saying? Where we coming from. You know what I'm saying?
So let me ask this though. If we are talking about that, and I feel you, right? I totally agree. Like, one of my favorite artists is like Common and Mos Def, right? Or Talib Kweli, right? They're not going to get that kind of mainstream push that you know, Future is getting, right? So I get that. But to bring it back to the relationship side, why does a woman feel like she needs to be that bitch, right? Because what is happening with our males that they are not hungry anymore, right? And you can't just blame that on your record because you did that, right? So you can't blame that on anything other than your inability to provide, right? So I'm not saying I'm not that girl. Like I feel like for me, I make great money, right? I want my dude to make great money. But here's the thing, right? The man can make great money and do all of that. My job, if I'm making this money, it's not my money, it's our money. So while you're out there paying the mortgage and doing all of this stuff, right? And you can't get the Rolex watch that you want because you're taking care of me and the family, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy you the Rolex watch because that is your money. I make it, right? In essence, and I bring it into the household, but I can't say that your money is our money and my money is my money. No, I'm going to watch you, right? I'm going to be that other extension of yourself. So you can't get the Rolex because you can't afford it because you are taking care of everything, putting money up for the kids and all of that. As a woman, we got to start looking at it that way. If we're bringing in this money, help, right? This ain't for the Birkin bags, right? But if there's no way that on Mother's Day and on my birthday and on Christmas, I expect the Birkin bags, the Gucci and all of this stuff, and I get you a tie, right? I get you a Timex. I get you, some
gift
tools,
card, huh?
right?
Cologne.
Right, a gift card, right?
Send it
You know
by
what
the
I'm saying? But I see while we laying in bed or something, you looking at the Jordans or you looking at the game, whatever you're looking at, right? Women, we gotta like come out the clouds, like, and still, like you said, sis, we gotta study our spouses. What does he need, right? There's no way for Father's Day that he is you making him cook barbecue on Father's Day, on his day. You don't make mama cook on Mother's Day, right? So why in the hell are you doing that, right? So
Because
why
that's our
don't
job. Men don't complain. That's the thing. Women complain. Men just do their thing.
right? But
Men just
here's
don't
the
do
thing,
it.
is if you got a good wife or a good woman, she's gonna
It should be
replenish you.
regular. You're right.
She's going
I
to
agree with you.
replenish you. She's going to add nutrients. She's going to do
I
the things
agree.
to make sure that you're not lacking anything. So, babe, you
Agree.
want that? You want the ice grill or you want this or that?
Right.
Huh? This is what I'm working for. That's going to bring some stress off of you in case something happens to you. I got a bag too. You know what I'm saying? But us working together, I got you.
See, but
So
that's what's different between about women. Like that's something else that a woman could bring to the table outside of just sex or anything else. That's something else through action that separates certain women from other women. You know what I'm saying? If a man out there cutting a yard doing that, yeah, you come out. I shouldn't have to ask for something to drink or something. You should just come out. Here, babe. Here, woo, woo.
exactly.
It's certain things that we're not gonna complain about, but it's like certain things that we should expect from women. Like we could be thinking like, but this motherfucker ain't bringing nothing to drink yet, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you do?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Because
Like,
a lot of
ah,
times, like
what
I
are
said,
you
as women,
doing? Yeah.
we could be self-absorbed, right?
Yeah.
And like if you didn't watch it earlier, I had said this. A lot of sisters are not going to agree with me, but a lot of shit that we taught was bullshit, right?
Yeah.
It's all about us. We are the prize. We're this. No, that man is the prize, right? If this is your king, he is. We are a prize to one another. So you can't.
Right.
It's not just about you. Like again, if it's 110 degrees outside and he's mowing this grass, right? Oh, the AC better be on. You got a towel in the bathroom, you got the cooler, the lemonade or the ice water, or something for him.
I want that King of Zamunda. I need some goddamn rose petals every time I walk.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And whatever it is that they want, you know what I'm saying? We gotta be reciprocating, and that's the big thing. Most men, I love y'all put up with a lot, right? A lot, and will still buy the shit for Valentine's Day, but when it comes down to your birthday, she ain't got shit for you, right? That kind of stuff, right? So you will still do all of those things. Sis, we have to step it up. We gotta listen. On Valentine's Day, I love Valentine's Day because my name is Love, right? So it's a celebration of love. I understand the holiday thing, whatever, right? I don't get too deep into it, but you best believe my dudes, they get the massages, they get all of that stuff when they walk into the house. It's not for me, it's for them too. You know what I'm saying? You get a gift. I've sent a guy flowers before and he was like, oh man, don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? You can do that at the crib, but don't send it to my job. Right. I said, all right, let me send you an edible arrangement or something, right? You know what I'm saying? With the little football thing, right? But that is because I'm a reformed dummy, right? I'm a reformed dummy. Some of the things that we do as women, we on be on dumb shit. And I'm just saying,
So let me ask.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, hey, we want to shout out the chat too. Peace to everybody that's in the chat. We appreciate y'all for tapping in. We got Evie in here. We got
hit the like button, hit the subscribe. You know what I'm saying, for more videos in the future for sure.
He said,
"Go ahead. My bad, self."
Nah, but I was just gonna ask a question because you was making some good points as far as like I would say like for the women who weren't raised in that light and that aspect to even know you know what I mean to bring a drink to your man, or you know what I mean, certain things that they wasn't raised because they dad wasn't in the house, so they mom was taking on everything in their household. You know what I'm saying? How do you, as a woman, from a woman's perspective, how would you get a woman to that place mentally, you know what I mean, physically, spiritually, when you haven't seen that your whole life?
So, and that's why I love coming on forums like this and being able to speak to women. Hopefully they're listening to this. It is, sis, first of all, she got to really love you. Well, let me take that back. She has to love herself, right? She's not going to do this kind of thing for somebody that she doesn't love. And when she's in tune with herself, that's when you can really like relax in your femininity. And when I say that, is a lot of women come with baggage, right? They had daddy's not there. They're raised by aunties, grandmas, this kind of stuff. The same auntie that had 9 husbands is trying to tell you how to get one. She can teach you how to get one, but she can't keep one, right? So you're gonna have to start doing your research. There's Google now, right? Before then there was encyclopedias, right? So now in this exchange of information, sis, you got to start looking at yourself. What does a man really want? Ask him. One thing I tell my sis, like, men, you guys are actually brutally honest. We accuse y'all of lying, but you are brutally honest. When I meet you and you say, I may ask you, how many chicks you fucking? You may say 5, 10, or like, damn, I'm saying a few. I'm dating. I'm not really ready to get into a relationship. What a woman hears is, okay, he got a couple of chicks or whatever, but I know that if he fuck with me, I can get him into this place.
Yeah, right? That's like competitive, because women are naturally competitive. Because I'm telling you, it's not being competitive, but it's being competitive like naturally for the man. It's like,
right.
Man,
So, but what I'm saying is you got to do your research. You got to love yourself, and you understand that this kind of man deserves that. You got to be willing to be vulnerable, because most women want to serve their men. But if you're an asshole kind of dude, or kind of like, this is a dictatorship type thing, you do what I say, but you don't do shit for her, she's going to be reluctant to do things for you. So the more you out there mowing the lawn and doing this kind of shit or whatever, depends upon the chick, she should see your efforts. And if she's not, you need to voice that, right? So if a woman is not raised that way, you may tell her, you may show her, but at the same time too, it's really going to take that woman coming into her queendom, right? Coming into understanding her role and her place in the world. We are nurturers. You can't say you are a woman and not nurture men, or be the one that is malnourishing, right? These men are malnourished. So be the vitamin D and the sunshine and the shit that he needs. So it's something simple like that. Is bringing him some water goes a long way. Like I said, the P word is not pussy, right? It's peace, right? It is that. And if you learn to be his peace and really ask him, what is peaceful? Some dudes be like, nigga, I like that shit. I like to be sweaty. I like to do things until I sweat. That makes me feel masculine. So if that makes him feel masculine, right? Don't you think he wants to feel that feminine energy too? That's like his reward. So
Yeah.
I'm a reformed dummy. That's what I'm saying. That's dumb shit. We listen to the auntie that got 9 ex-husbands, right? Instead
Okay,
of
so
start tapping
say
into
something.
the women that have, long-lasting relationships.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna add on to what you. It's kind of fit both and what you were saying too, Josh. So if it can that come back to like why does men like usually depend on women nowadays and this and that, can it be from the generations of having single moms or being raised by aunties and grandmas and seeing the support of the roles being switched psychologically, so when they raise they doing other things, but also it's kind of like they're stuck within the spirit of a woman because they're mostly being getting they've been getting taken care of their whole life and not seeing that masculine, or even their only masculine is like from their people at schools or their friends, what I'm saying, or in the streets or whatever they choose to be masculine. But when they go home, it's like all they see is being taken care of is by women. So now
Right.
it's like when some certain men come in there, it's like even if they have money, they still trying to have a woman pay for shit or do certain things. You know what I'm saying? They want to
Right.
stay
That's a
that
fact.
tough act. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter necessarily if they have money or not. They just feel like shoot, well, my mom and my grandma, and my aunt, this shit, they do this shit. You gonna do this shit too? Shit.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's that mindset as well, because a lot of men they don't have that lot of men, that amount of men roles. You know what I'm saying? Like this grown men still getting taken care of from mama. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Getting shit about all kinds of shit.
And so that's why we have to, this is why I feel like we're getting back um to a place where the family structure is important, right? We need both. We can't have this conversation about both of us, right? I can't fully be in my role and play my position if you're not in your role playing your position, right? And that's the thing about relationships. Everybody needs to relax and do their role, right? And fuck what society says, right? What works for you in your love bubble, right? Because there are
It's that
some
phone.
men, huh?
That phone is gonna be hard with that phone in a way, with that social networks.
Yeah, and that just depends on if how you view it. If you use it as what it is as entertainment, no. But if you view it as this is a a digital extension of yourself, then yes, right? Because
Yeah,
you
I agree,
use
but
it.
look at the average people. Like look at society. Like we say that certain individuals can have the ability to do that, but on the mass majority that's pushing the balance of that wave, they're not using it for that purpose. So it's like they're getting caught in that ego. So rather if they wanted to or not, they get caught up. They because you could like that's why sometimes I get off social networks for 8 months, a year. It's like you get in. Sometimes I can feel myself like that's the intention. You know what I mean? So
But
sometimes you get in there and
bro, so here's the thing with your social media, there's a certain amount of control that you do have, right? If you
yeah.
choose to
All the
follow all the hood shit, that's what your mental health is going to be. So if you choose to follow positive
time.
shit, all you're going to see is positive. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
So it's like,
but I'm not really speaking on. I'm not speaking in that form. I'm speaking on foreign relationships. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna see
oh,
there's people gonna post pictures, DMs. It's always gonna be temptations. I'm not saying the temptation is gonna be more there to influence how one feels just by scrolling, doing a lot of stuff like that. Because you could be on business, but you start getting off track and start getting in people's lives and start doing shit like what I'm saying, stuff like that. So it's not that's what I mean. You know what I mean? Because if you tell a woman to delete her networks, they're not gonna do it. And if they do, they do it for a week or two, and not all of them, but most. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It's like, what? If you got Instagram, they always compare. I could do it. I could do this. If you could do it, you know what I'm saying? But in my opinion, I say it is a double standard. There's certain things I'm gonna let my son do that I ain't gonna let my daughter do, and I'm gonna have that expectation for my relationship. There's some things that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna expect my woman not to do. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
nah,
And I think too, like a lot of people get relationship advice from Instagram
that's
and,
crazy.
and Facebook. You
Man,
know
they
what I
be
mean? Like
sweet.
they see somebody else's relationship on Instagram and they just automatically expect and assume that that's how their relationship is supposed to
Yeah.
go. You know what I'm saying?
That
Like, oh, you know what? I
hashtag is
want that right there.
hashtag
So
relationship goals. Like
you feel me?
talking
And
And
about.
it's
then
like you can't just put somebody else's what you see on social, because a lot of that shit again is it's entertainment. You don't
Right.
know if that shit real or not. You know what I mean? And you automatically expecting like I need a dude like this, or I need a woman like this, and that ain't real life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the first fake relationship was well, not the first, but one in our black community was shit. Ike and Tina Turner, right? That nigga was beating the shit out of her ass, right? But on stage, you know what I'm saying? And I'm totally not an advocate of domestic violence, but in glorifying, oh, okay, he goes over and kisses her on the cheek and shit, oh, that is so sweet. That nigga just beat her ass. You know what I'm saying? You have no idea, right? And so that's why I said, forget what society says. What is in your love bubble? Like what is it? What's the roles and things? What's your own relationship goals within the two of you, right? Because I don't know about you, but I ain't never seen the Joneses. So why are we trying to keep up with them? Have you met the Joneses? No, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be anything other than what I'm trying to do, right? Or what we're trying to do, what our goals, what is our life purpose? Us coming together should serve a purpose, right? And it damn sure ain't for the gram, right? So, and I used to, when I say I'm a reformed dummy, I'm gonna say that. It used to be D Wood is on here, he's my ex, right? We were together for, I always try and say 10 years, but it was like 8 years or so, right? He would not take pictures and do all that and be in social media when when it first came out, right? It hurt me because I thought like, oh, it ain't real if it ain't social media, right? Type thing, right? And my last relationship, the dude, he was all about like he'd write the whole paragraph, he'd taking pictures of me while I'm asleep, like he was that dude. So I seen it on both ends. Now listen, you ain't gonna see a nigga on my page until I'm like, bow, I'm engaged or I'm married. Like that's is that part. So, and I'm not doing the cropped pictures and all that bullshit. Like that's dumb, right? If I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna show you. I'm not gonna take your head off, right, in these pictures just to show I gotta do, right? I use my social media now for business or something like that, but it's not to compare my life to anybody else's.
I gotta add some to the question. Put the little question on there again, Self. The topic, what the topic's on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right there to that question. Also, I think I could think to that question. Also, pitting the system in between is that I think the discipline of how we're raised, that how children and people can't get disciplined like that as they used to be. You know what I'm saying? And before the system really came in effect, before the domestic violence and all that stuff in, I'm not with the domestic violence and getting beat and stumping women out. But also there is an order in nature. If a woman get out of place and masculine, sometimes a woman get put in place to understand, not a beat her in the session, but just like if you discipline your kid and spank her on a little butt or something as you do your child, I feel like you get certain stuff to keep in order. There's no order, and I feel like a lot of women feel safe because of that. You touch a woman, you going to jail. Even if a woman touch you, we as men ain't gonna call the police usually 95% and be like, oh, my woman just beat me up, she just punched me up and all that. You know what I'm saying? But a man, all you slap her or just like hold her up, she'll call the cops and something. And it's like, oh, now you're in jail, and then you still would choose to be with her, or he would still choose to be with him. And it's just like it's the balance, and it's just like I feel like that balance to keep the order in is out of place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just feel like that's a natural balance that we naturally can't do to put in place anymore. You know what I'm saying? We could barely even discipline our children without CPS or anything getting involved. You know what I mean? So it's like where's the balance at? We're pretty much confined within certain restrictions of
Right.
how our nature is confined. You know what I mean? So we can't do certain things. So that's also gonna show outcome of our relationships, our children, and our future, just
Yeah.
based on the
Well,
only thing that can be disciplined is the system could discipline us. You know what I'm saying? Tell us what we could do and what we can't do. So therefore, it's always going to it's going to be messed up.
yeah. And for me, for discipline is, I'll take it on some, I guess to the streets, right? If your game's tight, you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't have to put your hands on anybody, right?
Yeah,
So
for
it's a matter of
But
respect.
but
So
it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter if.
hold on.
But also it comes in the respect of a woman. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because
So I was just trying to finish my thought. So when I'm saying this is in the sense of one on both sides, right? A woman should not be put in her hands on a man. Anyways, that's the ultimate disrespect. Anybody, anytime you have to strike somebody, that comes from a place of frustration and anger. You are so angry that um, you can't contain yourself. So the thing is to do is to strike, right? And usually when you're in that mode, it is that is like a point of defense where I gotta kill the threat, right? There's some sort of threat. So on either side, I tell chicks all the time, my girls, even the gayest nigga can beat your ass, right? I don't, there's a man's strength and there's a woman's strength. And like I said, so to challenge a man um, is one thing, right? To put your hands on him and play the victim of, I can call the police, that's a whole nother thing. And any man that stands to stay with a chick after she put her hands on him, I mean, that's, hey, to each his own. But she right there that's a line that you can't get back, right? Because all respect is lost. Same thing, and why for women, if a man hits a woman, yeah, for the moment she is fearful, right, or whatever, but the love, respect, and whatever that she had for you is now gone. Now she's dealing with you in fear. And let me tell you, on any standpoint of it, if a woman is afraid of you in a certain way, all the shit that she knows and all that, that's when she becomes the most dangerous, right? Because you're in your masculine self thinking that you calmed her down. Okay, cool. She quiet and you sleep and she slit your throat in your sleep, right? You know what I'm saying? So that should never be the goal with violence in anything, even with your kids, to correct them. We've been taught that that's the way, but really that's not it. But when raising kids and discipline, you can I used to make my kids, well, my daughter and my stepson, I know, nigga, you're gonna hold them books. Get against the wall, hold your hands out and hold books, right? I didn't have to touch you to do a mental thing. Me personally, growing up, if you told me if you were disappointed in me, that shit hurt. Like, damn, I didn't meet your expectations, or I wasn't in a place. If you hit me, it didn't equate to anything other than fear. And a person that's in fear is a very dangerous person. So if you feel like you're that out of control that you got to strike a woman, or a woman to strike a man, like, you really need to leave the situation. You really need to seek counseling in how to control your anger, because that's what you tell kids, right? When kids get something taken away, they can't just haul up and hit somebody. You got to teach them how to be in control of their emotions. That is the key. People are out of control of their emotions, so this is a thing that they feel like it's okay, and it's not.
Definitely. That's and just to speak to that, like me and my son, we have a communication level that's crazy, right? Because I think I whipped my son probably one time, and it was by his choice. I gave him the option, and it was like one of the days where all the kids was playing outside and shit. And I was like, "Nah, bro, you ain't going outside, or you gonna take this L." L means an ass beating, you know what I mean? But anyway,
right.
so first he was just like, "Nigga, you ain't finna whoop me. Like, nigga, you never whoop me in life. I ain't finna take no L's." But everybody was outside playing, and he was like, he came to me like, "Hey, Dad," and he wanted to take that L. But when just to go to what you're saying, when it comes down to that aspect of things, I think that it should never be a situation to where men feel like that with women, especially knowing, and I hate to say it like this, that they come from a different aspect, which would be the emotional side. So if she says something that that's out of emotions rather than being out of thought, then nigga, brush that shit off and allow it down, and then be like, okay, so what was that shit that you was talking? Let's talk about it. I love to talk. I'm a communicator, so I like that shit. So it's just like, I'm gonna brush that little punk ass shit off, but let's talk. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And if you can't, again, if we can't communicate and it has to result to violence, we need to just go ahead and separate, because that is a line that we have crossed, and that's the point of no return, right? Because no matter if you forgive a person, there's a possibility that that could always be the thing, right? So let's get in control of ourselves and our emotions and know that we can't just hit somebody because we're angry and upset. We need to move that energy, but not move that energy to hurt somebody physically. I agree with Wood said women strike with their tongue. Yes, we can say
Yeah.
some shit, and that's why y'all don't like to divulge, right? You know what I'm saying? Shut up, you little dick motherfucker, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You like,
Right.
you hurt. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. You think the shit that you did was no, right? And that shit hurts you, right? So we
We saw
do.
that shit on Poetic Justice. Not to cut you off, but she's
Yeah, that's why. Hold on. Let me do
just
it.
that
Hold on.
weak
Let me
ass
get my head.
pain.
That's why I'm fucking somebody else.
Somebody else, nigga. What? That nigga whole down. You
That
see it?
nigga
His
was
whole
on.
shit
He
sit
was
down.
like, okay, hold on. He said,
Over.
he said, what? What you say?
God
Right?
damn. Hey, that's a fact. But
You
you
know
know,
what I'm saying?
you just gotta know how to respond to that shit, man. Your shit gotta be in control. Especially if you see somebody else shit just spiraling all the chaos and shit. You gotta be the order and shit.
Right.
Hmm.
So if women can strike with their tongue, can't they massage with their tongues too? And I'm not saying sexually, but really can
Yes.
speak to shut up, whatever. Whoa, shut up.
Y'all ain't got no
But
sense.
can't we now open men up in their vulnerabilities with our tongue, with our tone, right? If we could strike with our tongues and we're yelling and we're saying things, can't we be softer, right? Can't we be a little
Mm,
more peaceful? Can we choose our words? You know, from what
That takes
I
that.
know, right?
That takes that emotional control for sure. You
for
know what I mean?
sure.
Because that it seems like that's the hardest thing when it comes to women, as far as communicating, is being able to communicate without the emotion coming out firsthand. You know what I mean? Like the logic just went out the window, and I'm about to explode with this emotion first before me thinking about this shit that I'm about to say. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. And
And it's
and
like on either side, do we provide that platform to let them be comfortable to even come at us in that type of situation? Because I feel
and
like sometimes they would have to be on a sporadic type of situation just to get our attention in a certain way and shit. You feel me? And it may not be the right way, politically correct, but they still get our attention. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true. I mean, and sometimes, like, when it comes to men, we very like direct. You know what I mean? And sometimes that being direct like that may come off a certain type of way to women, and it's not that like, oh, we trying to put you down or whatever the case is. It's just that's the only way we know how to say the shit is like boom, straight to the
Right
point. You know what I'm saying? We ain't been in no corners. We ain't doing none of that. I'm about to tell you what it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that, again, like I'm not trying to come down on you, but this is just the way that I'm communicating it, and they receive it in like, oh damn, okay, wait, hold on, and then you know what I'm saying? They strike back with that shit, like not actually analyzing what's actually happening. You know what I mean?
Damn, that's deep.
okay,
That's
and
deep.
I've been guilty of
Deep.
that because, like I said, man, I'm a reformed dummy, right? I did not I didn't understand, right? Women, we talk in parables. We like to go around the bush and shit, right? You guys are very direct. So when you say something that is direct, that direct communication can come off like, damn, like, you know what I'm saying? You can't soften that shit up, right? Instead of saying,
Yeah.
you know what, what I'm saying, babe, you know what I'm saying? You brush your teeth today? You be like, damn, bitch, your fucking breath stink, right? You know what I'm saying? But now she crying, right? You know what I'm saying? I'll cry. Like if you said something direct to me, I would make run and cry, right? Um, because I didn't understand. But the
Right.
more that, again, if as a woman, that's the best advice I could give any woman is to study, right? To understand that we are emotional, right? Men
Right.
are logical. So when we're dealing with a man in any communication, we have to think logically. And a lot of men, like I said, people don't think that women think logically or have the ability to. We do, right? There's things that we do that are purely based on logic, right? So we have that ability, but it is in our nature to be emotional, right? So when you say something direct, like "damn bitch, your breast stink" or whatever, even if you said "babe," even to sweeten it, to say "babe," you know what I'm saying, you might need to go, brush your teeth real quick, or something, whatever. Even still, emotionally, it hurts her, and she's crying because you rejected her, or it's something, right? So it's not that you can always do that, but women, we have to understand, you're only bringing something to our attention because you love us, right? That it is something that trying to pull our coattails about.
Right.
So we got to be able to start standing in our logical selves when communicating with men, because that's where it gets lost. If I say, self-made, like, listen, nigga, this shit's just not cutting it, okay? Like, you're not gonna you understand that verbiage versus, well, I've been thinking, right? And I just
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So then you're like thinking,
What
and
you
then
talking about?
you're right. Okay, thinking about what? You know what I'm saying? Instead of just like hitting it face on, as a woman, I used to think that that was being confrontational. That was being masculine, to be like, listen, this is not it, right? Not understanding this is how you communicate. I communicate maybe going around the bush, but if in order to hear me, if you need me to tell you, nigga, your breath stinks, you know what I'm saying? I'll talk to you that way. I just don't want you to, it feels weird, right? I don't want to be disrespectful. So I feel like I had to soften things, which means go around the bush. Now, listen, I'll tell you in a minute. Listen, this shit's not working, right? And for
Right.
these reasons, right? This shit is a bullet point. It ain't 60 minutes. It is this. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like this, and I don't like that. What's good? You understand that mode of communication. So we have the ability to be logical. Like I said, if a woman needs money to pay her bills, and she got to go out there and I'm saying, hit a couple of dudes up, she knows that she could sleep with 5 niggas, whatever, to get her rent paid, or if she's that kind of chick, right? And she's not thinking emotional. Logically, nigga, my rent is due Friday, so what do I need to do? That takes away the emotion. If she was emotional, she couldn't do the shit. She'd halfway through sleeping with him, be like, oh, I feel dirty, I gotta go home. No, when you're in your logical self, nigga,
I'm
I gotta
sorry,
do
but
this.
everybody seen Set It Off when Jada Pinkett was
Right,
in that goddamn shower after she fucked Nate. She was like,
yeah,
oh.
right, because she was trying to be logical, but she was still stuck in that emotion. Had
That's
she
a
just
fact.
did it, you know what I'm saying, and that was that. On like Why Do Fools Fall in Love, Vivica Fox, nigga, was a prostitute for Lorenz Tate, right? For what you would call it, out there getting this money. I'm
Right.
doing this shit for you. You know what I'm saying? So we have the ability to be logical. And I'm telling you, that changed my whole shit, to
That's a
learn
fact.
to care less, not to lead with my emotions, but be logical, nigga.
Yeah, and I'm gonna share that energy with you because I believe that because I'm a testament to that. Males have the ability to be emotional. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely,
We,
definitely.
we, fuck, we you know what I mean? It just depends on who you fucking with. Sometimes
Yeah,
niggas
definitely.
don't, I think niggas don't want to show that shit because they feel like it's like a demasculating thing. But I think
Yeah, it's a soft thing.
you gotta be a tough ass nigga to be a soft ass nigga, cuz.
Hey, that's a fact. No, that's a fact. That is a fact. Okay, we got some questions in the chat.
Oh yeah, let's get this chat popping. Who's KY? We got KY. She addressed a question to you, Self, if you wanna
She said I missed the first when the live first started off. But in your perspective, how did women used to be and how are they now?
Oh.
Yeah, we talked about that in the beginning. Shoot, you know, I think back in the days, it used to be way more about family. But then I don't know. It's like it depends on how far you want to go back with this shit, because then you got the government and the separation and all that type of stuff. But yeah, I would say, back in the days, it was definitely more about family. just for me growing up, that might not be too far back, but you know what I mean? The family always was getting together. You always had, both males and females, whether they was married, the couples, like that, you know what I'm saying? Like that just was in back in the day. You had the love songs back in the day, you know what I mean? The R&B, like it was just a different type of vibration back in the day than it is now. Like it's way more materialistic and you know what I mean? Like just trying to be something that you're not, based off of a lot of entertainment and shit like that. You know what I mean? So when you get to that aspect of it, and then you have the males that want that, and that was kind of going back to what Benet and Shock was talking about, as far as like the men is trying to appeal to the, like, the men is wanting the fat asses and the big titties, and you know what I'm saying? They want all of that. So then in return, that's what the women is doing. You know what I mean? But now it's like, we got to get back to that place of like wanting the natural, and you know what I mean? You to be in your actual true self, because a lot of that stuff comes with the fakery. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And again, just to add to that self, I just think that because things always tend to surface and come back around full circle and shit, right?
Yeah.
So again, I think that this is just kind of like a purging stage and shit. You feel me? To where it's just like, get all this shit out of my system, and then when I'm ready to actually come to where I should be at, then it's gonna be a time for that, and I'm gonna approach that as strongly as I approach this shaking my ass shit. Like, you know what I mean? Look, I'm missing one ring on my fingers. Which one?
Hey, no, that's the left one. It's backwards on the camera.
Oh, okay, well, this is my left shit right here. God damn it.
Right. That's hilarious.
Hey, so
we got another one.
Yeah, we got 90s TV. Question for all. What's the overall goal / purpose of a relationship between the masculine and feminine energies, a child, ascension, and completion? Well, that's right there. That's, you just said it basically. It's just the balance. It's the balance of everything. Like, you know what I mean? So when you are able to, as far as relationships, let me attack that first. And the relationships, if you understand where a woman is coming from on a feminine aspect, then you may have her be more open to you, or to, for her to spill more things on you. And if she understands the masculine aspect of you, then she's able to approach you in a certain different, in that type of way. So you guys' relationship is the communication is there and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a balance, and that's just understanding each other from a male's perspective and from a female's perspective. As far as a child, it would pretty much be the same thing, because they would have to understand both of those as well. As far as ascension, it plays a big part in ascension, because you cannot grow unless you see something from outside of what you are. So when it comes down to you understanding what's opposite of what you bring, because if you're just stuck in what you know, then you're not going to grow. You're just going to stay where you're at. Like, you know what I mean? But if you go to the opposite of what you are, then that's when you're going to elevate and you're going to ascend. Then completion is the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? So, but I don't know if you guys want to take that question on as well and put a different, light onto that.
So?
Shoot. The overall goal, purpose of a relationship. Yeah, I mean, like being yourself, finding yourself first. You know what I mean? All three of those will, I feel like, come into play on their own. You know what I mean? Like, I'm taking the question, like, is a relationship about having a child? Like, if that's something that, the two of you guys come to a certain understanding about, and that's what you guys want, then that's, you know what I mean? Like, that for surely could be the thing. Ascension, same thing, you know what I mean? Kind of like what one was saying, you need the number 2 to create the number 3, which is the confirmation. Like, you can't just be in a room and say, I'm the best person ever. and not have somebody to, you know, be able to challenge you on that to keep you elevating pretty much. And then completion, that's the overall aspect of, you know, a relationship. Because I mean, we even just taking it out of a certain type of context, with just men and female, like we're constantly interacting with energies around us at all times, you know what I mean? So it's like you get that reflection um from nature and all these other things that you may be doing in life,
That's a fact.
um to help overall, you know, your confirmation or your completion.
Yeah, and I will say, for me, in order to, you know, like I said, as I've been kind of saying, you have to get to self, right? So you got to master masculine and feminine energies within yourself, because we forget that
That's a
there's
fact.
duality to us. Just like you said, when men, there's, you know, that know how to be emotional. So it's not that men lack emotion, it is how to manage that emotion, that feminine side, so that they don't look at it as, nigga, I'm a bitch in these streets. No, you have feminine energy. That is the duality of who you are, right? And so when you get to a place where you can master both masculinity and femininity within yourself, then when you're coming together, right? Now the purpose is doing life, right? In um I would say, I guess, in a form of completion or ascension. Depends on, you know, that can be a very deep question as far as what your idea of ascension is. But when I think about the word growth, right, and when I think about myself as an energy, I am what I am, what I am. So therefore, there is no growth. I feel like there is awakening, right? That's the difference. When I'm in my real self, I am everything all the time. So there is no growth. The in between for me is I get my like human self, my physical body awakens to my energy, right? My I amism. So that's that two coming together, if that makes sense, right? So that's the growth in essence. That's an awakening of self, a real self actualization or realization.
Right.
So um I can't necessarily, and that's why I don't, certain words evolve or whatever. I like awaken, right? You awaken to who you really, you know, kind of are. And then you move forward. So to me, coming together with these energies, if my masculine and feminine energy is off, there can't be completion or ascension or any of that with another person, because what I will do is latch onto their completion and try and make it mine. And that's out of balance.
Mm.
Right. And that's where people think when they say the two become one, it doesn't mean to abandon your world
Yep.
and then create something else. No, I got my world, you got your world. We meet to create another world together, but we have our separate things, right? And that's what happens in relationships. People stop being them. So you mean I can't go out with my boys, you know, go into the club once in a while?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, so I can't go out with my girls? No, do the things that make you you, right? Yes, no, you can't be 6 days a week or whatever, depending upon how it goes, but you still got to be you. Don't abandon the person that you are, the things that make you you for the point of this relationship. It'll never work. It is to go
That
that way.
shit, and not to cut you off, my bad, but
No, no, that's good.
that should just remind me of how people say it's kind of like a possessive thing to where it's be like, man, that's my girl.
Yep.
Hmm.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
That's
right.
my woman. No, that's a woman. That's not your woman. Like, you know what I mean? So, and then people
Mhm.
get that sense of entitlement, and now, but you think, where you think you're going? You know what I mean? So it's just like,
Right.
Out.
I'm so guilty of, um, man, you just gotta be you. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? So that level of freedom, some women, you know, they probably don't understand when I be saying that shit, but it's just I'm not gonna put you in a position where you can't breathe. Like, you know, like that don't even make sense. Like, but and then so then it comes down to like, well, what? Well, don't you want some type of something from me in terms of restrictions? It's just like, yeah, but if I got to tell you, then it's cheating. Like I don't even want it. You know what I mean? So you got to be naturally who you are, and if I allow you to be who you are, and you choose not to be if you choose not to be faithful with none of that shit, so be it. I'm not gonna get mad. Like, you know what I mean? But if you choose to, if I say, well, just go ahead and do you, and you're still faithful and you still that motherfucker, well, bitch, I love you. Put a ring on it.
No, yes, well, you're gonna get married before your deathbed, whatever. I'm gonna speak
Deathbed.
that
I
into
keep
you.
on telling you all that. Deathbed.
Okay. So are you saying the deathbed and the death of wound and then an extension to
Woo!
to another person? Are you talking about the physical like death of
Oh,
wound
are you saying, am I talking
RIP?
esoteric death?
Yes.
No, ma'am. I'm talking about. All right, so this nigga, hey, he didn't blacked out like 3 times, like my niggas. So go ahead
That
with
pulse
your
is
ass in.
low.
It's gonna be a wheelchair. They're gonna have to wheel her in, and I'll be like, hey, you want to know what?
We might as well go on and do this thing.
Let's go ahead and do it. It's good.
I had to step away, you guys, for a little bit. I was gone for like 30 minutes, but I have some questions too for for the male.
Yeah,
And,
well, since I held it down, right? You know what I'm
I
saying?
know,
With
I
all
heard
this,
you.
with all this masculine energy, I was able to balance, you know what I'm saying? So I'm good.
That's right.
You're a god, man. You got this.
Yeah.
So I have a question for from the male perspective. Speaking on emotions and how a lot of men are afraid to tap into, their emotional state. Is that something that you're kind of just naturally born with? Is it, something that's taught or what?
That shit is taught.
Yeah, definitely talk.
It's taught from a place of insecurity, like a male
Yeah.
attempt. Like, you know what I mean? What the fuck you crying? What you emotional for? Fuck you better stick your chest out, like, you know what I mean? So niggas get
Yeah.
that. Niggas get that. They think that that's what being a man is. Like, you know what I mean? And you was probably
Not
going
showing.
to say it earlier, but it takes it takes a strong ass nigga to be soft at times. Like, you know what I mean? Because there's a certain level that you got to pull from and spiritually to be like, man, I'm gonna be vulnerable right now. Fuck all y'all. Like, you know what I mean? But
Right.
when you see, because I'm a Gemini and shit, so I deal with both energies and shit like a
Right.
mother, right? So when it comes down to that, like, we can have a I don't give a fuck attitude from an emotional standpoint, but it would bring us into what we'll be at on a strong mental point. Like, you know what I mean? So it's a definite balance that comes with that, and we have to understand that if we're cheating ourselves if we don't allow ourselves to be vulnerable or be feminine and shit. Like, you know what I mean? But like, I'm gonna let Self deal with that one too.
No, that's a fact. It's like how I look at it, it's like you could be hard all the time, but to switch that and show some sort of emotion is probably the hardest thing you could ever do. You know what I'm saying? Because again, you wasn't raised to show emotion. You know what I mean? So off the rip, you put that type of stuff on the back burner. Like, you don't want to show it. You got these walls up. You know what I mean? So to even be able to break down the walls, to me, is the strength behind showing your emotions.
But even
Right.
with that, though, you know what I mean? So when you feel like you don't have the allowance of showing emotion, you know what I mean? Is it detrimental to you? I mean, how do you release that energy of having that balled up emotion? You know what I mean? Whether it be
Shower.
Hey, but
did you say you cry in the shower?
In the shower, like, because
With ugly faces and the whole thing?
Right.
But go ahead.
I
I'm
was just
sorry.
gonna say,
Sorry, go ahead, Sal.
it comes out in a lot of different ways. I think, you know what I mean, that whether they're in a relationship or not, like, I feel like men that don't have control over their emotions, they the ones that go on the rampages and shit. You know what I mean? They get mad and get to breaking shit, punching holes in walls and all types of shit. You know what I mean? Because they don't know a proper way to express the emotion and get it out in a certain way that's not destructive. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because we instantly will turn to, oh, I'm gonna just use my muscles and get to punching on some shit. You know what I'm saying? Or fighting and doing all types of stuff because we don't know how to speak. And then on the flip end too, you got certain men, like if you was about to get into somebody and you like, you know what, let's just talk about it. They like, oh, you a bitch. You ain't trying to fight. You ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? So they damn near pushing you into being that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, even I believe that there's some dudes that don't even recognize what that energy is. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? Because we've been talking for something for so long that we can't even recognize it when we feel it. And that's some fucked up shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know how to deal with this. So it's just like, nigga, I don't know what to do. It's just everything is crazy. But but it's just like, you know, hopefully, you know, there is some type of way that we can be able to express that. And you know, a lot of times, and I was joking earlier when I said the cry about the shower shit. If y'all took that serious, you know, sometimes I do, but it's all good. But
yeah, I'm saying you being sincere at the same time.
there's so many different ways to just get that shit out. And then let me say this too, because sometimes because I would consider myself a semi what you call that shit when you take on other people's energy? What do you call that?
Empath.
What's the word? Empath. Yeah. So you know, sometimes I'm some semi empathetic, right? So I would carry on somebody else's energy, and if they're feeling some type of way, then I would have to decipher like if that's their energy that I'm actually experiencing, or is it mine? Like, you know what I mean? So I have to sit back and just let that shit go. So you know, so sometimes, you know, as an empath, you know, I'll be in touch and shit, right? So you know, but we have. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just think that we got to make it a safe space. We got to make emotional masculine again, right? We have to be able to do that. So like when we're watching like what was that they all the harder they fall, right? At the end, the men were crying, right? Like everybody was crying in that. Did you guys seen that with was that what it was called? The little Western movie or whatever? I don't know if you guys seen it, but we have to just put on more imagery of men crying with real life situations, right? Or being emotional or how to handle those things. So that's why I like what was that movie? In the Pursuit of Happiness, right? That was a very emotional movie, and it showed him being strong in all of that aspect. Okay, I gotta cry, I gotta do all of these things. I have, and I got my son watching, even to say, nigga, don't let me tell you I can't do some shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Like nobody, including me, right? So he showed that we have to start letting that be okay, to show your emotions, to learn how to deal with your emotions. So when we see little kids, little boys, because they're mad at, you know, somebody took their bike or they got a share and they go and punch somebody. No, we got to correct that. Like, it's okay to be mad. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be mad. Feel this energy, right? But what it is not okay to do is to hit somebody, right?
Right. In retaliation of,
Right. We have to start getting in that control. And as a man, if you can control something, right, which it means even to control your emotions, which y'all do, you feel masculine about it. So if we have to like switch your mindset of that and creating that space, and I think women, we have to be able to do that. We got to take a responsibility for raising sons and nephews and stuff like that. You know, you can't beat the emotion out of him, right? You know, most little boys love their mothers, right? And want to be all up underneath their mothers and stuff like that. But if you talk to him crazy, if you do certain things like that starts from a child point, even from a woman's perspective. So of course, as he grows up, not only from the streets is he gonna get that like, nigga, shut up, you know what I'm saying? You can't cry, you can't this or that. But your mama also said that, or your auntie. So yeah, I can't find a space to let these burdens down. But if you don't do that, fellas, even for, you know, women, if we try and like stuff that shit down, your body's under 24-hour 365 days a week stress, because
it's a society
masking that emotional side. You got this shit bubbling up. So what you think that's gonna do to your blood pressure, the fucking skin, all kind of shit? It's gonna materialize on the surface. So we just have to be able to create that safe space. And women, we gotta lean into that feminine energy. If you want that emotion to come out, it only comes out with that femininity, right?
Yeah.
You got to create that space. Even if a person like Woon gonna feel like, bitch, you about to kill me if I lay my head in your lap. What's going on? Sometimes it's not the time. If that's his first time being open with you, you just need to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm real serious. I'm like an extremist. You're gonna see me like some Tyrese. Remember Tyrese? It's gonna be real, real. Hey, so real quick, so in the chat, before you go, Laura, I'm so sorry for cutting you off. My bad, but I was gonna acknowledge the chat real quick. So we got Valley Uno. He said, I think it's unnatural for a man, but we are definitely capable of being in its proper measure. Then Rules the Misfit said, niggas need groups that support emotional intelligence. Woo!
That's what, and that's what I kind of wanted to talk about. We have a stigma, you know what I mean, in the minority community, and I see it frequently. I did clinical rotation in a behavioral health mental facility where you don't see a lot of minorities come through. It's like it's almost as if it's not okay for us to seek mental health outside of the elders in our community, or honey, I'm gonna just pray about it. How, what is that? Do you guys see that turning around at any point in time? I mean, what are your thoughts on the lack of mental health help that we have out there? Or I mean, it's within reach, you know what I mean? But it's the lack of us actually utilizing those facilities or those tools that are out there.
You want to take that one first, or you want me to take it?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So with that, I think that the more, and I just now made a joke about it, like with the Tyrese shit, but I think that the more that it is, and I hate to say it like this, but the more that it's trending, or the more that it's something that people see that other people do or other men do, then they may assess themselves, because now it's on Front Street, like, you know what I mean. So it may be an influence to have people do it. In terms of actually, because they're just like you said, that there's a lot of facilities that allow you to, just to get that shit, in check. Like, you know what I mean? This podcast will be one. Like, you know what I mean? That's that's what it is. The Free Your Mind podcast. So regardless to, what you got going on, you guys can come over here. You just talk your shit, and then we're going to see it through, and we're going to have different aspects, male, female, it don't even matter. Like, you know what I mean? So for people to, for the more that people like us talk about it and make it regular, then I think that, the more
normalize it.
Exactly.
Yeah, what do you
because
think about the groups of I'm so
No,
sorry.
you
I
good,
saw
you
you
good.
start talking, but I have a lag for whatever reason. Maybe it's because I'm in Nevada. I don't know. But emotion based groups, you know what I mean? Just like was said in the chat, I think it's fundamental in getting out there so that people can start, to normalize being intelligent again, and getting together and having intellectual conversation, but still being able to be oneself and not look like, oh, you're a sucker, or oh, they got you, or you know what I mean? Oh, you ain't real because you're eloquent and you know how to speak. So I really do think, that by you guys doing this podcast and giving people a platform to be able to speak in an open platform where nobody's disrespecting one another, I think that's the key. One of the foundations to start.
Definitely.
D-Wood, I don't either, and I work for him, so don't feel bad, honey.
Yeah, and I would say too,
We don't
they better not play with my paycheck.
right.
But we definitely do need more, mental health doctors and places that resemble us and people that look like us, for sure.
True.
I agree.
But here's the thing too, though, men have to find the time, right? Like you're working 60 hours a week and all of this kind of stuff. When can they find the time? It's, so here comes that balance. There's a joke going on, like, all right, if a man goes, says he needs, I'm gonna go to the store, I just need some time. We think it's another bitch, right? Just who, he gonna go see another
Right.
chick. No, the nigga need to just go for a drive and clear his mind,
So getting
right?
that car, that's me.
Right. So that men take their little mental health breaks, but because there's so much stress around them, it is like, God, damn, can I just go to the store and get a pack of cigarettes, right? You want to know where the fuck I'm going? You know what I'm saying? This is where I'm going, right? We got to give our men some space, right? Just like women. We know when it's that time of the month or we don't feel like talking, we silent, whatever. We got to allow you guys to have that space. But I think it takes you men coming together and being vulnerable, not just saying, hey, nigga, you want to go get some basketball, play basketball, knowing, hey, nigga, I'm stressed the fuck out. This bitch is driving me crazy. Okay. Yeah. You're using that as a rouge, but really, there's a campaign called I Am Not Okay, I think, or something like that, or We Are Not Okay. I think more of that, hashtag shit instead of, some of the dumb shit that we do. If you guys start saying and vocalizing, nigga, I'm not okay, right? I'm stressed out. I'm doing this. I need a breather.
There's a Keek the Sneak lyric that says he was like, I'm finna kill my bitch, bro. Come pick me up. He said that shit in a song. And that shit, like, and I know when he said it, every nigga felt that shit like what? I'm finna kill my bitch, bro. Come pick me up. Like that is, like some niggas, when it comes down to that, niggas do be open with niggas like that. You understand what I'm trying to say? So it just depends on, the type of way how you put it. But it's going just like Selfmade said earlier, like, sometimes we just hella direct with shit. So that was a direct ass like
But you know what? I mean, even speaking of that though, it's like it's so easy to be direct and like in you know what I mean, in a negative manner. Like, man, come get me before I punch a hole through this bitch's head. versus, hey, versus an emotional, like a loving aspect or something that touches touches the soul. It's easier to be negative and be direct.
And seeking help, seeking some sort of, help from somebody who also needs some help.
Right, exactly. Right, exactly.
People ask me that about the psych hospital. When I used to do my rotation, they're like, "How do you deal with it?" And I was like, "Shit, I'm a certain level of crazy. You got to be a certain level of crazy to be able to deal with them." I intermingle with them, and I'm cool. I have a really nice 12-hour shift.
And first, though, I want to say give up to Valley out. You know what I'm saying? That he said he in therapy. You know what I'm saying? That's to be able to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like publicly on this forum. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm proud of you, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I think too, it takes you knowing that you need to seek that, right? Coming to grips that, all right, if I can't get it from my girl, my mom, the pastor, my sister, brothers, friends, or whatever, I need to go see somebody, and that goes to a place of you accepting things within yourself. You can't accept, you can't change the things that you're unwilling to accept. And if you know that you lack emotion, or that you go from 0 to 1,000 just because somebody, ate your cereal this morning, so you punching holes in the wall, bruh, you got a problem, right? And so you need to be able to go there.
I wanted to respond to what D Wood said, and I know we did a little bit, but he said we don't trust the white mental health doctors. And some of the times, they would just write us off as, going through whatever type of shit, right? And they would say that it's more anything, like they would probably say that it's more mental or that we're just going through something. So they'll try to give us a pill.
You're a product of your environment.
Exactly. And they don't understand it. Sometimes it's a spiritual thing that's going on first. Like, you know what I mean? You can't give somebody a pill for nothing spiritual. Like, you know what I mean? It just won't work. So
I kind of want to touch on that too.
Yeah. So when it comes down to that, it's just like, if we have a cipher of people, like if everybody on this live right now said, okay, we're going to be the forefront for, the first phase or second phase or third phase before you even think about going to go see somebody, then we could kind of come at it, from different angles to where we can then say, okay, well, this is out of our hands and we tried our best from the spiritual point of view. Go get a pill, my nigga.
Yeah. You know, speaking on that, like I don't want to keep throwing like credentials around or anything, but I'm a cardiac nurse, right?
Throw them shits around.
No. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but so you and being in clinical, as a medical professional, I was one of those people that was, man, you don't need to see a therapist. You don't, you know what I mean? I was literally one of those people, and I'm also like a meditator. I believe in holistic versus Western medicine, so on and so forth. And it really, really did. My mom passed away. I ended up doing over 20 minutes of CPR on her in my house and couldn't bring her back. And, that does something to the soul in itself. Yeah. And there was nothing literally that can help me. People are telling me, oh, I'm going to pray for you. And, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Literally, I had to do what Valley Uno did. And just, I needed to talk to somebody that I didn't know, who didn't know the situation, who wasn't going to tell me, honey, I'm going to pray for you. You know what I mean? And just vent it. And that's how I started coping with it. But I was a huge, non-believer in therapy or anything like that. And because we do have that stigma, it's shunned upon, but once I kind of got out there and said, this is what it is and nothing's helping. And I've been bottling it up for, X amount of months. And every night I'm reliving this situation over and over and over. But I finally got to like a healthy spot, just by talking to somebody who I didn't know. I don't know you from Adam and Eve and Steve and Gary and everybody else. But just having somebody that was listening and didn't really put their 2 cents in and just kind of was an ear.
Yeah.
And that it helped.
Well, even to touch bases on that, and I'm glad we are going there. Listen, your body wants to heal itself. It's the mind that has the battle, right? So, and when I'm saying that is when you're under stress, and sis, as you know, right, there's a chemical balance, there's a chemical reaction to stress. Like literally, it is a chemical that you give off that sends that to your brain that you are in stress, right?
It's cortical. Yep, you're absolutely right.
So that goes from the body to the brain. So when we don't tap in our emotions, when we have some sort of trauma that has happened to us, we are holding that loss, that trauma or whatever into our bodies as a chemical reaction, right? And so what that does is materialize on a physical. You'll have heart palpitations, or you can have high blood pressure. You can have anxiety. You can be depressed. All of these things is because the emotions, that emotion will give off a chemical release. That's why when you feel good, you get that euphoria, right? It's a signal that is coming, it's an actual chemical signal that's going to your brain to say, we're supposed to enjoy this, right? And so when you don't move that energy, right, of that loss, and you hold it within your heart, chemically, like you are hurting yourself, right? So why you feel good, sis, and being able to talk to someone else is because you moved that energy. You literally, that release of talking to someone created a chemical reaction within you that gave you that sense of relief, right?
That freedom.
Yeah, right. And so when we take a pill, in Western medicine, pills only mask the problem, right?
They block the receptors is what they actually do. Yep.
So big pharma, when we're talking big pharma, they're not interested, as we know, in treatment or in healing. They're
the money is in keeping the patient sick.
Right. So when you take that pill for anxiety, now you got 10 other things that's wrong with you. Instead of, though, going to, like you were saying, well, it's a spiritual thing, or there's something going on within the body, right, that is causing this reaction. So when we're talking to a counselor, that's why we're getting the relief. We're literally getting the weight off of us, right? Which now all of a sudden you've been having high blood pressure for the last 6 months, but if you wouldn't talk to somebody, you literally can do your blood pressure after you've talked to somebody and your shit is back to normal without the med. So we don't rely enough on our inner pharmacy, our inner,
Our
like I
inner.
mentioned,
Pharmacy. That was a
Mhm.
bar.
right?
Yeah.
I got a book coming out called Inner Pharmacy. You know what I'm saying, right? We don't rely enough on that inner pharmacy. And so part of that inner pharmacy though is to connect with another energy, right?
Mhm.
Which is another person to transfer this energy. And that person that transfers this energy of sadness, depression, whatever, a stress, what they give in exchange is acceptance, is love, is all of those things. So they're making a deposit. They're
Mhm.
transforming that energy. Energy's never
Transforming.
lost.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
transforming that energy. And that's how you heal. So
Right.
if you're lost in your head and thinking that, man, I can't go talk to somebody. Somebody's gonna think, you know, I'm a punk. Your body, like I said, is wanting to heal, so it's gonna
Mhm.
give you the red flag, nigga. I'm stressed out. Our high blood pressure, right, nigga? We need to go see somebody. But your head is like, nigga, shut up. You know what I'm saying? Suppress this shit, right? You're not gonna go talk to somebody, right? So that's the term of getting out of your head, right?
Right.
Right.
If you can't get it out of your head, the message that you're telling yourself in your head will never get to your body, or your heart can never get to your brain. So we
Right.
got to get out of our heads when it comes down to talking to somebody and moving that energy.
Man.
Facts.
Ooh.
So
That's
you
a
know what
good.
I'm saying, that
That's
inner
a
pharmacy book
That's a
is going to
bar,
be
but
here
sure.
next year.
I like the inner
Yeah.
pharmacy part though. I mean,
Yeah.
but you know
Hey,
what?
look,
It's a real
look,
thing. You know
That's
what I
one of
mean?
the
And this
highlight
is
reels.
look.
it's a real thing though. You know, and I do
Oh,
tell
there you go.
people
Yeah.
That's
That's a bar.
the
a
body, you know what I
bar.
mean? Going all the way back, you know, and we can go back 2,000 years ago before big, you know, Western and big pharma was around. The body, look at a scab. Your body has a natural intention to protect and heal itself. You know what I mean? And you know, all these pills and diabetes and everything. Now, people weren't going to the doctor 2,000 years ago and seeking help. You know what I mean? The body was just naturally self healing, and it, you know, it has to be equally with the mind as well, you know?
Right, but see, and the thing with healing that I've done a lot of research on this, and that's why the book is coming out, is because here's the thing. In order to allow your body to repair itself, you have to create the environment for that.
Mm-hmm.
So if your body is stressed every day, all day, the chemical reaction that's happening in your body is stress. There is no time that you actually have relaxed and being in rest so that your body can repair. You're not ever in rest and repair, even when you're sleeping, because you're thinking about some other shit. And as soon as
Right.
you get up, the first thing that you see is somebody getting killed or something like that. So you're on a high state alert for the past 15, 20 years. What damage do you think that that's happening? Yes, you have high blood pressure. Now you got, heart problems. Now you got kidney problems. You got all of these things when it really is about I need to get chemically balanced to a place that my body is really resting and repairing itself. So your emotions is a main component to that. If you're stressed, you can't rest and repair. If
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying, like, so when you think about letting your hair down and I want to do things to relax, that's why you have to separate yourself from the world and all that kind of stuff. Rest and relaxation for a lot of people is, nigga, I'm gonna throw on Netflix. Nigga, your mind still is going. You're taking in violence, you know what I mean,
Right.
or whatever that you're watching. You gotta meditate, right? You gotta clear that. So you have to create the chemical signal within your body to say, okay, we're not fight or flight, we're not scared, we're not, in stress. I am relaxed. When you're in that relaxed mode, your body will start repairing itself over time. And that's why back then in those days before we had really Western medicine and all of those things, they were able to heal themselves because they meditated. Nigga, when it says it's time to lay down, there was no TV, there wasn't a lot of these distractions that were depositing or causing an emotional response. You were able to really just be.
Right. Facts. Even, you know, after I went through my episode, you know, of losing my mom, and that was my first step, you know, because I'm still, you know, against Western medicine like that. I sought out, you know, a shaman. Like that's the first thing I'm going to do because I still believe in natural healing. And
Oh damn.
yeah. Oh yeah. It was a dope experience. I've even done Reiki and, you know, so on and so forth. And you're right, you know, and at the end of my Reiki healing session, the Reiki artist even called for everything that was taken away from my body to be restored back. And I'm talking about that was like one of the most energetic feelings I've ever felt within my body that next day after experiencing that. It was
I'm
just
sorry. What you said Reiki, like what's the how do you spell that? You said Reiki? What
REIKI,
AI, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna definitely look
Reiki healing.
so I can see what that
I
is.
have my retainers on. Don't be talking about me, man.
Mm-hmm.
I have a slur because I have my retainers. My braces came off.
Oh, did
Could
they?
nobody hear that, sis? I didn't hear that.
Trash.
Nobody heard that.
All
But
right.
that's what I'm saying. So if we are energy at the end of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why, like, we have a certain amount of electricity flowing through our body, right? What it's like I said, we gotta shut out the noise, right? We gotta get outside of distraction. That's why when we listen to certain music has that mood, right? And we know that we can get into the megahertz and all of that stuff and sound healing at another discussion, but we really have to re-understand or awaken to who we are, right? All of this other bullshit of, you know, the music, ass shaking, this, that, and the other. Like, we are energy, first and foremost.
Right.
Secondly, like, what is purpose? You know, so you're choosing to stay at this job that stresses you the fuck out because that is your choice, right? You somewhere deep in yourself don't think that you can find a job or do something that you can put your hands to, that you are naturally gifted to, and make the money that you need to make to take care of your family, right? So when we're outside of that, we're going to always have a certain amount of stress.
Facts.
Right? If your job is killing you, literally, why the fuck are you still there?
Why are you still there? Yeah.
Definitely. And I remember the last thing that I did, that I publicized, I took a fucking bubble bath and niggas laughed at me and shit. And I didn't appreciate that. Like, not at all.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that, but you know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
trying to set a trend, but it didn't work.
Hey, Rev Run does that
They're
shit.
doing it behind the scenes.
Real niggas take bubble baths.
They're following the trend. They just ain't videoing it and putting it on the Instagram.
Heard to say real niggas take bubble baths.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to just, you know what I'm saying, do that on a regular, you know what I'm saying? And I think if more men, because we do it with what's that shit? Scarface, right? Tony Montana being able to be in the big shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mine didn't look like that though.
No, but I mean, I'm saying, shoot.
Hey,
You had your, you know what I'm saying, your little shit, right? So, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. You got to do it.
Shit, but taking that bath in water, and then I listen to 432 hertz music, and that vibrates into the water, and then it vibrates into the water that's in it. That's lit. I'm talking about super lit. But
I mean, we're made of the elements of the earth. You know what I mean? Everything that's in the earth is within us as well. So sometimes just that direct reconnection with outdoor, you know what I mean? Sometimes that'll help reset. It might not be a permanent fix, but it does help me to reground. And there's times where I know it sounds nasty, but I'll just have to get my feet, like literally, you know, my bare feet into that actual, you know, dirt that's out there in the world. And you know, just to reconnect and rebalance.
Shit, listen, I'm an earth sign, you know, as far as a sun sign, but I'm always out, and that is my energy. That's like my secret weapon is. And every day when I wake up, rain, sleet, or snow, I'm outside on my patio, even on a day that has an overcast. If you're really connected and you just stand still for a second, you can feel the sun rays coming through the clouds, right? You can really feel it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have you said it right. We are made up of the earth. Every element, everything is there. So we have to pour that back in. So when sickness comes, it's because one of those things are out of alignment. So if you got high blood pressure, right, that's your body saying we are on fire. right? You're maybe eating too much salt, right? Or two things that will bring inflammation, inflamed, right? If you have issues with your bowels or certain things, there's certain elements that go along with that. Your body is super intelligent, like you said.
Absolutely.
If you scrape your knee, right? Shit, what'd you do? Wash that motherfucker, put a band-aid on it or not, right? And let it alone, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And the next thing you know, you look down, you didn't see what it was doing to create that scab, right?
Right.
And then there's some scab pickers in here, you know what I'm saying, that just can't let shit be, right? But if you let it be, that shit'll never could never you would never know that you
There'll be no
fell right
trace.
there,
Mhm.
right? No trace of it if it healed properly. If it didn't, that's where we have a scar, right? It's an evidence of improper healing.
Right.
So
Mhm.
if we just really again get to the missing elements, if we start listening to our bodies, if your doctor says you're taking too much salt, right? Think about that. Salt is a mineral. Too
Mhm.
much salt will cause inflammation or high blood pressure. It'll cause the tissues in your body to be inflamed. That is
Mhm.
a fire element. So if you're eating too much spicy foods, right, your body is singing an alarm, right? So your body is
Oh, double that
designed.
square button. Can I?
Well, you know what? You know what? She needed it though, right? And I was like, I didn't want to cut her off, but can you double tap that? Because when she,
Yeah.
you know what I like, and I look at it metaphorically, like going into the emotion. You know that we got the pickers. You know what I mean? And the scar is evidence of a non-healing. You know what I mean? And you know how
Right.
people are just emotionally scarred, and it just
Woo.
resonated. That it was a bar.
Right.
Let's throw
So
another bar on there.
It's up. I just kept it up.
so so our bodies are so intelligent. Like we don't know that. We think that like or we forgot that. We forgot that uh when our joints are hurting, what is that really saying, right? Connection. That could be, I need to be reconnected. There's joints, there's minerals, there's calcium, right? You need calcium. Something is going on with your vitamins. You are calcium or vitamin D deficient. So that is your body telling you this is what I need, right? You can take a pill for vitamin D, right? But you really need to get the most natural, be out in the elements, right?
Go sit in
So
the sun for 15 minutes instead of taking that pill.
exactly, right? And so yes, medicine is good, and what it is for is like emergency medicine. Really, it is for something that is happening right now that is detrimental to your health, right? That can kill you. That's why if you go to the ER just because you got a stomach ache, they'll send you home. Doesn't mean that you don't have a damn ulcer or something like that. But nigga, are you going to die today? No, you're not going to die today. So go back to your doctor so that they can go through this other problem. Because if your guts are hanging out, yeah, we got you for emergency medicine. We can try and help put your guts back together and do that. But we use emergency medicine as
A
a
rescue.
scapegoat or as a rescue, right? And that's not what it's for. So if
Right.
we really got back to healing, really got back to listening to our bodies, right? Because you'll know, be like, damn, all of a sudden, you're not feeling right. And you wait till it is an emergency situation, your damn pancreas didn't busted or some shit, and now you got to get there. If you start looking at and listening to your body, and really, if your doctor says, hey, you got a problem with your heart, or with something, or or with stress, all right, you can even look at that. What mineral is that? What causes a stress? And that's usually can be like iron, your lack of iron or magnesium or zinc. So we got to just really start tapping into our bodies. What causes a heart palpitation? A lack of a mineral usually, or some sort of vitamin. So let's tap in. We
Yeah,
won't need this.
they definitely gotta educate themselves as well when it comes to these different herbs and
Mhm.
medicinal things that they can do to be able to heal themselves. Because a lot of the time when they go to the doctor first, off the rip, it's like, what do you like? You know, most people go to the doctor so that the doctor can prescribe them with something that's going to help versus them, you know, just getting something. Oh, the doctor says, oh, something's going on with my heart or my kidney. And now let me go back home and redo my own research to figure out what's going on so that I can heal myself. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
people are looking for you know, it goes back to that instant gratification or that instant fix, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't want to take the steps to do behavioral modification, you know. And I'm really big on, you know, researching what you're going to put into your body, whether it's natural or, you know, man-made, because there's things that are natural too that'll calcify you. And once you get that calcification, you get that cloudiness, you know, your aura has holes in it and everything else. So you have to really, you know, research what you're putting into your body.
Damn.
You said your aura got holes in it. That's a bar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You gotta give her a bar for that.
Aura got holes in it. God.
You know how sick you gotta be to have holes in your aura.
Shit.
Nigga, I'm running when I see you. If I see you with a hole in your shit, nah, bro.
yeah, right. Because man, but hey, that's just that. So sis, you hit that right on the head.
Walking around with holes in that shit.
That's facts, you know. And I like what you said, Self, about medicinal and just really looking at things. And that's what I'm saying. It's like I think we're starting to get back into that. Like veganism and, you know, certain things have started kind of making it popular to start looking at what we're taking into our bodies and what we're, you know, what we're doing, you know. And like I said, back to kind of like the relationships, if we're not eating properly, right, you can't tell me you love me and you watched me gain 60 fucking pounds, right? Knowing what we know about health, right? You're watching me like literally kill myself in front of you. I can't be okay with that. So if I'm overeating, what am I overcompensating for?
Right. What void are you trying to fill?
But I love you because you're going to die happy. You love to eat.
No, see, and this, and I'm gonna give y'all a little something. If you watch Snackers, right? If you know, and I used to be a carb muncher, right? On like chips and like, you know, the high carb shit. That's where a lot of the weight had came from. But our bodies are so smart that when we are in an emotional state, it will gravitate to a certain kind of food to create that chemical response. So if you are lonely or need love or something, you're going to go to sweets, candy, even if it's fruit, you're going to go to the sweeter things, strawberries, you know, peaches, and, you know, stuff like that, right? Because your body is saying, it's recognizing we are hurting, right? And so we need some comfort. So I need strawberries in my life, or I need ice cream, or I need this, that, and the third.
That's why they call it a Hershey's kiss. You need that love.
Right. You need that love, right? But if you're stressed out, right, even on a health thing, you're going to want a walnut, you're going to want a chip, you're going to want popcorn, you're going to want something crunchy that you can chew on, because that creates a grind in your jaw. Like that is that. So I'm a people watcher. So when I watch what people eat and things like that, I can really read and be like, so I'll ask, how you doing though? You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, Miss Benet, don't ever do that to me, because I'm gonna be like, look, girl, I got problems. Don't judge me. I'm eating walnuts and strawberries.
But because I care, because here's the thing. You know, I'm the love energy, right? I care, right? I'm very right. You know what I'm saying? No, because hey,
don't get no sparkling water either.
You're gonna get some healing coming around me, okay? Right? At least some sort of nourishment, right? Because you know what I'm saying. I can recognize, nigga, you tearing up these bags of chips. I know you're hungry, but you're not that damn hungry. So tell me. What's on your mind, right? So obviously there's something just going on. Let me tap in. So take that, you know, for all my listeners, your significant others, your boyfriends and spouses or whatever, if they're gravitating to certain kind of foods, but they're not talking, they talking though.
Right.
That's a bar.
So Now pay attention. Now I've transitioned for if I'm going to be a carb muncher and I know that I'm in that thing, I can eat carrots or I can eat walnuts is good for you. You know what I mean? There's certain things that now I don't eat potato chips and hella cookies and, you know, all that shit. I will eat, if I need some love, I will eat strawberries. You know what I'm saying? I will eat certain things. But now I've connected that food to my emotion,
Right.
right? Now I can tap in emotionally to be like, I must be feeling like sad a little bit, nigga. I'm fucking up these strawberries. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I need a little love, right?
If you told me that before having this dialogue, I'd be like, Renee, are you talking to me and Co?
I was gonna say now that I'm gonna go try to find my significant other, I'm going straight to the refrigerator. Like, hey, what you got?
What you got in there?
Right.
I don't need to see your medicine cabinet. Let me see your refrigerator.
Hey, and ain't nothing in that motherfucker but fruits and vegetables for me, because you know what I'm saying? Really, like, and that's literally what it is. So it's like,
that's
I can still do, I can still be a carb muncher, but I'm gonna do it healthy, right? Because I'm eating to live. So I'm still listening to my body that's saying, we need to think about something, right? We need to have a healthy dialogue, right? So I'm gonna eat these carrot chips, right? That's going, you know, instead of me having potato chips, they got carrot slices or whatever that's like chips. I can do my cucumber slices or whatever. That's still gonna give me that crunch, so I can think on what I need to think on, but I'm not killing myself in the process. I'm actually healing myself in that process. I'm giving my body what it's saying it needs. We need this carb in order to move, you know, this mental block, or in emotions, I'm sad. So we need this comfort, right? So I'm not going to go to certain things. I'm going to go to something that is made for that, right? And our heart, a strawberry is supposed to be like a heart, right? You know what I'm saying? So nothing is by coincidence, right? So you got to just know that.
Did you go vegan?
I have gone vegan, but no, I am vegetarian.
Okay, that's what I usually do too. I'll go vegetarian for some time and then I'll fall off. But I did vegan and I was only successful for one day, and after that I was like,
so I will eat. I will say that. So I will eat fish or seafood, you know, on occasion, but I don't eat any meat, no dairy, no, like I'm just good. And one, mentally, emotionally, and even physically, right? Like I've lost so much damn weight, it's just crazy. Plus the mental clarity, even in my skin, right? So if you put the good stuff in, good stuff out, right? So it just took that place of being emotional, and that came from a relationship, right? I did not know after my last relationship, like, yo, B, you must not really love yourself, bitch. How did you let yourself gain 60 damn pounds? Right? All right, let's do this. Let's do this work. You said what?
Because you was in love. It didn't matter, baby.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Well,
I don't even want to talk
he
about
may
that.
have loved it. I didn't love it, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right. But you know what? That's real though. I know, you know, like I said, I'm not afraid to say it because I'll do like vegetarian half of the year. I think the longest that I went vegetarian was probably like 2 years. But you know, and we say,
but I'm drinking, you know what I'm saying, in my cup is this has been water this whole time, right? You know what I'm saying? So this ain't vodka in this water. This is water. This is me taking in my water because
it's doing it elegantly.
But you know, they say that
I thought that was some drink. I ain't gonna
you're classy with your water cup.
Yeah, right.
But you know, you can actually feel, you know, the fear in the slaughter in the meat. And when I come off of meat and I'm strictly vegetarian, I have more energy, I have more clarity, you know. And I actually was speaking to somebody else about this, and they said that they feel the same way. You know, when they came off of meat, that mental clarity, you know, was substantially different, as well as the amount of energy that you have.
Okay.
I remember when I broke my vegetarianism, I think I did like 2.5 years. And just like you said, like you could literally feel that. I was like, hold on, nigga, this ain't me right now. Like, I don't know what the fuck I was taking in, but I'm like, I just want to go cry. Like,
well, you feel sluggish, right? It makes you feel sluggish, and you feel, you know what I mean? You just don't feel like you.
Yeah, nah, that shit was bananas on some real shit. Like I'm saying it as a joke, but it was real. I felt all of that shit. I'm like, hell no, like nigga, this is what it feels. Ugh. But
yeah, I think they got all these different energies in these food. The GMOs, that's genetically modified organisms in your shit. Like nigga, alive organisms, you know what I mean, floating through the food. And then you wonder why certain people just out of nowhere get these cravings to just go eat some McDonald's or some Skittles or all these candy and all this junk. It's like you got certain parasites within you that is releasing certain chemicals that's making you have an emotional reaction to some shit that they want to eat. You know what I'm saying? And then now you catering to the parasites within
You're a host.
you. Exactly.
right.
And then so you just go and you're feeding them. You know what I mean? And it's like you gotta for surely be able to detox and get that type of shit out of you. You know what I mean? Before you could really start to tap into yourself, really, because a lot of the times you may think you want some shit and it's not even you that wants it.
That's
Hey.
a bar.
And that's facts. And so me not having meat and and stuff like that, like there's energies even in the food, right? I learned that sweet potatoes produce serotonin, which is the sister to or brother, however, to melatonin. So if one day I was sitting there and I'm like, okay, I ain't eating no meat and stuff, but why in the hell am I so damn tired, right? The same kind of thing if I ate turkey, right? Turkey has melatonin in it. That's why you get super sleepy. So, but now I'm able to tap in on the health side, like, oh shit, now I have to dig deeper and do more research, like, oh shit, so this produces melatonin too? Okay, I don't need to eat sweet potatoes before this meeting, even though I'm healthy. Now I know, nigga, because listen, I can't do. I will be nodding. I'd be like the lady in Subway in the sandwich, nigga. I'd be all the way in your shit, nigga, knocked the fuck out. So we got to just kind of educate ourselves. So
yeah, that's it right there.
Okay, so now I got to
even the products that you use, on your body, a lot of it, I tell people to look into their deodorant, their toothpaste, you know what I mean? Because anything deodorants that contain the aluminum, you're putting yourself at risk for Alzheimer's disease and so on and so forth. Toothpaste with the fluoride, that calcification. So
I think it's time for the shameless plug real quick.
Oh yeah.
Nah, but she started talking about toothpaste and deodorant.
What you got?
We got the natural way only. You know what I mean? Like, so just a little background, because like I've been vegan, plant-based for like 5+ years, you know what I mean? So like all this shit is exactly, what I've been on for a while. So when I first kind of got onto this stuff, that was like one of the main things was like, damn, we using this Colgate toothpaste that got all this fluoride in it, and we rubbing deodorant that got hella aluminum, and then wonder why breast cancer and all these different things is popping. You know what I mean? So me and my goddess, that's exactly what we did. So we started to do our research, and we pretty much started creating our own lip balms and deodorants and toothpastes and shampoos and soaps and all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what am I saying? You gotta hold up the product.
That's
you
it.
feel me?
I got some on deck.
I know I should have just came and put, you know what I'm saying? But no, it just came out, just how it did. But
but you are you selling it?
Yeah. Hold on,
throw the link out there in chat.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Put it in the chat, right? So while we doing that, I want to kind of get back to relationships, right? And I want to ask.
Oh yeah, because we gotta bring it back full circle. Because everybody on this chat knows that we can go forever, like you know what I mean. But it's money though, so we good, like you know what I mean. But go ahead.
The naturalwayonly.com, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get your stuff, right? Tap in.
We gotta send Benet some because her background is looking kind of lit. So just to have product placement.
I know, right? For real. Care package for real.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's brought to you by, right? My handle right? You know what I'm saying? On my what was that, Cheeky Shepherd or Cheeky Shepherd? from the from
Uh-huh.
the you know what y'all talking
Apollo.
about.
I know you're
Yeah,
talking
the
Apollo.
Apollo, yeah. You know, and I could be in my little dress, right? You know, actually in my dress. But so what can women do to create a safe space for you to be emotional, right? Because we've asked that, right? But what can women do to create that space for you, right?
You want to take that first, though?
That's a good question. I don't know, man. Like that's a real good question for real. So, I'm not sure what it'd take for the men to be open to something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
But I mean, personally for you, like if
oh,
you, that's what I mean. Like, what will it take from a woman to, like, what does a woman need to do to create that safe space to put a ring on it? You ain't getting married, right? You tell her no, bitch. I'm not getting married. I don't care how many diamonds is on this motherfucker. I said no, but because a lot of times, if it is, we got a Nazi.
Don't even pay no attention, man. I
Oh,
saw that coming
here.
too.
Get out of here.
So
What?
yeah, I don't know.
Send them an invite. Send them an invite.
Golly.
Yeah. So
World War II, like that should don't even like.
Nigga here trying to spaz.
Like how your name is gonna be that he yells that every time, or he or she or whoever that is.
right.
You can't even read that silently.
Right. So what I'm just trying to say is that there are women that is that on us that we got to reload this page? I got a little pop up. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I did too.
Yeah, no, hey, so if it's we in our
yeah.
Okay. So there may be women that want to be able to create that space. Like they see that you're stressed out, and you may even say like, yo, I'm not an emotional dude. Like, I don't know how to, what I'm saying, how to do that. From a woman, like what would you need from a woman to be able to create that space, or for you to be able to trust, wound, that I'm not gonna cut off your locks if you laid in my lap? You know what I mean? Like, what is it?
Well, see, laying in the lap is one thing. I need to be the little spoon, so I gotta be able to make sure my back's got it.
There you go. There you go.
My back has got that is good. No, that's a good ass question. For me, I don't know. Like, it would still have to stem from self for me, and what I mean by that is that I would have to create the space for her to create the space. You know what I mean? So if she sees me being comfortable with me being that, then it's just like, okay, that's me opening up the space for her to say, you want to know what, this nigga's going to allow me to, open that lane for him. So then like it's just a big circle that's going around. So I would definitely have her at least be receptive to the things that I will put out there. Not I may not say it, but I may just start showing certain little different things, like, you know what I mean? And then if she picks up on that, then hell yeah, then she would, just reciprocate that energy. I would think.
Okay.
So I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I'm saying that because I wouldn't want to put it directly on her, but so
Right.
yeah, if she's open enough to receive that, then hell yeah. Just pay attention to me, baby, and put a ring on it.
Yeah, and I think too, like, I think just the fact that just by even asking that question is kind of bringing that type of energy in that circle. You know what I mean? So just the fact that it would be brought up in a certain manner, it's like, okay, at least you're showing me now that you know what I mean. You ready to even accept something that I may have to say from that type of standpoint. So just that, and then you just knowing too, like, okay, if I do open up, don't don't throw me to the wolves. You know what I mean? Like, don't do nothing crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I got to be able to trust you when it comes to that emotional support.
Yeah. Okay. So with that being said, is that something do you think that most men need
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
right now?
definitely.
Is that space? Okay.
Definitely. I think too, like maybe that's why a lot of men feel the way that they feel as far as like holding back their emotion is because they don't get that, you know what I mean? Or anytime that they do show emotion, it's always shunned upon as being weak or you know what I mean, something negative.
Mhm.
So they
Right.
gotta, they gotta be able to feel like, okay, this is a good thing when I do this. We're actually getting somewhere. This is a
Mhm.
positive communication, thing that we got going on.
Okay.
Right.
So
The reason, just to go back to what I was saying, what I said, the reason, because we can have a situation to where we're trying to open up, but we don't know how to do it, or we're doing it, and it's not a way that we do it. So if we're doing it for us first, then we have to be honest with what we're doing it. So it's just like, okay, now that we're honest, now we're going to be able to project it onto somebody else, and then they're, you know what I mean. So it's just like it's real important for us to have that, like, you know what I mean. So for I don't know, for some men, they probably don't know how to express it. They don't know how to feel it. It's been like, just suppressed for so long that it's just like, damn, nigga, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to deal with it. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's another thing too, because I had somebody tell me that, like, how I said something, I expressed myself, but I just said what I said, like kind of how I was saying, being just straightforward.
yeah.
And
Right.
he's like, no, she's like, I need more than that. Like, I need something more. You know what I mean? And so it's like, if you are uh expressing yourself in the way that you express yourself, um, how is it like on the receiving end of it?
Mhm.
Is that like, is it enough?
Is it enough?
Almost.
Yeah. Is there
You
a
know what I mean?
measurement on it?
Yeah.
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 Right.
And
That's
if in answering that, I would suggest a woman to ask, explain. That's been my big thing to say, like I heard the word that you said. If you said, man, I'm stressed the fuck out, like I can understand that. I'm be like, explain, or, you know, how
Right.
so, right? Because I'm gonna have to help you pull it to the surface, right? To be
Mhm.
able to, kind of pull this rope, right? So that we can get to it. And if it's okay, you're stressed out and you're talking about your boss and this, that, and the third, or whatever, and I'm keep pulling and I'm listening because I'm allowing you to talk and I'm pulling and I'm like, wow, okay, so why you think your boss did this? And so you keep going. And next thing it is like, man, because I really want to get out here and do my own shit.
Mhm.
Bingo. Like that's really why
Right.
you stressing out is instead of
right.
saying, nigga, I'm tired of this shit. I could be doing it myself. I think when men tap in, they tap into that same emotion like women do. We can kind of talk around the issue,
Mhm.
right? And not we got to pull it from each other to say, okay, bam, that's what you really want, babe, is to start your own thing. Now we as women have the responsibility to encourage that, right? Because now you just laid out some shit, right? Like, oh, you can do that. You know what I'm saying? Let's go get it. Not like, nigga, what? You want to start your own business,
Right.
with that and the third.
Right. You got to be supportive of, and
Yeah.
yeah.
With
I
that.
always found, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Benay, but I always found that one thing that always helped, is just being open with it. Like, how can I help you through this? You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
just being blunt, because sometimes what we think we're doing that's helping can be non-productive, or and even a hindrance sometimes, and we don't know. So it's
Right.
like, how can I help you through this? And if you ask me something like that, sometimes I'll say, just leave me alone, let me think it out. You know what I mean? I don't need you sitting here talking my ear off while I'm trying to get through something. And not to
That's
be
hey, that's a
funny or
fact though.
anything like
That's a
that, but
fact.
sometimes you really have to get within yourself and kind of think it out.
Yeah.
And we all have our different things that we need, so just being open and respecting what that person says, though, too.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
can I help you through this? If they say, just leave me alone for a little bit, you can't take that personal, because that's what that
Right.
person needs at that time. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So being receptive and respecting what they have to say.
Okay, so one more question that I have. So how um how would you suggest a woman pull or foster a place that encourages your, and I hate that word growth, but we'll say growth, right? Your growth in the sense of, if I see potential in you to wound be, the next Tupac or something like that, right? But you may struggle in that, right? Of your confidence to go out and do that, or self-made, like, yo, nigga, you could be the next, Dr. Chevy, right? Or Chevy, what's his name? Chevy?
Sebi.
Chevy,
Savvy,
Dr.
yeah.
Chevy, right? And I want to foster that because I can see it. How how do you suggest women go about that, right? Because sometimes we can say wound, all right, we got the running joke that LL Wound J, right? That's my nickname for you. LL Wound J, right? So I'll
Alex.
call you, yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, y'all can't call him that. That's for me, right? All right. That's so if I say that that's what it is, but you kind of like, nah, I kind of want to do it this way, or I want to do it this way, or I don't know. And I'm like, yo, I'm like on you, like, nigga, you are, LL Wounded, like, let's do this, right? How as and I've seen it to where sometimes as a woman we can see the greatness in you, and we're just pushing you in a way that actually makes you withdraw from your purpose, not pushing you in it. And
Right.
it's not so much that we don't want to see you flourish. We just don't know how to maybe motivate you to get to that place. So can y'all address that? Like, how do we speak to the king really in you to move you, into your purpose? If
Man,
that's if that's possible.
let me say this. Just naturally, I get a lot of that. Like, you understand what I'm saying? I get a lot of that. A lot of that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. It's just like the praise, right? And I just now said this to myself the other day. I texted it to myself. It's just like, when you praise somebody, praise and raise, like the raise is still there. Praise is to lift them up. The raise is to uplift them. Like, you know what I mean? So just that, just like, you know what I mean. But it's just that reciprocation of the energy that you put out, because you
Mm.
couldn't see it within me unless I'm putting that energy out. Like, you know what I mean. So you like, oh, this nigga might be kind of raw, so I'm gonna praise this nigga up, even for the times where he may not see the shit. I'm gonna still give it to him. Like, you know what I mean. Because even the highest motherfucker could still feel like, well, maybe, you know what I mean, shit ain't gonna pop like how I think it's gonna pop. And then
Right.
if you see just that little piece, that's when you come slide in, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, nigga, I see you ain't popping like how you should be. Well, nigga, what's going on? Like, you know what I mean? And I get that a lot too, because sometimes I be slacking because I do hell of shit, right? So
Yeah.
sometimes people will just pull up, nigga, how come you ain't dropped this shit? Well, what you doing with this? Yada yada yada, like all this shit, right? Somebody said that. Look, I ain't even opened this yet, right? This is the illustrations from my children's book. I have not even opened it. Like, you know what I mean? So
Right. I know.
it's just like, tomorrow I'm gonna bust this bitch open for sure. But no, just to get back to your question, it's just like, because again, I constantly feel constant love because I constantly give love. Like, you know what I mean? So I appreciate it all for everybody who's listening. I appreciate all that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So just to give praise and just to raise people up, and then also to let me know also when I'm not on my motherfucking job. Like, you know what I mean? So I like both of the shit. I want all the smoke. Like, you know what I mean? So that would be it for me. Just the communication and just that, just to keep that understanding and keep it real with me. Don't give me no fake bodies. I do not fuck with fake bodies. Don't tell me, nigga, you're doing an outstanding job, and then like my
Right.
shit, big ass Kool-Aid stain on and shit. Like,
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Get that booger out your nose, nigga. Let's get
right.
Right. I think too. That's just the support, because I think not me personally, but I've seen it to where it's like that push could be too much, as far as what you was talking about. Like, it could be more like overwhelming because they still may be trying to figure themselves out,
Ooh,
as far as the direction that they may want to go in, the stuff that you may see in that person. You know what I mean? So I definitely see both ways. if it was on that aspect, then yeah, I would just say the support and let kind of let them move at their own speed. Now, if that speed too slow, then you know, you know what I mean. You'll know what to do. But
Yeah.
I definitely feel what Woon is saying too, as far as like, yeah, tell me, because you know what I mean. Like certain men, like you know what I mean, they take that and be like, okay, yep, I'm about to get on my shit. You know what I mean. And then other ones is like, oh shit, she pushing me to do something that I ain't comfortable, with doing right now. So
Yeah.
I definitely see both sides. So yeah, I would just say support at the end of the day, because I don't think you could really go wrong with that. In any, you know what I mean, on any side.
Yeah, because your intentions, if you got pure intentions, then niggas gonna recognize that shit. They ain't gonna say like, well, you're asking me to do too much, you motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
If they respond like that, then maybe they're not really true to what they're trying to do and shit. Like, you know what I mean? So they really don't even believe it anyway within themselves. So what you saying is just like, bitch, I don't even believe in me. Why believe in me?
Right.
This is some trial and error type shit.
Right. No, and I say that only because I used to be that way. You know me, like if I got the resources or something, like let's go. Let's, what I'm saying, I'm a visionary. So I can see what you're doing. And that's like my strength, I guess, as a woman or as a partner. Yo, you tell me what you're trying to do. I can see the vision and I'm gonna assist, right? And I used to, it happened that way, that sometimes I could be abrasive in that way. Like, come on, dude, like, how come you don't believe in you? Like, I say it, like, listen, this is that. But what I discovered is, and tell me if I'm wrong, in my discovery, because, this is my thoughts, is with men, you really need to figure it out on your own.
Can I throw the bar up there?
That's the bar. Tap that bitch.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm in the right space.
You right on time with that motherfucker right there.
Because me being a partner in my mind doesn't help me. If you don't know what it is, then I felt that that's what I was supposed to do, is help push you in that way. But what I come to find out or learn is that that's why I can't help you get the job, right? You know what I'm saying? I could just call my people and be like, yo, you got the job. You need to go through that process of figuring it out. And it is not, and like you said, Selfmade, you hit it on the head, of support. All I need to do is, while you're in your alone time, right? When you're trying to map this shit out in your pad or whatever, you in your zone, just come with my feminine energy, you know what I'm saying? Give a kiss on the forehead or something or whatever on the side, and be like, you got this, babe. And I'm gonna leave, right? And let you just do it. Like I see that you are working. I'm not interrupting. I'm not trying to put my ideas on it until you come to me and say, all right, so I figured it out to this part. You know what I'm saying? What you think about this? Then I'll give my 2 cents. But I used to be like, nigga, let's go. Let's do this. And that's something I learned, that you guys just got to figure it out within yourself. And the support that is there, of a gentle kiss, or like, okay, he's figuring this shit out. So, all right, it's not that he's being antisocial or you internalize, what did I do? He not talking to me or whatever, right? And now here comes a whole argument that you didn't made up, when he's just really actually trying to figure out, you know what, she actually been pretty good and shit. She's been talking about going on this trip. Let me figure out how to do this trip. Did you just talk yourself out of a trip because he's trying to be silent and move his money around and kind of how he's doing it? And then you're internalizing it as, you're not talking to me because XYZ, right? So I just wanted to confirm that I'm doing it right when I just let you kind of figure out your thing. And my encouragement is, hey, babe, you got this. I don't know what's going on or whatever, but you got this. Or, you know what I'm saying, a little kiss on the forehead or whatever. It's good. You know what I'm saying? And let you just figure it out.
Everything. They had a, I'm sorry, real quick, because I just got to say this. They had a dope ass display of that in Hustle and Flow when Taraji had bought him that DJ chain to where he was finna go see Luda and shit.
Yeah.
She came and just gave that nigga a chain, and she was like, because she was like, she getting the whole money, so she was like, bitch, you took your whole money and got me a goddamn chain. That nigga, hey, that's my bitch, man. I damn near cried on that scene. I'm like, goddamn, my bitch. I need one. Put a ring on it.
Right. But see, that's back to the point that I was saying is if I make 100 or you're paying on the bills and I'm making 100 or whatever, and you doing that, I gotta come through with this Rolex, right? Because you need to be able to come through in the way that you need to come through. But if you spending money on me and the family and all this stuff, and now you don't have what you need, but I got my Birkin bag, I got my hair and my nails done and stuff. I know what that's gonna do to your confidence, and just to be like, nigga, my bitch didn't, nigga,
And
look what
remember,
you know what I'm saying?
when he went to go see Lute, I forgot who he was talking to, but he said what he was wearing was going to keep him at his temperature that he was at. I think it was like a leather jacket or some shit like that.
Yeah.
It was just like, just like little shit, man. Because men really, just like you said, like, just to figure it out, we don't necessarily need a lot, but if you just come say just the little subtlest things like, hey, nigga, you winning, right? You're like, yeah. The nigga may not even give it to you right then and there. When you leave the room, he come like, you goddamn right I'm women. You know what I mean? It's just it's just the littlest things that get a nigga. But women, and let me say this real quick, and I know stuff that you want to say something, but real quick. The smartest woman has the mathematics down on how to let a man be the man, but the woman could be the mastermind behind the whole thing. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Hey. That's a bar, nigga. I need you to put that in there. That's a bar.
Reals.
Because they know how to do that shit. The smart woman knows how to do that. Because a nigga be like, that was my idea. But the whole time the woman like, nigga, yeah.
Nigga, I planted the seed, did all this other things, and now what I'm saying. Now the next thing you know, you're doing some shit, right? That's the power of a woman.
It's definitely women have like a certain, power with that shit. Just like I said, like you tapped in with that shit. Like women are powerful, like you know what I mean. In that light, like you know what I mean. So and I just want to say that, but go ahead, Self.
Nah, I mean you can walk by and do a little salt drop real quick. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I see what you're doing. You know what I mean? What about this? And then just slide out the room and let him figure it out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I love that. That's hella cute. He said, okay, let me twerk something real quick. You know what I'm saying? You so sexy, you so handsome. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
Let me now he ready to go. He ready to work now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then too, I was just gonna say too, like, I think that also like just like, being the support factor and just knowing that, you there, it kind of opens up the freedom to be like, turn around and ask, like, hey, what do you think about this? I'm working on this. What, I need some input versus like you constantly just always, oh, I think you should do this. Oh, I think you should, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to drop that little bar in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On that reform dummy thing, right, is going back to like soul food. Nia Long loved her husband, right? You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna say that shit too.
Right, you know what I'm saying? But most women, that's what I'm saying. We feel like the power, like we know we have a solution for you, right?
Right.
Like that is the help side that we can like, nigga, you can skip all this, disappointment and go into these jobs. Fuck these motherfuckers. I'm gonna call my people and you can get in where you at and it should be good, right? So I remember watching that when it came out, right? And I was with her like, what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
I mean, like, what did I do wrong? All I tried to do was help you. Now, I mean, I wouldn't have went as far as, she went wearing a nigga bracelet and all that kind of shit. I know how to do that feminine. Like,
Hey, they played that shit hella funny because not to say it like that, but Mekhi Phifer was dark. That was a light skinned pretty nigga and shit. Like they played that shit out.
Right. So those are the subtleties in movies that people, you know what I'm saying, forget about, right? But
Yeah.
For me, I didn't understand, right? And until I got older and actually gone through that, because I was that person. I know a lot of people. I did HR. I've done so many different positions where in my Rolodex, I could call an HR manager directly and be like, "Yo, so and so is looking for a job. You know what I'm saying? Give me a favor." You know what I'm saying? Not knowing that that was the figure it out part. Men need to figure that part out, and especially not to get it from another man that you used to be fucking on. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother thing, right? You know, so it takes us as women to, you can't just get mad and go off. We're not gonna understand, right? You're gonna have to educate us and say, listen, that shit you did was some bullshit, right? You're gonna be upset, but without you educating us, we're gonna be prone to repeat that pattern because we don't see the error. And I just wanted to hook, you know what I'm saying, babe? I'm tired of you coming home stressing out and shit, slamming doors. We can't even have sex or nothing. You don't want to talk, you want nothing. I can call my people, right? You know, and let's get this over with so you can be in that place. So you can be in that place when I come home, all the candles is lit and all this shit. And baby, I got my job. Yes. Thank the Lord, I got my baby back. Okay. Yes. You know, so we want to help you through that. But I had to learn.
Let me throw this out there real quick. That's kind of like similar to having your lady borrow some money from another nigga. Like, hold on, girl, you get what?
Yeah.
It's beef. It's real beef. Like, hell nah.
That's out of pocket.
Yeah.
That's out of pocket.
For real. So I just, like I said, I wanted to make sure that, you know, I was in that space, that I was correct in that, like giving you guys that space, because that's what I had to learn, that you need, the best thing I could do is be supportive and let you, you know, put this Rubik's Cube together, right? You know, even if I know that I can show you how to do it faster, our way. Okay, sorry, sis, if there's still women watching. Listen, our way, or men, your way may not be the best way, right? Just like GPS. Nigga, you could get, there's alternate routes to get to the same destination. So just because it may seem best to go nigga I-5, you know, or I-80 to get all the way through to Frisco, a motherfucker may want to go 680 and go, you know, a whole nother route, right? You still gonna get there, right? So you have to allow people to do that. And when you allow people to be themselves, you actually learn something like, damn, I didn't know you could take, you know, Wood used to go to the Bay. Nigga, I didn't know shit about highway. Was it 4 or 12 or something going in the back way? Nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm I-80, right? You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I don't know this country road and all that. Now that's one of my favorite ways to go, right? To cut through some of this shit. And it's a beautiful, like, ride versus this traffic shit, right? So we have to learn that part. Like, okay, just because I do it this way, another person is going to do it another way, and shit, you might enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? So you might learn something, you might pick up on something. So yeah, I got out y'all way and let you figure it out. Then after when you figure it out, oh yeah, it's going down, right? I'm your biggest cheerleader. Like, babe, I knew you could do it. Look at you doing it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I knew my baby smart, right? And so that's the energy that I think if women, we start leaning more into that, that's what you need. That is that support, and that'll make you go further faster.
Right. You know, speaking of, you know, we kind of got into a situation like that, and it was, you know, jokingly, but my husband looked over at me. He said, "You can't be the motherfucking pilot. You got to sit there and be the motherfucking co-pilot because I'm the pilot." You know, and it was a joke, but the reality of it was, you know, there can't be two pilots. Like, it ain't gonna work. So
yeah, nah.
I got a whole ass song called Co-Pilot.
Co-pilots?
Yeah.
Did you watch that thing?
Somebody to put a ring on it.
You don't. Whatever.
Did you watch that thing I sent you?
You catfish it. That ain't
you didn't watch it.
You said what? Who's that? No, I watched that shit. That, hey man, look how much. Now we gonna have to have a whole nother.
I know. I'm logging off. You know, I gotta take my old ass to sleep. I gotta get up early in the morning. But I just wanted to know if you watched it.
Yeah, no, that
Watch
shit
what?
was lit. I shared that.
Everybody's like, watch what?
It's in the group chat. I shared it.
What?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, hell yeah. You think I'm
Oh,
gonna
it's a link to it.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a documentary link.
It's in the
I don't
group
want to
chat.
get too deep into it, but you said you shared it in there. Well,
Yeah, not
Yeah.
in this, but in the group chat, in the personal group chat that we got. I shared it, so it's there.
okay.
So so the next time that the people that's on this show can like come back and have a build on it about like
Oh,
what I
that's
mean?
where we're going
Oh.
next.
Shit, man.
Say
Look,
less.
this is the free your mind shit. We everywhere.
Everywhere with it.
Okay, say less. Yeah, I'm gonna log off, you guys. I gotta go. But
Oh yeah, we
I had a really good time, Miss Benet, with your
Yeah.
pretty smile. Look at you over there, all shining. Water. Look, you guys got me. I'm like, damn, I don't need to be eating meat no more again. Let me go and get my fat ass off this shit.
Just to turn up, man. You know, and hold on, wait. Y'all thought I was throwing back vodka like that?
I sure did. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, damn, she's handling that like a savage.
man.
It was over water.
She had all them bottles behind her. I'm like, oh, she
I
got
know,
this
right?
shit or something.
But it's, you know what it is? It's the elegance of the glass and the way you're holding it and just sipping it. You know what I mean? You're
Yep.
I guzzle water. You're sipping.
The water, that's some different shit.
I drink water to
I
the
ain't
point where
seen
it
that.
hurts and shit. Like
I'm
the
about to
shit
start doing
hurts.
that, man. I'm gonna buy the wine glasses for the water now. Like,
Water.
That's what I'm
that's how
saying.
we doing it.
Man.
That's how we coming.
You got to get bougie with both, you know.
Right.
But that's hilarious, though. So now when I watch it again, I got, you know, people were like, "Damn, she just drinking. She got all this drinking shit in the glass." I'm about to say in the chat, it's water, people. Okay, it was just water. You know what I'm saying?
I enjoy
No,
myself.
I appreciate you, sis.
Likewise.
Yeah, thank you for coming
I
on.
appreciate you rocking out, man. We ended up going for 4 hours, a little bit over 4 hours. That's lit. We appreciate it.
We almost hit the world record.
Yeah, well, because
Yeah.
we went into inner pharmacy stuff. You know what I'm saying? So so look for that book, though. You know what I'm saying? 2022.
Oh, for sure.
shameless
And
plug.
you know it's
Yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because I did the Energy of Money book already too, but it's, you know, that's a whole nother thing. INNER, energy of money. So yeah. So listen, 2022 is an amazing year. So that's what I've been doing, y'all. When I've been, you know what I'm saying, in the cuts.
You said you already dropped it or
it's done, yeah. So it's there,
okay.
theenergyofmoney.com.
Hold up, wait.
Yeah, hold on.
That's hella. What the fuck was that? I'm glad you noticed. You said it's already out?
Yeah, it's an ebook. It's just a really, it's a
I
small.
when I see you.
Huh?
Flat boxing.
Because
that was in the cuts.
I did a small little thing within a group just to test it out. So yeah, I'm gonna do an official like launch where it has everything, but it is there. So I've had a little soft launch. So
now that you said that, now y'all saw my pages. Now I gotta put my shit up, but now you gotta let people know so it can motivate. We gotta share that money. Can we share the money? You gonna
Go ahead and spread that currency.
Right.
That is lit. Congratulations. And we're glad that you're able to, say that, on the podcast. That's dope. Free live, don't be doing that. Let us know.
No, you know what I'm saying? I will. So when this won't be my last time on the podcast, so I'll have some real stuff to drop in the chat. And,
links and all that. Appreciate you too for coming to rock with us. You know what I mean? Like, it's super love. Oh.
I appreciate y'all for having me. Thank you for thinking of me to do this. So
send me the link if you don't mind.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, yep. Me too. Shoot.
Yeah.
Drop it in the group chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Will do. All right, y'all. Damn.
All right.
We went. It's 11 o'clock on us.
4.5 hours.
Yeah,
we knew it was gonna be like that.
Like it.
Yeah. That's how it be though. When you get to kicking that shit, it's just
it's
it
regular.
just start flowing. Yeah.
You get led by the spirit, you just start popping.
Right. When we
Right.
be on these builds, it's just been a minute since we did like a 4 hour, 4.5 hour build. So
Yeah. Now
Definitely.
this is one for the books for sure.
okay.
We had a lot of people tuning in, so
Yeah, shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody who was in the chat and shit.
yeah.
We appreciate you. Like, you know what I mean? Appreciate for everybody that's
Mhm.
watching. We love y'all. It's all love. And don't be scared to come show your face on this thing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Everybody,
come pull up,
yeah,
man. Come pull
yeah.
up with all the energy that you got, because we can match you. You know what I'm saying, or not? It don't matter. But pull up with all the smoke, all the energy. You know what I mean? We love it.
Yeah, no, you know how I am. If somebody want to come in with that smoke, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna
Right.
let you do your little thing and let's see the strongest survive.
That's right.
Mhm.
Besides this Adolf here, I don't want no smoke with whoever the fuck that is.
Nah, they already won. They got it.
They won already. It's a wrap.
Hilarious.
Hey,
Yeah, no,
we gotta start having some moderators or something in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
yeah, I don't know how to block that or that kind of stuff. So I've never been on Restream, so
Are they still on the chat? I mean, are they saying other things?
Nah,
Okay.
I removed them out the chat.
Yeah.
but we can't just remove the comment, right?
Actually,
Yeah, in here, yeah.
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 Oh,
On
okay,
YouTube,
okay.
yeah, no, they gone.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Okay. Do we still have people in?
Yeah, we got 6 people watching. Peace and shout out to the 6 people that's
Yeah.
watching.
Salute,
They've been rocking for a minute, damn near. I've been seeing
Oh,
so.
Hold on. I was about to say we should have, shout them out. Put in something in the chat so we could shout y'all out or shout y'all out.
Yeah.
Y'all rock with us for 425. Solid.
Man.
All right, y'all. I'm gone.
All
I will
right.
see you next week.
Peace.
Yep. Same here.
6 people still watching. Okay. Before we go, is there anything else that y'all want to cover? The 6 that's in the chat, because we're about to rock out, but in case you didn't get anything answered, you might want to drop it in the chat.
I know, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It seemed like they was just taking it all in.
Right.
I ain't seen no comments pop up for a minute.
Yeah, nah, it's been chilling, which is cool. That means we've been saying something, a little bit of something about you, just a little something.
Right. Yeah. I'm happy about that. But I can't wait to try your natural products and self-made because I can see a testament on like deodorant, right? I used to be heavy on I didn't know, right? So of course everything that had aluminum. And at one point I had like a little lump underneath my armpit. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And I could not so it made me transition, right? Because I'm like, okay, my allergic. So then I went to that to now natural. And it's like that's gone, it's gone now, right? So I'm like, oh, okay. So I didn't know the allergy, I didn't understand. And listen, I used to be like super thick with deodorant, right? You know what I'm saying? Not understanding what was happening, so I'm definitely a big advocate for natural when it comes down to that, because again, our skin is porous, right? So the things that we're putting in, it is pulling out those chemicals, it's trying to process all of that kind of stuff. So it's like once we really start tapping in, we like, damn, our bodies are resilient as fuck, because if not, we should have been dead, right? We could all been nigga, you know what I'm saying, with the toxic sign and shit, nigga, we killing ourselves for real. Like the toxicity levels in our bodies is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So
definitely. Now I'm gonna put together a care package.
Jones and shit.
You said what?
We got that real life Osmosis Jones and shit.
Right. Okay.
Right, for reals.
Oh, good show. Thank you, D.
He in there still, okay.
Okay, he's still rocking, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You should have came on, requested to come in. Bubble bath.
Goddamn right. Real niggas take, I'm swear I'm gonna get that on the shirt. Real niggas take bubble baths.
These types of bubble baths, looking up there every now and again, at least for what I remember. We haven't been together in like 10 years or something like that. So
probably in one now, chilling.
Yeah, yeah. But shoot, that we had, you know what I'm saying, bubble baths is fun, you know what I'm saying? So it's all good.
Right. Tap back into your kid self, man. It's okay.
Yeah.
Facts.
And as a woman, we take baths, right? And it's like I'm a big advocate for that. Like, if your girl don't take baths, I don't know. I don't want to say that, but the way we are genetically, or the way that our stuff is, you got to soak, right? Every now and again. Okay. You got to sit down. Men, y'all, you're exterior, right? So, you know what I'm saying? You got to let it hang. You ain't got to soak. Our shit is hidden, right? You know what I'm saying? You could literally get everything wet, but our little vajayjay spot ain't wet because the water just went straight down. You get what I'm trying to say? So we gotta soak, right? We gotta soak. So if your girl not soaking,
But they came out with that pussy potpourri.
which is a form of soaking in essence, right? You gotta sit down, right?
That's that steam. That's that steamer.
Yeah, that steamer means you still gotta sit. So that's what I'm saying. So if she's not sitting down, either on the toilet to do the steamer or sitting her ass in some suds,
You're gonna be sitting somewhere, period.
right? You gotta sit down somewhere as a woman. I don't care. And I know there's some girls that don't like, to do it, and I'm not saying all, but for the most part, nigga, we gotta sit in it. You know what I'm saying? So that's just that. So okay. What do you say?
Yeah, so
All right.
3 episodes down, bro.
Let's go.
So first of all, hold on. I'm so proud of you guys. Like, we've been talking about podcasts for what, a year, at least since I've been in over like a year now, right? So to see it actually come to fruition, real manifestation. I know it was supposed to be like all of us, right? That was an original idea, right? But to see that you guys have taken it and said, man, fuck y'all niggas, let's go, right? And put it together. I'm just really proud of you guys to take that initiative and to do it. Like, the show's gonna be amazing, you know what I mean? So I'm glad that I'm on episode 3, you know what I mean?
That Trinity, that's that prime number right there.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So the 3 is one of my 13 is actually my favorite number, but obviously it has the 3 in it. But I'm just really just proud of you guys. Like, we've talked a lot and done a lot of builds. So just to actually see it, like, it's so dope. And it's done right? This ain't no bullshit. It's actually done nice. The graphics and everything. We had an intro and all that shit. Like, you guys did it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really just salute to my bros. I'm so proud of you guys. So
we appreciate that.
Yeah, that's love for real.
Yeah.
It's what the people wanted to see, to keep it a band, like, because me and Selfmade been, we've been in this element for a minute. So, we just pretty much gave the people what they want. And not only that, we're giving the people the opportunity and the space and the platform to free their mind as well. So, it's all love. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I can't wait till we get on some I am concepts, because this is gonna be.
We was just talking about that. Me and Will was just talking about that earlier today, and it's like, what do we got next week?
We got you want to know what? As far as bookings, I know we got a couple of Januarys, like the first and second week of January, but I think other than that, we got some free shit. So we can definitely.
It's time. We probably that time then.
Yeah, we could do that right. For the next show and shit. We can start.
Yeah, especially being in the beginning of the year, right? As a kickoff, tap in. Like, you ain't gotta wait. Like, let's come into yourself. If we are gonna be in our full selves, we're gonna do the New Year's resolutions and all this kind of stuff. Tap in on I am, right? Like, really tap into who you are. Start the year off right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
my birthday's January 9th, right? I'll be 40, so just don't do it on no Sunday. So okay. Because I won't be here.
What's next week Thursday?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can
next week is that? Oh shoot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can run it next week Thursday.
So it's weekly?
Yeah.
Every Thursday.
Every Thursday, 6:30.
So y'all doing it on Thursday and the 30th, even by New Year's too, like the 30th?
That one. Well,
if it's a Thursday, I don't know. Maybe.
What is that? I think that might be the 29th. I don't know. When is that?
No, next. So the 23rd and then the 30th. So, and New Year's, Christmas Eve is on Friday, and so is New Year's is on Friday. So I guess you could
Oh
do
yeah,
the
yeah.
same.
It's the
Oh
23rd.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the 23rd. Okay.
Okay.
Shit,
So
I
then,
ain't got nothing going on. I'll be ready to rock.
okay. Yeah. Well, tap in. Let me know. Are we getting assembling the crew or what? For the are we having an IM conversation next week?
We are definitely going to have to bring them in.
Yeah.
We have a lot of representatives that's going to come in, and I want to encourage male and female and everybody outside of this three, right? Because we know this three, we're, and I'm not saying it like that, but we spearhead like a lot of the situations that play out, and then
Yeah.
so we're going to encourage everybody to come into that one because we need
Yeah.
more than one angle of light. We need more than your light, his light, my light. We need all angles, like, you know what I mean?
So okay, yeah. Well, we can talk offline. I think what Neffin and what you call would be good if they could tap in.
Yeah. Because we
Yeah.
definitely need the questions.
Too, for sure.
Might
Yeah.
need a little smoke, you know what I mean, in the room.
Yeah.
You know.
We may need to, you got to be a moderator, man, to maybe to mute because there's gonna be a whole lot of
Oh
discussion
yeah, I
going
got
on.
that. Yeah. I'm
To
good
make
with that.
sure, yeah, to mute it, right, so that everybody can talk. But all right,
Yeah.
y'all. So that's good. So we got IM next week. Woo-wee.
IGAM is next week. That's gonna be a cold one. That's gonna be a cold one.
I'm
What is the
just-
IM?
Yeah, what is the IM?
That's it.
So I'm predicting that's gonna be about 6 hours.
That might be, yeah, because we had the first one. Our first episode was like what, 6 hours?
6,
Yeah.
We might beat
so-
that one. I wasn't thinking we was gonna beat it, but we might
It's
fuck
gonna-
around and beat it.
Man.
There's too many conversation. There's gonna be too many of us. So it's in order for it to be fair, it's going to be a minute. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
yeah. So 6 to 8 hours, something like that. We've done shifts like that before online. Like, damn, nigga, we've been talking for 8 hours. How did that
Yeah.
happen?
The longest one that we had that I have recorded is like a 13-hour build.
That
Damn.
shit started in the morning.
13 hours. No bullshit. 13 hours.
Wow.
And that's one of the days where I was like, at the.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we know your ass will definitely tap out, nigga. You will fall asleep.
Yeah, I was up today. Like I got home at like 3 a.m, woke up at 6. No, sorry, went to bed at 6, woke up at 9, and I've been up ever since. So it's just like, and we had a build early. Like this energy, you can't. When the energy is flowing, it's good.
Sign you up next Thursday.
You trying to get in on that IM?
Hey, but now you've been co-signing for him all show, is he? You know what I mean?
He on that type of wavelength?
Yeah.
No, you're not on he's not on IM. He's on
See
I wish I could bring him in so he could spill his spiel, but I don't know what that's about. Like, I don't know what he means.
You never know. You said it's been 10 years. He might have been in his bag for a minute, you know?
Yeah. He said he liked the new Benet. He probably got on before you did.
Nah. Would. You're gonna have to explain if you want to come next Thursday. What you trying to? I don't even know if you know what I am. But he may be he's definitely intellectual, and he'll definitely be up for the conversation regardless. So I think it'll be good, regardless of that. But
he probably got some dope ass questions
there. We could use the questions for sure.
Yeah, he'll have questions for sure. He's in that place of discovery from what I know of him currently. So yeah. But Wood, you got a few seconds to chat, like what's good? Because I'm interested to hear this. You want to tap in? Oh Lord.
Shit, he's been rocking this whole show.
He's been rocking.
He might be sharp.
He is sharp, but from my knowledge, he doesn't have the IM. So he'll be definitely good on the questions and asking things because he definitely will want to know to gain knowledge. He's not one that is just going to be devil's advocate. He's doing that to gain knowledge and will listen. He said, "I'm coming. What? I coming? Oh, okay. I don't know. So I don't. I guess we will find out what D Wood has to participate or bring to the table.
We need somebody religious, man. We need somebody religious in that thing too.
Yeah, we need. Yeah, it's gonna be. I don't know. We probably got to bring some people in that from the depths. Right, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
They might not even want to come in after, you know what I'm saying, some of the convos we didn't have with them. They probably like, nah, I'm cool.
Right.
So, as you know who coming? I don't want to say, but you know who I'm talking about.
Hey, it's funny that you say that, but we'll keep that.
All right.
Hey, we'll keep that where it's at. That's hilarious. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Oh, I'll take my bubble bath this week. Damn. Okay. I don't know. See,
hey,
yeah.
I'm telling you. Play some 432 hertz music and light a candle. Aromatherapy. Like, get a scented one.
Get a scented one. Oh Lord. So I guess Wood, reach out to me, and I'll put you in contact or whatever, So
yeah,
that's what this forum is about. We like everybody from different walks of life, you know what I'm saying, to come spill their spiel and learn. This is all about learning and exchanging energy. So don't be scared. I ain't scared.
Who's scared?
Who's scared? Ain't nobody scared. Listen, anyways, but it'll be a fun show just like this with everybody, the crew, and then opposing thoughts and things like that. And that's how we get sharper or awaken to some truth, is having not the same understanding, right? We can have to look at things from a different perspective. And so next week definitely is going to be fire. So the rest of you 6 that are here, listen, y'all better, tune in next week, because it's going to be live, all the way live. Get your pen, your pad, your paper.
It's going to be lit. It's for sure going to be lit. And
ask your questions, all of that, because I am just a brief little synopsis, right? It's about your inner person, right? We're going to ask questions. Do you believe in God, right? Do you believe in creation? Who's in control of your life? Is it you? Is it me? Like, what is it? Like, that's really, I'll say, some of the questions that we'll talk. And when we say I am, for me, it is, I am a God, right? I have the power to create. I am in control, right? I am a piece of the collective, right? And the collective is energy within myself, within self, within womb, within you, right? We are all interconnected. We may be different particles, but the energy is always connected. It remains the same. So that's why you could think about a person and, be a million miles away, right? You could send your energy and your love and your support to anybody in the world, because we are part of the collective. So a lot of people have an interesting thing about I am. It's called a cult, or it could be called all these other things, right? And LL Woon J is the cult leader, as people have called him, right? But it's not a cult. Right. So just be aware that this is going to be good. Religion, all of that kind of stuff, all those concepts. So ask yourself, are you part of the am I or the I am, right? Well,
yeah, that's it. That's the next book, and I'm glad you left it off on that, because that's the next book. After y'all see me drop this shit, boom, shameless plug. I'm dropping the am I versus the I am, and woo,
yeah.
Us talking about it is one thing, but I have to put it in a certain way for people to read it and understand it, so they won't feel offended. Power. When I say this shit is gonna be power, tomorrow, before we even do what we finna do, there's some shit that I dropped in our chat. about Noah's Ark, and I broke that shit down. I told it to Selfmade. When niggas, hey, there's this I am shit. The confirmations, it's not even.
It's too cold.
It's not, and I gotta say this cocky. I gotta say this in my bag. When it comes down to the shit that I be dropping, I have had nobody spit this shit how I spit it, and that's on me. And I hate to say it like that because but I love to say it like that because I don't learn this shit from nowhere else but the source. Meaning that's the confirmation of me being the I am. Like, you know what I mean? So, and when I start to drop this shit, it's just gonna be fire. And I'm gonna just say it like that. It's lit. But we're gonna talk about the Noah's Ark shit though. I want everybody to tap in and understand what that truly means. Like there's a meaning behind it that people need to understand, and it's not what they think it is from a religious standpoint.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's a bar, right? Because when we start getting into religion, we start getting into things literally, or is it metaphorically speaking? We really got to start tapping in, and that's a whole nother discussion. So I know we're gonna do 6 to 8 hours on this because it's just gonna be too rich. So I can't wait.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
All right.
I look forward to it. I definitely do.
This is fire. Now I gotta call D Wood and be like, nigga, what you talking about? What's going on? Now I gotta get on this phone and be like, what's going on? But yeah, I had a blast, y'all. I look forward to it.
Thank you again.
We can bring some other feminine energy also in the building. But I think I held my own, you know what I'm saying? When
like always
came into the room, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, always do for sure.
Always do. And shout out to Laura too. Laura's sharp too. Like, you know what I mean?
I did not know. I'm like, come through, sis. So I'm definitely gonna connect with her because we, on that inner pharmacy thing, I need her as a resource on some of the other stuff that I'm writing. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
To know that she do cardiology and she's a nurse and all this, okay, I need that. So cool, guys. Well, appreciate you. It's been real. Now I'm hungry. I didn't even eat. Now I gotta find something.
This was eating. You know what I mean? Like you get
that's what I'm saying.
It's like that time just be moving. That energy just fill you up. It's like you don't even need to eat.
That's the real soul food.
Right.
Yeah, that definitely was that. But my stomach just said, girl.
This water ain't doing it, guys.
Yeah, because that's why I've been sipping this water. And it's like, nigga, where's the food for us to break down? Okay. Nigga, give me some carrots or, give me something, right? You know what I'm saying? But we just break it down on ourselves. So I'm going to have a healthy snack, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to go to bed soon. But it's been real, y'all. Until next time. I am what I am.
Right.
We
Peace
be what
to
we
the
be.
I am. Till next week.
Thank you for allowing me to be myself, and those who did not like it, frankly, I don't give a damn. Holla.
Peace.
Peace.
Yo,
man. Woo. Self. Hey,
powerful, bro.
Power. It's power. You want to know what? The first one. The first one, we started off with one subject, and then it ended up going. This time, it kind of like mirrored that same thing. So it's dope to just be able to, leave one realm and then go to the next realm without missing a beat. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that connection, man. I mean, that's the thing with the vibes and how we be moving. We already understand there's no separation, so it's easy to go from one aspect to another, and then back to the first aspect of it because it's all connected, and we see the connection in it all. So yeah, man, the vibes was real tonight. You know what I mean? I think a lot of understanding came through. We had the feminine energy in here, the masculine energy, got masculine perspective, feminine perspective, and was able to bind that shit together.
Yeah, and have that middle piece space. Like, yep, okay. So the understanding, it was dope. I learned a lot. I got some notes on my phone. So like, it was ran for for us to have this type of thing again. You know, that's what we're about. Freeing your mind, like
Exactly.
people coming in. So super
Mhm.
dope, man. Next week, what you
It's
think?
going
man?
down. Next week it's going down. Next week is going down. That's all I really got to say. Because I mean, it speaks for itself. If you don't already know, you know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
gonna speak for itself. The I am that I am.
Woo.
You know, that's why I'm like, I want a couple of people in here that's on the smoke side of the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't have just everybody on the I am. We just up floating around talking about, you know what I'm saying? The I am, like we gonna need somebody that's asking all the questions that don't understand it, so that we can really get in there and break the shit down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, from both perspectives.
And then, you know, just to come in and spit they spill, like, cause you know, and the thing about it is, you know, sometimes the people that are opposing don't necessarily want to understand where we're at because they're wherever they're at.
Right.
About this I am, we understand or try to understand things from all perspectives. So when it comes down to that, it's just like, you know, are we going to talk to listen, or are we just talking just to not negate information? Like, you know what I mean? And as long as we have people that come in that's willing to, you know, empty their cup, right? Just so we can, you know, just have a real tea time and shit, like, you know what I mean? Then it'll be lit. But you know, if we don't get that, then you know it is what it is.
Man, for real.
No. Hey, but this shit's gonna be dope. I know the energy's gonna be up. I know this shit's gonna be because we're gonna pull a couple.
And man, just like this episode, we definitely gonna have to run a number 2 to just the relationship talk in general. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
For anybody that missed it, or anybody that has some extra points that they may want to talk about, you know what I'm saying? Tap in with us, hit us in the DM, send an email, whatever the case is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let me drop that too, just so it's in there. But yes, so we could double back on just a relationship convo, and I know for a fact that I am convo for me to be triple, quadrupled back. You know what I mean? We gonna be constantly, talking about that. Even in certain episodes, just like the first one, it's like it always seems to come back to that because that's what everything is. So
it's based on that's the foundation of everything. The foundation and the confirmation. So that's from the top to the motherfucking bottom. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So man, I definitely look forward to it. Again, appreciate everybody in the chat that was rocking, that's still rocking.
Salute, y'all are the truth. God,
it's late. It's 11:30, and they still rocking. It might be different time zones out here still up.
Yeah, don't have to do like a giveaway or some shit.
I know, yeah, for real. A little raffle or something, man.
Oh, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if y'all haven't hit the like button, hit the share button. I don't think they got a share button on YouTube, but the subscribe button.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Help us, get this podcast out there to just more people who want to free their mind and tap in. Oh, Loser Guys is in the building. Peace, bro. Peace.
Oh, Loser Guys slid in?
Finishing up. Yeah, I see him in here.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So yeah, man.
Again, this is a show for the people, like, you know what I mean? So hell yeah, if you guys have any topics that you want to discuss, go ahead and hit us in the DMs or in the email and everything like that, and we'll get to it. Just don't, it's all good. Even if you don't want to speak, we'll take care of that conversation for you, and then we'll have other people that will speak. So it's no matter what, it's good.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. That's a fact, and that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Salute
to everybody, man. Free Your Mind podcast. This is what it's about. Put a ring on it, take bubble baths. You know what I'm saying? Do it all, man. Do it all, cause
do what you want to free your mind.
Exactly. With that being said, you got anything else you want to say?
Peace. That's it. I'm out.
Peace. Salute.
take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up. You can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.